We can hear the game, we can hear you, we can see the game, and we can not see you. Excellent, that's 4 out of 4 then. Okay, let's get back to it then. It's the Golden Horde. I enjoy this country. I enjoy it a lot. We have only passed, what, 40 years? But it's been a very good 40 years for the Golden Horde. We have managed to beat off tribal succession crises. Thanks to my son, Borgin Tieste, whatever her face is. She's in charge. After her daddy bent over backwards to ensure that... Daddy? That's spouse. Let's not go there. Yes, after the father had nothing but daughters, I had to change laws, which ended up making succession worse, but it allowed us to carry on without facing internal explosion. And we sealed off our country really rather nicely. We've got all the colony... we've got all of our subjects that we created right at the start. Colonies out in the Uzbeks, and Nogai to take care of the Nogai lands, which would otherwise just be wrong culture nonsense that I didn't want to take care of myself. And they've also been doing a great job converting it. I don't think I looked too closely at the original of this place to begin with, but it looks pretty much more Sunni to me now. Maybe someday I'll integrate them, but I took a look at the costs, and the costs are very, very high, so I'm not so sure about that one. Perm is just doing what it always does, but they're also converting for me. I subjugated Tver, I forced them to be Sunni, and I fed them all this land, but unfortunately they just spat the land back out in fiefdoms. I really, really hope they integrate those fiefdoms, because I didn't take all that aggressive expansion to give that land to them, just for them to not be able to administrate it. I want them to integrate it, they'll take care of the land, they will fight for me, and then eventually I will integrate the land. Seems difficult to do large land grabs effectively like in the older games. I mean, I suppose you could just take it and it'll be functionally useless for you. But I have enough useless land as it is. I want land that is useful. We've got our starting tributaries. We went to the large amount of trouble to subjugate Hungary because they give us loads of money. We've got Bulgaria, we've got Serbia, we allied the Ottomans, we've got Georgia, and all is well. Now we're gearing up to stop the Horde in their track. Timmy Horde is here. And he's quite the character, isn't he? Reformation of the Horde, Loss of Legal Competence, Dhimmi, Sword of Islam. Now this guy, this freaking guy. I don't know where it shows up, but he's got a little ability that I was not aware of. Don't know where you can see it though. There it is, the Scourge from Central Asia. Auto-conquer when at war. Whenever he occupies something, he just conquers it. So if he grows, he can grow explosively. I don't want to have any risk of that coming in my direction, especially since he started out with loads and loads of event troops. Yeah, here we go. Pretty much on par with mine. So I think our first order of business is to go and strangle him in the crib, assuming that we can. Make him a tributary as well if we can. And then continue focusing inwards, because I am really keen on just having this place be a lot more under my control. I also want to do a bit more with trade. You might have noticed I was looking at trade, and I kind of backed away out of terror, because I didn't quite understand what was going on. I think I understand it a lot better now. So when we deal with Tim, we're going to go and sort out our trade situation so that our pops are happier. Because our pops are rather unhappy right now. They all want to rise up against me. Isn't he basically like your uncle? Well, he does have Borgin in the name, but this is a Horde versus Horde stuff. He needs to die. What's that little blood drop thing? Oh, that's for them, right? Our ruler's dynasty head. Wait, what? Is that actually my dynasty head? What is a dynasty head? This is the most prestigious, important character in the dynasty. The dialect of a dynasty is defined by that of the head of the dynasty. Events might... Okay, well, that's all the more reason he needs to die. How could you be more important than me? You're just some upstart. Okay, well, we're going to go and take care of that. Even if it comes at quite a cost, and I don't want to have any half measures here, so we're actually going to raise all of our levies and chuck them straight at him, because it seems a little risky when he has all those event troops. This game doesn't have lucky nations, but I don't at all trust what it does for them. How can he be more important than unwanted daughter 3? Hey, this was the first daughter before they became quite so unwanted. Alright, there we go. Give me my troops. We shall march over and destroy Timmy. At least that's the hope. While all that is going on, I'm making my meager amount of diplomats. Oh, about that alliance with the Ottomans. Remember when I had an alliance with the Ottomans? I do, and now I don't. And thanks to all the antagonism I got, I'm never going to get it back. Yeah, they actually care about Nizhny Novgorod wanting to be in a coalition against me. Bizarre. I reviewed the vault and I could not find any notification that they broke the alliance with me, so I don't know if the message setting is broken or if they had it broken another way. Maybe somebody mentioned parliaments not showing up for others, so maybe they had a parliament movement that said, do not ally with the Golden Horde, and they decided to pass it. I simply don't know. But I'm very unhappy about that. I'm also unhappy that they managed to change the law to mutual defense instead of automatic defense, which is what I wanted. And I don't recall getting a pop-up on that. Message settings are great, but we need them to work. Anyway, get that army up. I need to go and kick some serious ass. Seems like a problem solved by killing all the Russian miners. That's not... I know it's risk of coalition that's all that's needed. Like, I just think you need 50 antagonism with the country. And that's enough. Like, they wouldn't ally me because one of my own subjects had antagonism towards me. And some of my subjects are going to have antagonism towards me pretty much forever. Oh, that's right. Do I have the best unit that I can here? I mean, I am even willing to put a chieftain in charge if it gives me an edge over Timmy. Currently, I don't want the chieftains having any additional power. That's exactly what I'm trying to curtail right now. Would love a select all your army button. And maybe there is such a button, but I sure as sugar couldn't find one. Let's just march our way down to Timmy's border. I think we got access through these guys, right? We're currently making the Casus Belli, so I just want to go and kill them as soon as that's ready. Everybody's heading on over. Good, good. Wait, not good. What are you guys doing? Not moving? Get over there. You're last in line. Hopefully they can support that. Is there a support limit? I guess it's food rather than support, right? So how's the food situation? There's a surplus of food if I'm not standing in the capital. This just has the number 0. Well, I'm sure we're storing plenty of food. Let's get to it. Is the antagonism limit 50? It seems to me countries are taken off the coalition list when it drops under 40. It feels like 50 to me. Then again, what we got? 60 odd, 65. Oh, here we go, 47, and they're in the coalition. So yeah, maybe it is that. However, that's Turov. I should see if Turov is a consideration for the Ottoman Beylik. So if I wanted to offer alliance, they say no. Is Turon part of this? Anybody see Turon? I don't. I mean, I could be blind and not seeing it. That has happened many a time before. But, oh, it's Turov. Was Turov that? I think I would have noticed Turov. So yeah, I think they only care about people that are 50 or over when they drop out at 40 and below. Madness. Absolute madness. It's all very strange that they care equally about some Russian one-province minor compared to someone like Hungary wanting to fight me. Alright, Navy morale, that's just what we need to take on the Timurids. Roll those boats along some logs. If only we had logs. March ourselves into position and destroy them as best we can. Is this all impassable terrain around Nagai? I think there were mostly normal provinces around EU4. Yeah, where can we see that better? All this impassable land around here. Just normal land in EU4 as I recall. Then again, it's been a long time, so if there's one thing I wouldn't trust, it's my memory on that. My units, I think, move faster despite the lack of roads, but I wonder if roads give an even bigger bonus than that. We're still working on cultural assimilation because I would like these lands to be better integrated. Pretty much want to core just about all of my land. If it's not going to be one of the Russians that I accept, then I'm going to culturally enrich them until they are accepted. And then we get things like this, cores, and cores are good, especially around this area. Wherever I have proximity to my capital, I'm going to want to make it core. I'll draw out some shorter roads from the capital, because clearly this road was a bog lapse. Didn't do anything. It looks like there's a diminishing return, and there's only so long you should make your road out of the capital. So I will work on that. Get the army assembled over there. It'll be time to kill Timmy before long. I hope word doesn't reach Timmy of this army snaking its way down to his border. I also really hope I don't lose the fight. That would be embarrassing. And quite a setback for my nation, I'm sure. Yeah, vast stretches of land take us forever to cross. I'm now starting to think that releasing all this land was not a good idea, but I still did it. Oh, that reminds me one thing that I wanted to do but didn't. And maybe I still shouldn't, because I might need diplomats for this war. But I want to make sure all of these guys are giving me their trade. At least anybody that has trade power, I need to take it. Oh, well, I've already taken trade power off of Omsk. And, wow, I've got trade power I'm not even using here. Even though it's set to automatically be used. Oh, well, look into that shortly. I took a good, long, hard look at trade last night, trying to figure it out, and I think I've largely figured it out. How long until that Casus Belli is ready? Very, very soon. Probably a month or two. I want to also make sure that my economy is running A-OK in my absence. I want to do some estate stuff, but maybe save that for after the war, especially considering stability is low. Pretty sure you can't declare with your levies raised. You know, I thought that as well, but sure doesn't look like it's a problem. Declaring war with good relations? I have good relations with Timmy? Same dynasty, societal values. We like each other. That's the Timurid opinion of us. Not our opinion of them. Does that mean I should throw them an insult ahead of time? Yeah, there we go. Damage their opinion of us. God. I wish this line was removed. I know, funny reference, but it takes me out of this. May your sky be filled with comets. There we go. Now, hopefully that will get rid of the DOW minus 10 stability. Yeah, there we go. Although hopefully the 1 month it takes for my diplomat to be ready won't cost me the advantage in this moment. Might even be able to declare from here, right? In EU4 that would cause me to be exiled. Maybe that won't be a problem here. Just get my army together. I want one big lump to fight you with. This is the kind of thing a clever man would test ahead of time. But if they are exiled, I just double back and then come along in. This is my subject after all. Hopefully they can unexile me. Trade is very easy as a horde. They receive your arrows to the face. You receive all their goods and women. Yeah, the problem is I've been receiving too many women. Oh, wow, the coalition disbanded? I bet that's not enough for the Ottomans to think that they want to be my friend, though. Yeah, not at all. They care about anybody that has 50 or more antagonism towards me. But hang on, the coalition dissolved? How? Jings, if only I just had Casus Belli without having to send in spies and make them, I would take the opportunity to crush Pronsk. I want that Ryazani land. Given how nice and accepted they are within my country. Right, you guys get together over here. Get your morale back. What the f... there's the coalition we know and love. Glory to us. Army tradition, perhaps at a very useful time. It's a weird thing, right? I want to unite these armies, but this button is grayed out. But if I don't select them and reselect them, then suddenly I can. Game is a real mess at times with the army control. I actually want this army right here. I also must absolutely make sure their army is balanced out. I don't want to be caught with my trousers down again. That has certainly happened before. Chernihiv's in the coalition. Yeah, they could take a very fine time to attack me here. Whilst my army is busy over here. Timmy, I'm pretty sure I just got the CB, even though it still says it's being made. This fort wasn't here before. I like the fact that they actually appear when you're looking out. They're less easy to note when you're looking in. Hang on, if it was just made... Nobody's there. Alright, maybe we can storm it. I was planning on taking chunk, or just beaming straight for the capital, but whatever, let's just get right in. Make tributary, I can declare war, no downsides. Says he barely has an army, we'll see about that. Go. Alright, beans it for Bukhara. See if we can take it before it becomes a problem. All these coalition joiners, absolute tourists. Go and take Alat while we're waiting. We'll see if there are any Timmies lying around. Since it's all flat land, we should be able to see through the fog of war. Oh, hello. Oh, that's his regulars. You know what that means? Say it with me. More slaves, your majesty. Okay, that more or less assures it. This game has 10 to 1s. The mighty Tamerlane. He just gets completely integrated. Wait, hang on. It doesn't even say they're slaves. What does this mean? Ah, but it does say that I could ransom them off. We lose antagonism. Centered on Alat. But I don't have antagonism around here, do I? Wait, Alat. Alat is around here, right? Oh, it's right here. Wait, do you lose the antagonism based on where they were captured or where you have them? I'll move them around and double check, but they're certainly joining my collective. Yeah, you're joining into the army. Thank you, please. Rebalance and get moving. Yeah, I know. Low on food, not a problem. So, whoa. Vladimir joins the coalition. That's not where I wanted to click, of course. Started one day and it's already that much. There are only 4 people in the garrison. Order assault is available. Over the span of EU4's life, there was a lot of differences in how much you would get murdered in an assault. There was this case when an assault would just instantly evaporate tens of thousands of troops, making no progress. And there are also times when assaults were very long and the losses were spread out, and also times where if you just brought a death stack, you could assault no questions asked. It's kind of nice to see that this doesn't require a breach, but this button wasn't available before. I wish I knew why this was available now. Anyway, let's see what happens. I mean, worst case scenario, we lose a bunch of our snotty little dudes, right? Oh, okay, well, great. I love one-day sieges. Any more one-day sieges for me? Let's keep moving. I need to find his main army and destroy it before it becomes a problem. And I am certain it wants to become a problem. So part of what really motivates me to do this is that TBW, the Black Winds, someone who's been around in this community for an age and a half, pointed out that Timurids sacked Sarai so hard that there aren't even ruins. And I'm not going to have a threat like that breathing down my neck. Is that the Lord himself? Yeah, there we go. I'm afraid, Timur, you're going to have to die. Sword of Islam? More like the Mogd of Islam. He is holding his own despite being heavily outnumbered, but he is a significantly better leader. Everybody join the coalition while I'm busy getting my butt kicked down here. Is the Timur Horde a lucky nation? No, but Oh, easy now, easy now. Those aren't regulars, though. They're just people that are here to die as I go on Samarkand. This will be taken. His land will be taken. I wonder if I even need his capital for all of this. Monthly Horde unity and loyalty of subjects for 10 years. That sounds amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love it when my subjects love me. Because love for me can be liquidated. It has a tangible value. My diplomats are really hurting in number right now. I really wish I could get more. There is an advance, but it requires an institution. A Renaissance one, I believe. Are you going to ask for his head in a peace deal, Jake? Might become the dynasty head. Can I even kill him? Not so sure I like that blood-on-blood violence, but it could be done, right? A very, very nasty thing I could do is demand trade from Hungary. Hungary controls much of Pest. It is Pesh, right? A whole heap of Pesh. Yeah, I could get half of his trade capacity here, which would be huge. But the 33 reduction in Liberty Desire is too much for me. I really need more ways to reduce other people's Liberty Desire so I can do far larger acting things like that. It's also less intrusive than me just coming in demanding their money. Also less fluctuation, I think. Even so, I want my bloody money. That's not a lot of money. Why is he hurting for cash so much? Of course, I'll still take it. There's no way I wouldn't, but... yeah, the fluctuation in income for my subjects of what they're willing to give me is pretty heavy. And it's really sad for me that that you have to spend a diplomat on subject interactions. How I wish you didn't have to. Alright, Alat is down. These other places will come over to me. Is there another area here? I was assuming that was the capital, but we just saw the little silver thing on it. This is another region, and what's the top dog here? The top dog is Prime Kent, which we can see from where we stand, and I am quite concerned at how many losses we took there. Where is he running to? Maybe I shouldn't waste my time with Samarkand. It's probably much better for me to destroy him. Whoop. I appear to be unable to move. I appear to be completely unable to move. Am I stuck in this fort again? It's not the first time that's happened. Probably won't be the last. Yeah, if I want to move over here, I simply can't. Concerning. Maybe it is to do with battles, right? Because I mentioned I was chasing somebody down, we had a battle, and then I got stuck in a fort zone of control. This time I wasn't chasing an army, I just walked in here, there was a battle. And now, it seems I can't leave. I can go to Damishk, but I think if I go there, I'm still stuck. Maybe that's not true, let's try going to Damishk. I don't want to lose my advantage on Samarkand, though, but I also don't want him terrorizing me. Oh, he's terrorizing me, right. Please do not take that fight right now. Oh god, they're taking that fight. I didn't think he'd only retreat one province. Whew, almost died on me. Yeah, they're the ones dying on me. Right, that is a real problem. Everybody get together. I'm going to split off some peasant levies. Peasant levies are going to terrorize Samarkand. Main army is going to have a watchful eye from here. Okay, so I was able to escape the zone of control. It looks like you have to go back explicitly to the province that you came from and then move around. But I have had that fail, and I can't help but feel that that's related to... What the hell is he doing? He's just bouncing back and forth. He's going to get me, isn't he? He's going to march in there and 10-1 us. No, he's going to keep... What the hell? Armies, man. How do they work? If that's the case, could we kindly split you off and move you there? Or perhaps what I could do instead is just leave behind you guys to siege it. Yeah, there we go. There's some real madness going on, I'm telling you. If I don't have to deal with Samarkand, then I'm all the happier. So I'm going to take this and then peace him out. But yeah, it'll be all the better if this man is dead. Ah, see, that fell in no time. But I got to do zone of control things to get out. Good lord, he is fast at occupying. How does he get the horse and I don't? Yeah, there's a lot of ping pong going on with the fighting. I'll be the first to say I'm not chuffed with that. Looks like I could get my peace deal right now, but I might as well continue to bully old Tamerlane. Wait, whose occupation did that go to? Who's controlling this? Occupied by the colony of Sarsu. What? What? Wait, so is this? Is it because it's on another continent? No, this is all Asia. I'm not willing to let this slide. Why did that happen? Does anybody see the colony of Sarasu here? No, I see my army, my levy, levies from Ryazan. Come to think of it, they're what took Pronsk or whatever as well. What in the blue blazes is going on? I'm struggling here. I'm struggling big time. Any claims going on? Well, I can't shift the occupation either, can I? There's a button here if I occupy something and I want to give it to somebody else, but this is my subject, my colony. My insignificant colony who's not even here. Claiming it. Is it a region thing? This is all Koresia, including the lands that I occupied here. What in the heck? No, they're not here anywhere, and they never had enough time to even mobilize down here, let alone the access to get here. How on earth? You know, there's moments like this where I really feel like I'm playing a paradox game. You see something that's just so incredibly nonsensical that you're left awestruck. Oh well, just go with the usual line. It's a paradox. Also, this troop teleported again. He is not there. Maybe if we look again? Okay, no, it's... Oh, God knows what's going on. Let's get these occupations and draw this war to a close before he gets any funny ideas. His funny idea seems to be destroy my troops, which he's probably going to be very, very good at. Yeah, I take a lot more levy damage than he does. That's actual pop death, by the way, which I'm not happy about. Coalition disbanded. Wait, the coalition seems to disband every time one member of it dies. Or maybe there's a specific leader that dies. In any case, it would be very prudent for me to have a casus belli at the ready for whenever that happens, so I can eat Pronsk. Because Pronsk is just sitting there getting in the way of my my control over Ryazani lands. Or at least so I'll claim. Fascinating. Okay, this is more than enough to get my peace deal with Timmy, right? Oh, yeah, he is down and out. Sorry, Timmy, but you are going to need to... God, I would love to just have this land for myself. And I could, couldn't I? Oh, hang on. This war forbids us to conquer any location directly. I am very glad I've read that now, because I was planning on using the tributary casus belli to potentially take Novgorodian lands. Interesting. Curiously, this land, it would go to me. Hey, look, the occupation shifted. Oh, I tell you, there's something foul afoot here. Anyway, good to know that I can't take land. The whole point is to make you a tributary. Might as well humiliate you while I'm here. I mean, this is already a humiliation. I could force them to marry me. How cute. Pay me money as well. And by pay me money, I mean all the money you've got. Except they won't allow that because it's too expensive. The humiliation was too much for them to bear. Alright, well, money is better than pride. Especially since pride trickles away. Jake reading, saving himself for future issues? Madness. I used to be an avid reader. And I've mentioned it before, but there was one book that completely destroyed my desire to ever read again. Anybody remember what that book was? Well, it's hard to remember if you haven't heard it. Okay, I don't see any reason not to just take this right now. The slight problem might be that they make everybody think that they're too strong to serve as my subject. But I think that I have been increasing my own strength, which is decreasing their proportional feeling of strength towards me. So hopefully adding Timmy to the pile won't change things. Let's get a base check here. Hungary's a good idea, right? Hungary have a feeling of... they feel less power than me, a lot less power. But relative strength of all of all tributaries is 1134. If anybody could remember for me 1134, I'd be very obliged. Also, I can force tributary, but I cannot force non-tributary. Very good. No, we can't execute people. 1134, thank you, thank you. Was it the dictionary? No, it wasn't the dictionary. It was Great Expectations by Dickens. It was Dickens, right? Anyway, gimme, gimme, gimme. Subjugation of Timurid. Oh, I'm glad the game recognizes what I've done. Although once a dreaded horde... okay. It gave all of its neighbors pause. The petty Timurid horde has become nothing more than a mere subject to the Golden Horde, despite the best efforts and brilliant tactics. Timur never won a fight, even against my grubby levies. The many enemies he made during his campaign were too much. Okay, great. This was real just strangle in the cradle, but I'm surprised he didn't start immediately warring. He had far more troops than any of his neighbors could handle, and he conquers on occupation, so I wonder why he didn't just go for it. Wait, there was a situation? Ooh. Ooh, this'll tell me about other situations. Rise of the Turks we know about, the 100 Years' War is a bit obvious. The Guelphs and the Ghibellines must be something to do in Italy. A Japan thing, and the fall of Delhi, all very good things. Black Death. Yeah, we caused that. Hussites, I don't care. Well, maybe I will care. Bohemia is a great power, aren't they? Maybe having them kicked to the curb will make them all the more better for me to gobble up. The Western Schism, that won't be our concern. Pestilence, Italians. Yeah, where's the Great Horde situations? I suppose by this time, Golden Horde is that just Great Horde and then Dead Horde, but oh well. We lose the effect. No, I'm pretty sure these were effects for Timmy, not for me. But yeah, this is incredible. He gets so many nice bonuses there, and he was able to annex on Conquering. Great. Stability is nice, all is good. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And he will continue to be my subject and pay me money. Well, that sounds like good news. In that case, could we kindly disband all my levies? Let's get them out of there first and foremost. And we were going to check that relative power number. What do you think, Hungary? Relative power 16.17. Whoa, that's huge. Oh, Timmy isn't a liability. Although if he continues to use those armies to expand, he will make more money, and that'll be good for me. Alright, as I was saying, I want to kill Pronsk at some point, so let's wish we had a war goal. Although I could just do it no CB. It is the best CB. And honestly, what is 10 stability? What is... Oh, I have a truce with you? Oh, I didn't count on that. How long is that truce? I don't remember fighting Pronsk lately. Wait, I don't have a truce with Pronsk. Explain further. Breaking a truce with Pronsk? Is it because it would be a truce with Visna? What truce? I don't have a truce with you. Do you have a truce with someone in the coalition? The only other coalition member appears to be these guys. Vyazma, and I don't have a truce with Vyazma. Here are my truces. Timmy, Smolensk, Belo Ozero, and Tver. I don't have a truce with Pronsk. But be careful not to break that truce. Wait, Timurid? Co-belligerent? What the hell is this? Declaring war on my own subject? I'm not declaring war on Timmy. Okay, some weird stuff going on. Maybe life will be better when I'm no longer hanging around the Timurid Horde. Wasn't Pronsk your vassal? I released them ages ago because I didn't have enough diplomatic capacity for all my subjects. Now I have a lot more capacity. Alright, get out of here. Although maybe I could use this thing to disband all levies? That did not disband all my levies. Although maybe it didn't disband ones that are in the middle of a locked march or whatever. Really don't like the smooth movement. It's actually bad for the game. Makes it hard to see at a glance where units even are. There are no levies in... What the heck? You guys are just straight up levies. Interesting. Yeah, locked movement cannot be gotten rid of. Whatever. Get over here and then I'll disband you. We'll figure it out. Also, see you. You're not allowed to be in charge of my armies. Chieftains are not allowed to have power around here. I will give the power to the common people, even though he's not that great. I've come to glean wisdom from one of the ancient elders of Paradox Gaming. Yeah, well, the trouble with the ancients is that they are indeed ancient. I'm certainly old and busted. And I'm not really gearing up to try and relive glory days just to fall flat, which I'm sure is what would happen. I just love me some EU. And EU5 is really rekindling a lot of love for grand strategy. But yeah, my colourful past is exactly that, a past. Yeah, the sad truth is, before, during, and after my time with grand strategy games, there have always been better. Hell, before I was playing, anybody remember Pronsk? Now, there was a master of EU3. Alright, Hungary is as placated can be. Now what happens if I try to disband my levies? It still doesn't let me. I have plenty of levies here, but I can't just hit disband. And I don't want to risk this disbanding my... Well, I can't even risk it. So for some reason, the disband levy button just doesn't work for me half the time. And if I knew of a quick way to just remove levies from the army, I would take it. Funny that Timmy literally died himself too. Too humiliated to live. Well, he lost every battle he was ever in. He should have been more aggressive. He could have easily gone and curb-stomped India. But he didn't for some reason. Alright, there we go. Get out of here. Who remains gets balanced out and then taken back home. Up at Sarai? Maybe I could actually finally do away with one of these smaller revolts. Like something that's just in one province or so. Or maybe I just station them in Ryazan and see what that does for control. I've noticed that a stationed army in a location does improve control. Unraised levies. Of course I have unraised levies. I'm not at war. Game has some weird ideas sometimes. There's a disband levy, all levies button in the military tab will raise all levies as yes, and it said it had no levies to disband, despite me having about 6,000 levies that I manually disbanded. So I don't know what to make of that. The flying troops now. Somebody pointed out that seeing the troops just kind of instant teleport around reminded them of an old EU4 campaign where I had a guy called Adolf Sandals. Maybe it was my Sweden campaign, Shamanist Sweden domination, because I remember he would kind of work up, he'd build up parallel universe speed, and then just go whoosh and race down the map. It was impressive to look at. And does, yeah, oh, look, there he goes. Adolf Johann Sandals, I believe was his name. Doing it again. Right, I have a dream of Pronsk no longer existing. So, it still says I would break truce fighting them. Right, let's imagine I'm going, no Casus Belli. Oh, I can't know CB yoke members anyway. Right, of course, of course. Well, let's get that spy network, because I really do want Pronsk to cease existing. And 6 maneuver wonder from down under. That's a great mix of references there. If anybody has Bain Williams' amazing clip, feel free to share it in chat. It was a great moment. Right, I want to improve my country, and I want to do it through trade, believe it or not. So I'm going to build some buildings that actually improve trade. I'm curious about any additional marketplaces I can have. Oh, you know what? There's a better interface for this. Boom. Ah, there we go. I mean, one issue I have with this game, I got plenty of them, but they're kind of surface level. But icons at a glance should be very recognizable about what they are. Having fine details doesn't really befit an icon. What the hell is this? It's tiny, it's uncensored, nothing about it pops out, there's nothing recognizable. These are all very hard to parse icons, especially when you end up looking at them in a province like this. Poor iconography. But hey, it is a challenge. I do appreciate that it is a challenge. Anyway, I was looking for ways to improve my market capacity. We have the trade buildings, and I should certainly have as many... Wait, where's Marketplace here? There is Marketplace. Oh, I'm in the Kiev market here. I don't want to be in any specific market. I'll figure that out myself. I think I just want to maximize marketplaces in my cities. I believe that that is not affected by control, so control or not, I'm still going to get good trade power. So I'm going to max out marketplaces in all of my cities. It also enhances the burger class. Whoa, I can have a lot of marketplaces there, that's good. And that means more trading, and because my crown power is surprisingly good... What is this? Kursk. Hey, I own Kursk. Kursk is kind of built up without me even noticing it. Alright, this is definitely expensive, but I am firmly in the belief that it's a good idea. Paradox doesn't have the best reputation when it comes to UI and UX, but EU5 is painful. I don't know, right? EU4 was painful, EU3 was painful, EU4 only got worse with all the years. Hold my hands up and say I'm sorry there. But eventually the tisms will work into our brain and we will just know without even seeing what everything does. Right, I also want to build up in my villages, believe it or not. Because these also give trade. Not a lot of it, but at least it keeps the people in my villages working. So yeah, anything to give trade capacity, trade advantage. Laborers and soldiers also welcome. There's farming villages, but that's not what I'm looking for. Fishing villages give good trade capacity, surprisingly good trade capacity. They also cost a disturbing amount of money, but I'm going to build some some fishing villages along here. Anything to just bump up my trade capacity. And I'll probably do fishing villages all around here as well. I can imagine that you could only have one, right? Oh, I could have multiple if there were people. But these already have a bunch of peasants who are waiting around to promote anyway, so let's just have a mass build up. To hell with all of my money. If I need more money, I can take it off of somebody else. In that case, let's not pay fort maintenance. Let's not pay the army. I'd love to start taxing my people. There's a lot of things I'd love to do. Maybe I can look at privileges in that regard. The chieftains... Well, they're never bloody happy, are they? I still want to rip away some of their... what are they called again? Privileges. Right, is there anything I can give out to aid matters? I actually think I want to do a tribal cabinet. The decentralization push is good for me, and tribes and cabinet just gives me more access to skilled personnel. That can't be bad. Their happiness doesn't matter and their power is irrelevant, but this decentralization is just already good to have. I know, centralization sounds good, doesn't it? But decentralization allows me to have happy subjects, which is pretty much what keeps me alive, so I do want tribal cabinet. Was there anything I wanted for the Dhimmi? Probably not. The Dhimmi keep getting in my face. Although keeping them happy is good. Ooh, this is actually not bad. Lighter taxation. It reduces the maximum tax by... ooh, is that percentage points or just a quarter? Because that's a very heavy tax reduction. That was for the Dhimmi, right? Dhimmi maximum is 46. Although they don't have a lot of money to give me anyway. That might not be the world's worst thing to give them. It makes them very, very happy. That said, do I really care about how happy they are if I'm not taxing them anyway? Maybe I just don't give them the power. Jurisprudence. Dhimmi in the cabinet and humanism. Don't I like humanism? No, I like spiritualism because I'm trying... Well, actually, I like a balance between them. Because they both hurt either assimilation or conversion, and I want both. So that's a bit of a shame. Any opinions on the ability of the Golden Horde to stay Tengri in the start date? Yeah, you can switch to Tengri. Easy enough, but the Golden Horde in my eyes is Sunni, so I want to stay Sunni. As much as I'd love to move my crappy capital, I think we'll keep the capital in Sarai as well. Because otherwise, you know, I'd move to Muscovy, I'd probably flip to Orthodox, and then I'd just be Russia 2.0, so no thank you there. Alright, sod the Dimmy. The traders, on the other hand, I spotted this. Treasury rights. Better tax efficiency, progress towards innovation, makes them happy but doesn't give them a lot of power. These treasury rights sound very, very good. They don't even cheese everybody off that much. So I think I'm more than happy to give that. Even though I can't tax them so hard, and we're going to have a lot of them, the tax on everybody improves. So yeah, I'm willing to give them that. The traders are probably going to end up having quite a lot of power by the end of the day in my country. Because I'm trying to build up burghers in areas. Is there anything else I'd want to give them? To be honest, working our way towards plutocracy would be amazing. Because currently we are way, way too aristocratic. Current impact of 62 aristocracy. Ugh, and we change towards aristocracy more and more. So I actually think just formalizing their guilds is a good idea. I need to break the back of the chieftains anyway. Chieftains are very unhappy and I've gone and just spent all my money. Oh well, no time like the present. Innovative and capital economy. I actually think I need to keep traditional economy or else my country will die. We're already heavily invested in it. And it does impact my RGOs and food, which is what we do a lot of. If we went capital, food production would tank. Production efficiency goes up, and I suppose that's very good, but I don't know. It's a lot of effort for what I don't perceive as a lot of gain. Yeah, that aristocracy has got to go. What needs to break for that? We need to... we're still going towards aristocracy? How? Oh, the nobles control the mining operations. I need to destroy that. That's a law. Right, next time we have parliament, we're going to strip the nobles away from their mining. We're doing a lot of damage to the nobles, but they are not happy about it. But anything just to break the chieftain's power base. Which means another trip to minus 100 stability, I think. But yeah, they've got to go. Production is 20% at everything. Every single thing you produce. Yeah, but it's a lot of work to get there. All the while, we're going to be hurting ourselves a bit. I do agree that it's good, though. I absolutely agree that it's good. Nobles are a pain in the ass. They start so strong that you can't revoke anything. That gives you a nice feeling, though. You know, if you could just do it immediately, what's the point? I like the fact that I'm slowly eroding the strength of them whilst I bring strength towards the crown. We started with something like 8% crown power. Now we have 27. And that is the reason I'm actually able to pull in a trade income now. Anyway, speaking of trade, should I finally get around to doing something about that? Yeah, I think I will. I absolutely think I will. So. When you automatic trade, I'm convinced that the game just sets up the trade networks that give you the best money. But I care about my pops, or at least I claim to do so. You know what? I will wait until my my buildings are done before that, actually. Otherwise, I'm going to set up a lot of things and I have to set them up again. Our vast market expansion should be fine for now. Which nation is the wealthiest country in the world? That's an easy way to find out. We have ledger. We sort by income. The Kingdom of France is disgustingly rich. Then we've got Wu, Timur, Pina, Bohemia. Bohemia, very rich. Golden Horde not doing too bad, though. Not too bad at all. Working our way up. The problem is the centralized states, especially when they start getting to the New World, are going to have so much money to throw around. So if I were to restart this with what I know, what I would probably do is race down and somewhat migrate to Istanbul. Oh, excuse me. Hiccups there. My capital is so bad. If I had Istanbul, just everything would be so much better. A mischievous feline. The Aesthetic Lake. We have works of art, which apparently I made 10 years ago. I don't remember writing a book. The art quality is only locally known. I'm not sure I care about that. The commoners are happy, though. I like happy commoners. And it actually gives it some quality. You know, happy commoners, they should be taxed. They should be max taxed, actually. They're way too happy for my own good. Even the traders are way too happy. Start giving me some bloody money. I like keeping my Elema and my chieftains happy. That's the current satisfaction. Oh, very good. They're not going to be very happy when I pull the plug on their everything. Not much point taxing the Dhimmi. They don't have a lot to give me anyway, and the tribes have absolutely nothing. Did I give the tribes their final thing there? I was looking at giving the tribes something, and I went, makes other people unhappy. It was the tribal cabinet decentralization. Really cheeses off the chieftains, but I think I'll do it anyway. I need to decentralize more. Yeah, there we go. The more we decentralize, the happier our subjects, by quite a lot, in fact. And now we can push towards 62, rather. Rebel movements, not unexpected. Chieftains being unhappy, not unexpected. Wait, they're very unhappy. They come very close to rising up if I give them a chance to. I'm not opposed to bribing them, but maybe what I should do is, while they're unhappy anyway, just pull out one of their reforms once stability becomes 7 or so. So yeah, give it a couple of years, them being unhappy. I'm going to rip this away and then probably bribe them into submission, which is agonizingly, tear-retchingly expensive. But that's okay, we're just completely going to disrespect the chieftains now. Maybe if I'm disrespecting them, I should tax their socks off. I'm going to need that money anyway. Yeah, sod the chieftains, that's the new motto for the Golden Horde. Is the hourly increment instead of daily increments in a game with 500-year time span? You don't need it though. Set it to speed 5, no hours. Just day. Which, if you like, is fine, but I like to play in speed 3 while I'm learning the game, so that things don't quickly pass me by. You know, for example, I can end up with 20 spy network in a country and able to forge a claim, or forge a casus belli, and then I completely miss it because, whoops, it's all the way down here. Easy to miss. Or, you know, forget to punch my subjects for money. Tavera's almost forgiven me for everything I've done to them. I haven't forgiven them yet, though, so give it time. Timmy. Timmy is rich, man. Timmy gives me manpower. Oh, that is golden. If Timmy wanted to give me more money, how would that work? Not very well. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of money to give. That's sad. I think I should improve my relation with old Tim Tim. He could be a problem if I don't. Yeah, there we go. Probably worth the diplomat. Satisfaction couldn't go lower than 0, Jake, so if they rebel, just do all the laws and privileges they hate. That sounds great, but laws cost stability to move, and it still costs stability to revoke them, so you can't just revoke everything at once. Depopulation is probably from disease. I don't care about disease, right? Overall, our population grows mightily. So are they trying to rise up? Yeah, the chieftain insurgents are there, and they grow fast. So we want to get stability so we could pull the plug on probably the tribal host. The tribal host does not affect how happy they are, it just makes them more powerful. And I don't need 10% more horses, my country is mostly horse anyway. Because share the spoils doesn't give them much power. Primacy of the nobility gives them so much power, but it's so good for the country. Discipline and quality, both amazing. Wait, but I don't want serfdom. But I don't want aristocracy. Which one gives aristocracy? This has to go then. It's not a lot, though. That's tricky. Maybe I pull tribal host first. It's a long journey to move towards non-aristocracy anyway. Export licenses for nobles? Makes them happier. Chieftains lose even more satisfaction. Look, the chieftains are already unhappy. Operation Screw the Chiefs is in full force. That said, the burghers are happy enough. In fact, they're very happy. I'm probably going to need this satisfaction equilibrium in due time anyway. Take it. It lasts 5 years after all. And my trifle with the chieftains might be over in about 2. Going to take about 20 months to have the stability to pull the plug on this. And if I could invest in stability harder, I would. But the only other thing I can do is a cabinet action. And cabinet action is not on the cards because what I'm busy doing is converting these lands into core lands. I want this one to be more Mongolian than Astrakhani, which will be soon. Same is happening around here. Actually, aren't you the only one that still needs to be done? Yes. Once these two are done, we're going to move and start integrating other places by telling the Astrakhani that they're not welcome here. We had a choice at the start of the game, by the way, to just accept the Astrakhanis, and I stuck to my gun saying, no, screw them. Mongol supremacy all the way. Even though Mongol is absolutely not a supreme culture. Busy getting brutalized by other Chinese. Or real Chinese, perhaps. I don't know. I don't claim to know much about the Sino ways. I see the Georgians are thriving under a benevolent rule. Yeah, exactly. See, without having to worry about me existing... Did they always have all this land? The minor tribe of Kopa, which sounds a lot like Skopa, are joining Trebizond, and I might have to take this land off of them. Circassians. Religion? Orthodox. Hideous. Yeah, see... I'm going to take this over at some point. I want better control over the Kaffa market. Kaffa has nice things and a good connection to Constantinopolis. And we will be wanting that. How's our road network coming along? We don't talk about the road network. We do look at it and we feel a sense of sadness. It looks like if the road is any longer than about 3 or 4 tiles, it just doesn't do anything anymore. Hey, we did it. Excellent. So this entire area, or this entire province, I wish the outline was easier to see. Yeah, this entire province is all integrated because we got the... Ah, this is a good way to see it. So you there. Who is that, actually? Mr. Yar. You're pretty good at what you do, but don't assimilate that anymore. I want to continue to assimilate places that have good control, because if I tell you to assimilate out here, you're not going to do a very good job. The lack of control means you just can't get it done. So we are looking to assimilate this province, I suppose. Assimilate these pops into our culture, please. All right, the culture is, of course, Mongolian. There we go. Yeah, that'll improve everything around here. And it all needs to be assimilated. Very good. There's so many options for what your people can do. Difficult to make a choice on all of them. But yeah, this is heavily impacted by control. And Spiritualist hurts the conversions as well. Whoa, the Ottomans have proposed that we have mutual defense. Why do they keep changing these? I'm glad there was a pop-up for that, but I think I actually went into it and changed it so it did pop up. Because previously we just had this thing here, and there are so many things at the top that I often miss new ones. Anyway, he is voting on this, right? Start the law debate, make a vote. He wanted to vote for... What is he voting for, anyway? Assured defense. Well, that's what I wanted, and you voted against it. All right, there we go. Does that just immediately change it? No, we have to wait. The vote ends in a year, despite us both already having cast our vote. But yeah, I want to make sure that the Ottomans and I are always in it together. But yeah, we had an alliance and they got rid of the alliance. I am notably unhappy about that. Pirates. There are hostile privateers and or pirates in all of this. Tell me more. I don't know anything about pirates in this game. The pirates of the Black Sea. They have 20% power. And I guess we learned about all of this because I built my... No, I thought I learned about it because I built all of my coastal villages, but they're not done yet. It is a mystery. What can one do about pirates game? Privateers are indistinguishable from pirates. Pirates are boat-based attackers of other ships. Our coastal areas, they steal goods or ducats. Okay, well, I mean, I don't have a lot of control over this area, so losing not much of not much is not much. So we'll let the pirates be. Now, what can be done here? Forest exploitation. Lumber is good. Lumber, I often feel like I lack for building efforts, and it's only over in Kazan. So I might want to trade more of that over to Astrakhan. Kazan to Astrakhan. More farming, Your Majesty. Grains, wool. I've already tanked the price of those things. I tell you, 5 diplomats would be very welcome. Even though the people that we make friends with wouldn't be very good. Liberty desire, loyalty of subject, subject income. Now that all sounds good. What I want to do is pass this so I can change the law. So I'm happy to go for something that already has high support. In fact, that's exactly what I want to do. I think actually 5 diplomats is more useful to me because it takes me an aeon to get diplomats. I will increase ties with my neighbours. Although this probably won't pass because I need to use the power to change the law. Wait, there are no possible agendas. Are you pulling my bits? Why are there no agendas possible? Well, I think it's very important to pull myself away from the aristocracy, because just being aristocratic in terms of values gives the aristocracy or your chieftains more of the crown power, which I don't want of them. I want them to have. So I need to change the noble-controlled mining operations, probably to burgher ones. Oh, that's tough, actually. Plutocracy is good, but peasants being happy is also good. And it's not like mining is something that we do a lot of. Coal, yeah, we got a couple of them. Iron, nope. Copper, nope. Gold, nope. Silver, nope. Stone, yes, actually. But the rest of this, not really. Although, if I actually colonize this, which is not out of the question at some point, I think there are a lot of good goods out there in Siberia. The problem is that I have no control over them, but on the good side, they'd still be goods in market. So I could still build marketplaces and bring back all the furs, the lumbers, the gold. There's copper up there as well. And I could also establish some cities and things. Wait, how do we get to these? Ah. There are corridors here. Wild game is particularly poor as a trade good, right? Yeah, 1 value. Ugh. It's used in a bunch of things, though. Colonizing this land is not out of the question, but it's certainly not something we're thinking about right now. Hey, Perm's got all the salt. So yeah, I'm unsure about the burghers or the peasants. Free subjects is good. We're actually working our way towards free subjects instead of serfdom. But I think it's very hard to say no to plutocracy, even though capital economy is something I'm not very interested in. We are 100 towards capital economy. Wait. We cannot push more than 10 towards a traditional economy. This must have been pushed up with or without me. Interesting. I think plutocracy is too good to pass up, though. This swings it in a big way. It goes from 10 aristocracy to 10 plutocracy. So yeah, this is going to cost me stability, by the way, which I'm not happy with. Those chieftains are going to insurge against me. Boom. Now I lose all support of Parliament because they have no agendas for me. Really sad. I might need to clamp down on those chieftains because they're growing a little bit too fast. I'm going to fail Parliament, and that's going to stop me from being able to pull this out in time. And bribing them is a little bit too expensive right now. Who is my better cabinet member for putting the chieftains in their place? That would be you. I need you to clamp down on rebellions. There are no possible rebels. No, I rather think there are a lot of rebels. Chieftain insurgents must be taken care of, please. Rebels cannot be allowed to form instability. We will crack down hard on them. Very good. Now, how much is that going to affect them? Not much, but hopefully enough. Ah, dear. I'm willing to bribe the chieftains to get them off my back, which is why I am not currently spending the money that I have. Trying to save it up a bit. It's going to be sad not to get the extra diplomats, but I wanted that law changed. Parliament. Why no agendas, though? Seems bizarre that nobody wants anything done. I might be hallucinating, but wild game was super in demand in Constantinople market in my game. Yeah, demand can change the price of goods. We look over here for the goods and we look for game. There is a massive lack of game here. The price, however, is still going down. Why is that? The base price is modified by da-da-da-da-da. I wonder what current... I'm trying to understand why this is lower. Oh, right. It has a target price and is working its way towards that target price. So it is going to be worth more. But that's still not a lot. That's still kind of crap. Gold and silver, now they make good money. Jewelry as well. But that doesn't see to the needs of your people. So once I'm finished building all these, I'm going to do a real run through all the markets and try and deal with pop needs as much as I can. I'd also like to build up Sarai a bit more. I really want to have more burghers around. Burghers which I can tax with a greater tax efficiency that they give me. Glass Guild. I'm sure they're fine. Insulted us. Oh, right, I got a Casus Belli on Nizhny Novgorod. I could have used that to drag in Pronsk. Okay, next time there's an issue with the coalition collapsing for whatever reason. Let's see if we can't jump while the iron is hot and try to annex Pronsk. And I do want Pronsk annexed. What's the fur price in Europe like? I wonder if there's a way to just check out goods price. Or RGO price. I know there's RGO mining and whatnot. Not seeing it. But we can look at markets and we can just jump around them and search for... What does somebody want to know? Fur. Seems there is a significant lack of fur in most markets. You'd think Scandinavia would be fine on fur, and they're relatively okay. But yeah, if I exploited those furs... Wait, how in the world do they get a lot of fur over in northern Spain? There's a huge amount of supply of it. Coming from Ledsima? There's a fur RGO here that's going absolute ham. There is, okay. Well, I guess to the Spaniards, northern Spain is cold. I was wandering around Tapsaf and Granada in February. Town seats demanded. I would get a lot of support in Parliament if I gave a seat in Ishmael. Do we actually want seats? The burghers get more powerful, which I'm actually considering is good these days. They put a demand for goods, which probably means I have to pay for this, don't I? Happy traders and support might actually be worth giving. How long do we have? I'm willing to do this, you know what? I want to see how the seats work. Maybe it doesn't actually do anything here, but it would be nice if it forced there to be an agenda that I could kowtow to. You should pay tribute to Granada's food by doing Granada World Conquest. I can't imagine that World Conquest would in any way be enjoyable in this game. The map is so massive. I mean, it wasn't really enjoyable in EU4, but at least it was not too much like pulling your own teeth out. Feels like these are done at different times. I'm pretty sure I put them all down at the same time. Oh, hang on. Tatar yoke weakened. Is that enough to destroy the coalition against me? What a disaster. Here, have some money, traders, but please give me support. Actually impossible to pass this. Unless I get an event or something, or an agenda. And remember, if it doesn't pass, that's going to hurt my time frame for reigning in the chieftains. These chieftain insurgents are a real threat to the country, considering how much of the country they're going to rise up with. You have more time in EU5 to do World Conquest. Surely easier to pull up. Yeah, it's more about do I want to have a good time or not, and I can't imagine that being a particularly good time. I really like the fact that you can focus inwards in this game. Focus inwards quite a lot, even with my beloved Horde. Now, if this were EU3, I'd already be terrorizing the HRE. Were you taxing the chieftains? I am still taxing the chieftains. Are you perhaps saying that I shouldn't? Actually, their satisfaction goes up a fair bit. Yeah, you know what? Let's try that. Try playing friendly with them. taxing traders as much as I can, but maximum tax for them is quite low, sadly. The Dhimmi don't give no money, but I don't think it's worth it. Better to keep them happy. Yeah, if push comes to shove, I'm keeping some money around to bribe the chieftains. But the dream is yanking out their privileges. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, come on. I had no way to actually pass this. Well, I suppose I could have not yanked the law down, but that's regrettable. Goodbye, stability. And goodbye all those diplomats that I wanted, because diplomats are money to me. How do slaves translate to ducats? Now, that was a question I was struggling with for quite some time. Because if you enslave people and you bring them home, and we brought a lot of slaves over to Sarai, and we brought plenty more, they just kind of sit there eating money. They promote agonizingly slowly, but they will work RGOs. The problem is, slaves don't move. I cannot see a way to actually move slaves from one location to another, unless you're shipping them off to the New World, but that's a mechanic I don't know about. But what you can do is emancipate them. If their culture becomes accepted by you, that frees all the slaves, and then suddenly they're peasants, and peasants can migrate. So we have enslaved a lot of Muscovites. At some point, we will integrate Muscovy, we'll accept the slaves, and then suddenly, bang, lots of working population. The problem is peasants don't pay taxes, so we need to get them working somehow. But that's what building up the country is for. Build up the RGOs, get them get those goods sent out. It should surely be good for me. Anyway, speaking of good for me, how about those markets? I think my market power around all the places has improved significantly. Yeah, look at that. I don't recall having 24 over in Astrakhan. And I don't recall having 14 trade income when I started. I had 8 just a year ago. And again, that is multiplied by our crown power. Who are Avaria? Avaria are having a civil war. They're such good eggs, we couldn't refuse our friends. Oh, okay. I'm at war with 3 guys. Sure. Could I, perchance, just send in a levy or 2? I certainly don't have a lot of levies around here, do I? You. Just go and take that. 3 guys. That's their entire navy. No, my navy's 8 guys. And I can store 126 of them. That really went up thanks to building the fishing villages. Alright, there we go. Just get in there. Let's see. That is a commoner in charge of the army. Very good. The chieftain still feeling revolting? Chieftain Insurgent really does build up. Don't like that. Okay, we stomped on those 3 guys. It's October. I hope we can still march into the mountain. Remember, mountains freeze up in winter. Coming of age for people I'm not sure I care about. Oh, maybe I do. That's my heir, actually. Teeny. Teeny's not very good. Well, they're quite mediocre. But that's okay, as long as the country is strong, it's not too bad if you're so-so. Arranging a marriage. I wonder if marrying into an estate makes the estate stronger. In that case, should I keep it within the family? What about a royal marriage? Yeah, nobody wants that. And I wouldn't disgrace by marrying a lowborn, would I? Disgrace of the Horde. I truly do wonder if this has any impact if I marry an estate. You'd think it would tell you doing this will da-da-da-da-da. I don't want to risk it. I really don't want to risk any chieftain power, especially for something as long-lasting as a marriage. So just give me this... Wait, 40? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. Wait, they're all old bats. Oh, I don't like that. Maybe I do marry a lowborn. Because I need the heirs for the tribal succession crisis not to be an issue. No dynasty of note. I've got a lot of Horde unity, and prestige is just whatever. Go ahead, marry a lowborn. I didn't think to check how old they would be. Okay, good, they're 16. Fantastic. Live long and make many. Can you migrate pops from your own territories to other nations? Not as far as I'm aware. Well, that's not entirely true. We have the cabinet action to expel people. So we can kind of force people out, cause negative migration attraction, make people migrate away from somewhere at greater speeds. And I'm pretty sure as long as some borders are open, you can push them into other nations, but I don't know how exactly that works. Point is, life is good for my horde. People seem to be working their way towards the greater cities from the countryside, and that is fine. There are opportunities in the cities, opportunities to pay me taxes. Oh good, I've got what I need to create my horde expansion Casus Belli on you. Meaning I can stop doing the spy network. It's really clunky, all this spy network into CB stuff. I'd rather spy network was detached from CB altogether, considering you have to wait for a CB anyway. But that is just my opinion. And it's worth as much as anybody else's, which is to say nothing. Okay, good, we already won there. In that case, get together, get out of my sight. Get back to work. Is it time to look at my markets? I think it is. I want to look at pop needs here. So. Where am I going to look at for that? Maybe I want to look at pop needs. I'm sure there's somewhere that shows pop needs. Was it production, goods, pop needs? There we go. This is what I should have been looking at a long time ago. Pop needs within a market. Get those filters out of my face. Relevant goods in market. What if that's a no? Okay, good. So these are all the things that my pops are in need of inside my beloved Asterkani market. I need to ask myself, do I want to build plantations to get my fruits or import my fruits? I'm not opposed to building fruit plantations. It does cost money, which I can't really afford right now, so... yeah, because I need to keep that money to get the chieftains off my back if they revolt. I cannot imagine I'm going to be able to bring lacquerware in from anywhere. Yeah, no, not at all. What about tea? Also not at all. Wheat, though, should certainly be available. The Kaffa market has plenty of it. So what I can do is I can severely reduce the amount of automated power that I have. And I can say, give me that wheat. And good, it actually shows me the balance. So if I want that 0.6... I can bring in the 0.6. And this is the amount that I bring in, right? Yeah, the good amount. I wish there was an amount that just went to the amount that you needed. Like, what's alt-clicking here? Oh, alt-click brings it up by a smaller amount. Shift-click brings it up by a huge amount. And it's such a small thing here. Alright, so I'm hesitant to alt-click because I think that force changes your country with certain settings. Oh, wait, that's the trade capacity amount that I do. Right. Never mind then. In that case, bring in this wheat from Kaffa to keep my people happy. And then show me other needs. There's a need for pepper. Nowhere has general pepper. There's a need for cloves. Yeah, fat chance getting myself any cloves brought in here. So no to pepper, no to cloves. Fruit. Now, there's nothing stopping me just importing some of that fruit. Why are these maxed out from the get-go? But yeah, once again, Kaffa has a lot of fruit, and it's a very profitable... Whoa, that's very profitable bringing it in from Nista. I don't need a lot of this stuff, so I can just use a little bit of my trade capacity to bring it in. And remember, happier pops means more control. Let's bring in slightly more than necessary. Took me a while to understand the system, but I really like it. And you know what game it's evoking in my head to give me dangerous, good, fuzzy feelings? Begins with P and ends in attrition. Yeah, there's no amber to be had. It's a shame that my people keep demanding things that I don't have any control over getting. But if I expand my reaches, then I might be able to reach markets that do have access to this. What's that last thing that they were able to get? Incense. No, it wasn't incense. Sugar is available, but oh well. So, huzzah. Though that should sort out some of my needs inside the Astrakani market. Automatic trading will not use more trading capacity than assigned. We've assigned out of that. Only thing can be used because of our locked trades. If I bring this up, is it going to get rid of the trades that I just made? Yeah, there we go, there we go. When I make a trade, the automatic trade capacity cannot use it, and I just locked in about 5 trade capacity worth. So very good. The rest of the trade capacity that I just made will automatically be sent on getting me the biggest profits. So I cut into my profits to make my people happier. Happier people will be less revolting and give me more control, which will mean more taxes for me. I'm not sure if that's actually the better thing to focus on, but for now I want to try it out. Where else are people significantly unhappy? Pops have lots of needs in the Kazan market, but I should have just increased my market capacity there quite a lot. So. Let's get back to good needs over in... Here we go. Kazan market. Relevant goods, not important. Show me specifically pop needs. You know, I was skeptical about introducing Vicky things like this, but it's good. It feels really good. There are quite a few things I can build, and I would quite like to build. Yeah, if they're going to want liquor, I'm going to have to build it locally because I cannot move liquor around as a Sunni. But yeah, they want their fruits. I can get them their fruits. Mozak has plenty of fruits. Although, even if I maximum bring in fruit, it's not enough. Alright, but what if I kill all the automated stuff? Then how much of this stuff can I bring in? I can bring in a fair chunk of it. Alright, there we go. What else were they after that I can actually get? Pottery. I'm surprised pottery is in such high demand around here. And would you look at that? We've got a nice profitable pottery route right here. You can see there's a lot more demand that I'm able to fill here. So more trade capacity, more better. Give me that, please. A very hefty music for not much going on, isn't it? Can I import furniture around here? Ryazan has furniture. And it's not going to be quite enough to meet my... That's like as much as I can get here, isn't it? Yeah, that's certainly not enough. So I need a lot more market capacity to fill in my needs in Kazan. But that makes sense, because Kazan is rather huge. Yeah, it certainly is. A lot more provinces where I should be building up trade ability, even if I have to do it out in the boonies. There's also quite a lot of needs in Ryazan market. So again, show me the goods. Show me the Ryazan market. Show me the pop needs. Yeah, again, why is fruit so very much needed around my whole country? Fruit and pottery. Potter. Oh, right, I have very low power here. So I guess we start with the much needed fruits. I think I would free up a lot of my trading capacity if I just built a lot of fruit plantations inside my country. I think they can only be done in the cities, but if needs must, then we must need. Alright. Bring in the fruit for my people, and then spend the rest on bringing in pottery. Yeah, as much pottery as we can from the Kaffa market. Not very profitable, these routes, I'll give them that, sadly. Alright, do I care about any of my other markets? There's the Kaffa. Kaffa market's quite important because control kind of struggles around here despite it being core. So. Let's check out Kaffa market. Where we're, moving a lot of goods from. I got a lot more trade power in Kaffa, which is potentially quite useful. Sadly, this is probably going to hurt my income because I'm fulfilling pop needs rather than my coffer needs. We are quite certain we can't get lacquer, right? Yeah, we're lacking that. And I can't imagine tea is widely available around here. They're hungry for rice. Yeah, I can get a good man some rice. Yeah, I would love a button that just defaults to the amount that you need. Bring in the most profitable rice from Timurids. Peppers. Man, can't get diddly in Constantinopolis. Yeah, the rest of their needs I can't even get, so that's out of the question, isn't it? Well, not necessarily. They want some books, because reading is fun. Oh, well, not really, not really. So that means the rest of these goods, I can just say, automate the rest. And it will say, yeah, we can only take so much because we've already forced certain trades. Alright, very good. My RGO's below. Fruit is an RGO. I'm aware that fruit is an RGO, however, it's not an RGO that I have a lot of access to. Show me the fruits. Fruits are here. A better way to show fruits is to go fruit. Fruit, okay. Oops, trying to pan the map, but it's still typing in there. Yeah, this is my access to fruit. Not a whole lot. I got like 2 provinces that do fruit. Now, that's not saying I can't max out those RGOs, or at least enhance them a bit, especially where there are people available for it. And would you look at that, there is some space here. No output to be had here, not monetarily at least, because I have no control. The satisfaction is dead low in Lusta. And if I were to try and improve that, the lack of control means it's minus 100% on shifting demographics. That's really quite bad. Good lord, that's really quite bad. Damn, that spiritualism. At least my cultural influence helps out there, but it's still going to be very slow if I want to make that core, and it wouldn't be for much payoff anyway. Even so, without control, this stuff still goes to market. So I still think it's worth improving my fruit output, since clearly my people are hungry for more and more fruit. Does this place have slaves? Yeah, there are slaves. I'm going to double up on the RGOs here. They'll fill out eventually, and clearly fruit is in demand. Because I don't know if doing fruit RGO, output per level 1.23, if I were to compare that to building a fruit plantation in Kazan, which sounds bizarre, but I'm sure it's possible. That's a laborer building, right? Maybe it's not available here. No, it is! We can fruit orchard in Kazan. Hardy. Output of 1 fruit orchard is significantly less than an RGO. And it costs wood. But on the plus side, it employs these laborers who can be taxed. And Kazan otherwise has a lot of people that aren't being put to use. That gives an opportunity for these slaves to promote to peasants, as peasants promote to laborers. Also, there's a lot of peasants. So yeah, that does improve the market. The downside, of course, being that my control of Kazan is quite low, so I don't get a lot of taxes out of it. That's why I'm pretty happy to move as much production to Sarai and the surrounding area as possible. So Sarai and Astrakhan should be a massive amount of production, so I can tax it, and then we use our market ability to move it to the other parts of our empire. That improves their happiness or satisfaction, to improve my control, to improve my taxation and everything else. So yeah, seems like you got to focus in the capital area where you have control and then spread outwards. Just dumping everything in low control areas doesn't seem to help much, unless it's a really good RGO. Why do we want to promote slaves? Can't we let Euros move up in the world? I don't know what you're getting at there. The slaves don't do anything. They just are mouths that I have to feed. So they're actually a net drain on society. But I can make them work, and I can very slowly have them promote. Admirals are concerned? I mean, what would they know? How am I not already 100 towards land here? And what is Navy tradition? I mean, maybe at some point I want to focus Navy, but now is not that point. Salt is always good. Why don't we have more salt? The slaves can work in building. It's free labor. Free? All labor is free as far as I'm aware. And then I tax them. And yes, these days we do actually tax people. Tax the traders, tax the commoners. That commoner money is not insignificant either. I'm happy about that. Right, so give it a wee while, we'll get the stability we need to completely destroy my country's stability again, which is what we love to do. But it's all in the name of crushing the elites. They've got to go. And damn, is it hard to do so. Yeah, we need 7 positive stability to rip this out, and then we go to negative 100 stability. And then these people are going to want to rise up, but as long as we get rid of those chieftains. Does it mention how much is going to hurt their happiness for repealing the tribal host? Hurts my country overall, by the way, but I need to proportionally get as much crown power as I can. Excuse me. Getting bunged up, probably because I've been streaming EU and talking all week. There's a number on the old throat. Gosh, the game looks plenty. So many things to do. Yeah, I love that, right? And the great thing is, if you don't want to bother with it, right, just hit automation, right? Automate trades for me. Bish, bash, bosh. Maybe I should actually turn this off so that I'm the one choosing trades specifically getting automated. But if I don't do that, oh my god, stop! Right, we've got our assured defense. Hopefully the Ottomans don't call a vote again, because it actually costs, I think, legitimacy to call a vote there. Was the Chagatai Horde always this large? Hello, Jake. Our country's making and keeping alliances in your game. They keep breaking up alliances for no reason in my game. Yeah, that happened with me. I allied the Ottomans, and it was a big struggle to do that. And they just dropped the alliance out of nowhere. And I was very unhappy about that. And now I'll never get the alliance again, because everybody wants to kill me. But someday they'll be unable to kill me, and then I will kill them. Really? Hold on. Nizhny Novgorod is not a member of the coalition against me. I think. They have a lot of people that want to join in. Is that because they're friends or subjects? Ecumenical, Tatar yoke, rival. Oh, I see. Their overlord is Vladimir. Vladimir is in the coalition against me. That is why. That is why they're not part of it. I mean, it's a wimpy coalition. I could take them on, no problem. And it's probably no big deal if I do just fight Pronsk and take their land. So I'll consider just doing that, because I do want the land. The People's Democratic Golden Horde? Yeah, we're focusing inward. Oh good, Bulgaria got their land back. And good, the Romanians are largely dead. Proto-Romanians. The Black Winds was talking about how much he loves Epirus, wants to play them. Well, I hope this didn't happen to you. They got Serbi-nommed. And it looks like their overlord Byzantines did not help them at all. Alright, I mean, rebels aside, things look pretty good. Books, buildings are missing input goods in the following market. Kaffa, they need books. Astrakhan needs dyes and tin. I mean, where do you think I'm going to find dyes and tin? For the Carpenter Guild. Well, you shouldn't have built a Carpenter's Guild, should you? I'm pretty sure I didn't build that. But I do love seeing the control grow around here. I'm trying to think what my next big surplus of cash should go towards. There is an idea to build a few smaller roads coming out of Sarai, so that the control can propagate a bit better. I'd be very curious to see, if I just built a road from here to here, how much would it affect control? How much do you think it would affect control? Because we do have proximity to capital around here. Not a lot, but could certainly grow. The problem is these lands aren't core. I want to focus on places that are more core-like. It's difficult, really hard to know where to build your roads, especially in such a detached country like this. Maybe forget the roads, right? Yeah. Instead, we spend our money building stuff. He does it again! He just wanted a vote, and now he's calling a vote to repeal the thing he was voting for. Does it show what he's voting for? Yeah, he's voting for possible defense. Can be called. No, it's assured defense. I think the game preferences the player in split votes like that, which is nice, but it's still a pain in the bum that it keeps happening. Yeah, he's addicted to voting. Ottomans just love it. I'd like this land. It would certainly give me more control over the Kaffa market. The issue is that you are subject to Genoa, and Genoa is allied with a couple of people, but they're also probably part of the HRE, so that would call in big old Bohemia, right? Yeah. But if I made this one of my show superiority wars, I could just fight whatever comes, and then get enough war score to demand these provinces. As for Theodoro, I'm just letting them build up whatever this province is called. Cherso, what's it? It's a nice town, isn't it? Whoa, it's a city. That's going to make it difficult to integrate, but still good for me to have eventually. For now, though, it doesn't do much for me, so I'll let the Goths build it up, and then I will eventually just come in and take it. Why I don't play games at launch? Same reason Jake doesn't build roads. Cash. Is that a question? Whoa, 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 whoa. I can't have my brother-in-law die here. He's a crown member. And I can't remove him from the cabinet. Reprimands are fine. Horde unity is plentiful. We pay plentifully into it, but that is okay. Greek tributary. Maybe you're saying that I should tributize little guy here. He doesn't have enough money to justify that. I mean, how much would he really give me? Religious figure is here. I never really figured out what that's meant to mean for me. I get the same with defensive year. Every year they ask for a new vote. Yeah, they probably just have AI waiting that makes them want to do it all the time. It's meant to be a patch coming out today. Perhaps it'll be in the fixes. Always such a fun and hectic time at Paradox getting those early patches out. I always found that quite a chill time as QA. You know, you just got this massive pile of things and you just keep chewing through them. And I always find it very interesting, the things that would come up in a game. And you look at something going, yeah, I swear I checked for that. And then it's like, oh, Christ, oh, it's in this specific case if they're Sunni. Ah, of course, because the Sunni interaction with this is da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Very fun. All these people coming of age is quite promising, giving me potential much better members of my cabinet. But I cannot afford any stability costs right now. Those chieftains need to die. And I am there to kill. It's kind of a shame that they're so happy, because I'm just going to be removing all that happiness anyway, and they're still going to have their 30% insurgency. But that's what this money is for. This money is emergency calm down chieftains fund, and I'll be making them calm down soon enough. QA seems like a long slog of infinite grinding. Kind of is, but I enjoyed it. Heck, I wouldn't have gotten into it if I didn't think I'd enjoy it, and I certainly did. I never went into the job thinking, I will start as QA, but one day I will rule the world. No, I just enjoyed QA. Getting into more development-related roles, that was more of a happenstance. Yeah, let's go with that. Right, not much happening in the country, so I'm happy to speed up. Or am I? I think I am. Those advances are coming along. I want that institution growth because I don't have any of that. Maybe I should actually look into investing in culture at some point. Otherwise, not a lot of this seems particularly useful for me. War with no casus belli. Tempting. We can invite a religious figure. Make the peasants happy and get research progress? That sounds very, very good. Please do. There we go. Clicking on here brought me to the character. I was wondering why it gave me a different screen. Yes, please teach in my country. Keep those peasants happy. Happy peasants pay taxes. Do we tax the chieftains to pay the chieftains if they rebel? I'm actually trying to make them a bit happier. Just to slow the insurgency. Trying to, at least. Wait, I don't have all my rivals. In fact, I'm lacking all of my rivals. That does make me conciliatory, which is good, but the counter-espionage is very bad. If anybody wants to do spying on me, they could kill my ruler like that, and I'm very, very unhappy that button even exists. So I should probably label some rivals. Strange though they may be. It's a real shame. I mean, conciliatory is good for me. We've been very belligerent, and now we're actually working towards conciliatory, and that makes my subjects more loyal. Efficient cabinet and whatnot. This is all quite good. I don't really care about antagonism. Right? Give me all the antagonism in the world. Who cares? They're going to hate me anyway. But these people, it doesn't matter how antagonized they get. I'm going to kill them all in due time, in conciliatory ways. The only thing that really makes me worry is that lack of counter-espionage. Because if somebody builds up a big spy network, they can't just kill your ruler. And I've had that happen in a test game before. Let's risk it, though. Let's just try without it. Oh, stability at a moment when I need it the most. Brilliant. Okay, great. Well, looks like those chieftain insurgents are going to have a lot more reasons to want to rise up. I do think tribal host's the best thing to get rid of. Doesn't hurt their equilibrium, but it enormously hurts their power. On the other hand, the estate council is causing aristocracy, which is currently huge. But if I make this one change, it's going to start ticking towards plutocracy. Slowly, but it will start ticking. Annoyingly slowly because it's legacy of Genghis Khan. I need other things that push me towards plutocracy. Makes them very unhappy. Oh well, you know what? Screw the chieftains, they gotta go. All my stability is gone. Their satisfaction, all gone. Country once again ravaged. But we will destroy those chieftains. I just don't want to get rid of primacy of the nobility. Nice thing about low stability is that it does head back up a lot faster when it's lower. But yeah, now those chieftain insurgents are absolutely cheesed off. They are not cheesed to see me. And it would cost me about $1,000 dues to even think about making them happier. Aye, and to make matters worse, the low stability also reduces the satisfaction equilibrium for all of my estates. Fortunately, everyone else is quite happy. And if I wanted to give out other... whatchamacallums, privileges, now is the time, because the chieftains aren't going to get any less happy. Were there any that I wanted to give out, though? I don't want to centralize. I don't want to be belligerent. I like spiritualism, but I don't want the clergy getting too powerful. They're already quite powerful. If I'm going to give them power, it needs to be for something very, very good. Like conciliatory? That is too small for me to want. That is... Whoa, okay, maybe I do want this. More diplomats, more conciliatory, barely any power. Yeah, we should absolutely have that. Yeah, exactly. See, the chieftains aren't getting any less happy. And I think that does it. I'm not sure there's anything else I'd want to give to the Alama. Hello, Jake. You're causing my autistic brother a lot of discomfort. He is longingly awaiting the return of Farthest Frontier long play. Oh, you were too slow. EU5 is here until I'm kind of full of it, and then I will get back to Farthest Frontier. But you know, Farthest Frontier is a game that I need to learn a lot about to play effectively, which I want to do. The problem is EU5 is here and it's just a much better game. Once the initial excitement has died down and EU5 becomes a bit more of a background noise of the channel, then I'll be coming back to Farthest Frontier, but don't expect that for at least a couple of weeks. At least. Yeah, I should never even put things like that to autists. They go, at least, well, come on, it's been at least 14 days. Come on. Pedants, the lot of them. Anyway, still considering these traders. I quite like my traders having power, but they do get in the way of my crown power, and I suspect that in time, my growing amount of burghers in the country as I make more and more centralized things is going to mean that they have a surprisingly large amount of power. I've already given them a ton of privileges. Privileges that I might regret later on, so maybe I should shy away from giving them more. Common people are always nice, but I think I've given the commoners everything I could want. Well, actually, fewer levies is quite nice. It's not a lot of power. I don't care much about levy size, but I do care about free subjects. Why do I care about free subjects? Because serfdom is really bad, right? Well, actually, it's not really that bad. Serfdom makes me tax them harder and gives me more goods. Free subjects, on the other hand, promotes a lot better. I actually really like taxing them. That might not be worth it then. Maximum RGOs in rural going down? That sounds very bad. I don't think I want any of these. I would consider putting them in Parliament, but I'd need a specific Parliament law for that, and I don't have it. I really don't like the Dhimmi, so I don't think I want to give them anything else. Humanist is as opposed to spiritualist, and I actually quite like 0 on this one, because they both get in the way of each other for conversion and assimilation. Make the clergy less happy. More tolerance of heathens sounds nice. Making the clergy less happy. Do I care about that? Contemplating that, because tolerance of heathens does improve their satisfaction in my country, and there's still a ton of heathens in my country. How much do I really care about the clergy anyway? And the Dhimmi have such low power that giving them more power is not a big deal. Is there a way to check my current tolerance? Religious unity is terrible. Primary religion tolerance is good. Tolerance of heretics and heathens is quite low. Yeah. What have you missed? Not much. We're just focusing on our nation. This is no longer scrolling for some reason. There we go. Quite tempted by the tolerance, actually. I know I don't like tolerance, but it's not a lot to pay for quite a lot of satisfaction, and it probably goes a long way to getting rid of a lot of these rebel issues. Yeah, go on, I'll go for that. And the tribes. I think I've given everything to the tribes that I care to give them. Yeah, these are all just bad, so no thank you. Alright, like I said, the chieftains can't get any less happy. We'll see how their insurgency goes, but I'm probably just going to have to dump a lot of money on them. It's a shame I don't have the stability. Look at that, it's much, much cheaper now to pull out their other privileges. Oh, hell yeah, I like that. Now it's not going to bring me straight down to negative 100. I need to get rid of... I think everything other than primacy, the nobility needs to go. Whoa, I missed this. Look at that. Serfdom 10. This is what I need to get rid of next. That's going to completely destroy our movement towards aristocracy. So yeah, that needs to go. And then... Share the spoils doesn't actually do much. I'm okay with share the spoils staying around to make them happier. At least until I don't care about their happiness. But yeah, tribal host and nobility serfdom have both got to go. Alright, very good. The question is, do I pay them? They're so unhappy. The monthly change is going to be very, very slow, and their uprising is very, very fast. So let's just say goodbye to the money. It has no effect on their happiness if you tax them now. I would say that it does. Satisfaction equilibrium 0. Also, they're too angry to pay taxes. Amazing. Anyway, I truly, truly cannot afford the chieftain insurgency. Look at what that would do to my country. Oof. More than anything, that would be a pain in the arse to fight. So I think we just say goodbye to this money. Ah, I will miss you, money. Ow. 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 Ah ha ha ha. And it's still trending down, isn't it? Whoa, monthly change minus 70. I don't think I'm going to be able to kick them out of the uprising if it's going down that fast. Aren't you curious how Civil War would go? Curious, yeah, but maybe not for a proper run. Anybody else got some money? That was our road money, yeah, it was a lot of things, but right now it's a save my country money. Let's see, I have 4 diplomats. That's a good number of diplomats to have. Especially when there are all these countries that could give me money. Except Serbia only have 5 ducats. Timmy. Timmy are in debt. Well, I put them in debt. Halik, you've always been good for money. Why does no one have any bloody money? I have people to pay off, you know. Ah, there we go. Georgia's got my back. $125 dues. Yeah, Halik can't be doing it. Hungary. Hungary's got $200 dues for me. Thank you kindly. Kiev, you've always been good. 80, that'll do. I need to just throw it all at the chieftains, you know. Ka-chunk. Ka-chunk. That should get rid of their insurgency for now. Wait, the commoners want to rise up now? What did I do to the commoners? The commoners are happy. Wait, what? I think that... Oh, Lord. What the... What? A bunch of laborers out in Bashkir want to rise up? Sorry, I think I missed that. A bunch of laborers in Milut. So a bunch of people I've never even heard of over here want to rise up. Okay, sure. Maybe the change of the month will make the game see some sense. Because the commoners love me. Wait, the commoners don't seem to love me. No, the current amount is fine. It's just the equilibrium isn't good. Let's make the equilibrium 60. That tends to kill off people rising up. Oh, of course, the negative stability is making everybody a bit antsy right now. All right, in that case, until we know better, let's try and bring everybody up to 50%, except the Dhimmi and the tribes. Keep them nice and low. Yeah, because negative stability makes all of your estates unhappy. Well, thank goodness we got rid of the... we didn't get rid of the slaves, but we never will. We got rid of the nobles. But yeah, these commoners... There's a few more pops now, but if I keep the commoners happy, that should go away. Maybe even just get rid of taxation, or at least only tax them up to about 62%. It's alright, we still make money. That's what the tributaries are for. Diplomatic income 70 or so. Automatic estate income is probably what I automate the most. I thought that, but then I thought... Take the tribes, for example. I can tax them for... okay, bad example. They've not got much money to give. Okay, so the Dhimmi could give me 3 ducats, but they'd be very unhappy. But if I just kept them very, very happy, then they give me a nice boost to all my RGO and food output. And that directly translates to money, I think. Well, let's assume that it does. So why worry? Also, good to see my trade income isn't getting murked by lack of stability. Anyway, these are big picture things that I'm getting out of the way early. The fact that I'm able to consolidate crown power is amazing. And the fact that I can break down these nasty chieftains is also amazing. I worry that they're going to spend all that money on things that will enshrine their power a bit better, but such is life. Possible cabinet actions. What did I do? Oh, of course, we got rid of the angry mob. I'm sure these commoner insurgents will go away on their own. The Astrakani Patriots, I don't mind them rising up, I'll just kill them. It's a shame I can't tempt them to rise up quickly so I can deal with them, because, I mean, what am I meant to do about these guys? 30,000 Astrakanis are unhappy. Well, whoop-de-doo. Right, I'm here to assimilate. To Mongolian, of course. I believe it was here that I was working on. Very good. Yeah, become part of my patrimony, which we defend to the last drop of peasant blood. My demographic shift is focused on this last province here. Still a good province to do because it's within our control. I mean, it can always pump out more wool and destroy the wool price in my market even more. I mean, poor market that I have here. There are some goods that are just ridiculously overproduced. You know, look at that. The price of wool has been destroyed. However, you know what that means? It means it would be very cheap to make a lot of cloth. Cloth is also overproduced, but that can also be exported. And fine cloth has a really good value regardless. So I think what we do is we actually make some places that create fine cloth. I can make my fun duck, people were asking about before. Requires books, paper, and jewelry, but then I can just set up traders to import that. Is there an automation for bringing in goods that you need for production? No, there is building stuff. I'd like some automation settings for trade, you know, prioritize, you know, like number 1 pop need, number 1 building needs, number 2 pop needs, and then number 3 profit. I would be very surprised if that doesn't get added, because it's currently what I want to do, and it's a bit of manual work currently. Wonder how much pulp will get wasted in that patriotic riot. Quite a few of them. Our horse archers don't take prisoners unless you're regular soldiers. We don't encounter too many of those. Slave uprising. They were only slaves. Oh, I didn't realize the Tatar yoke panel was up here as well. It sure looks like I'm not making money. Do I actually make any money off Tatar yoke right now? It sure looks like I don't. I used to make money selling food. What happened there? Tell me about food. Kind of nuts how a nation with so much food everywhere has to buy food in places. Maybe that was a winter thing. I think I heard somebody mention they were playing as Norway and the long winters meant goodbye food for a lot of the times. Weekly one-shot challenge, go a whole stream without quoting the Prince of Egypt. Better idea, weekly one-shot, we just sit around and all watch the Prince of Egypt together. Great idea, Andy. Contemplating just fighting Pronsk, to hell with the coalition. I mean, it's a coalition of the nobody at this point. And Pronsk disappearing. The downside is I can't really make much use of Pronsk. It's just land that I want. It's not land that would be particularly productive. Well, it would be quick to core. And core land is already good, right? Yeah, I suppose that's a good enough reason to take it. I would have to integrate it, but Pronsk is just a bunch of rural settlements, so it's no big deal. Yeah, I think I'll eat Pronsk, to hell with the coalition. How's my army doing up there, and is it doing anything for control? Friendly army, not much. Oh, whoa, whoa, what in the hell am I paying army maintenance for? When did that happen? Been paying all that maintenance for nothing. Oh, there's a thought. I can't actually use the, oh, buggery. He did vote. He did pass possible defense. Well, just give him time. He'll vote on another thing in another year. Clay pit. Really happy to see my estates actually build things that I want. Do I want a tall castle? No, I don't. Tall castle sounds bad. Tell me more about tall castles. The tall castle eats up things, gives the nobles more power, and makes them eat more food. It does employ people, though. Maybe that's not too bad. A small fortification, close, or da-da-da-da-da. Small contingent of guards, enforced payment of a toll to be granted on passage. I would actually like to see a tall castle that exists already. Where was the first one being made? Perhaps if I look at my buildings and I look at tall castles in all of my markets. There's just castle, there's not tall castle. Maybe estate buildings are separate. That's strange. Here's Tall Castle. But why if I search for Tall Castle, did Tall Castle not come up? Mysterious. Anyway, apparently there's one in Astrakhan. It costs money? Don't tell me I have to pay for that. Do I have to pay for that? Buildings. Marketplaces, embassies. Won't give me details about the other 12 buildings. Surely the estates should have to pay for that. Yeah, when the estates are angry, they build bad things. I can see that. Now, how do I tear them down? You said there's one here, right? It's worked by peasants, but I don't get to see it here. Maybe there's a specific thing for estate buildings. I'm not seeing it, though. Told me there was a... Oh, it says it's in Astrakhan, not Sarai. It still said it was a peasant building. That's a soldier building. There's the Tall Castle. We cannot destroy a building that is owned by an estate while we have less than 75% control of the territory. Currently, we only have 6-3 control in Astrakhan. So I can tear down their buildings. Impressively, it doesn't cost me to do that. But yeah, the local nobles eating more food here. How many nobles are there? Quite a few of them. And nobles already eat quite a lot of food. Freaking nobles. Right, well, I'm all the happier to break the spine of the nobility. So our values should finally be moving away, ever so slowly, away from aristocracy. 0.02 per month. But every bit that it moves away from there, it does admittedly reduce my discipline, but the noble power goes down. The amount of nobles goes down. The cost of my court goes down. And when we become plutocratic, more burghers, more powerful burghers, better trade, cheaper courts. Yeah, plutocracy sounds good. I mean, aristocracy was good during the Golden Horde's time of don't care about country, just care about getting new tributaries. At this point, I think we're powerful enough that we can get tributaries without the backing of the nobility. I am eyeing up Lithuania. They have converted to Catholicism, which is a shame. When they were pagan, they'd be nice soft targets. But they have this alliance with Poland, and we've learned that the Poles are not to be trifled with. Although, I don't recall Poland being in two halves. Do you? Yeah, the Poles were quite the menace to fight. It's just that you're allied with Poland, right? Why did subject interaction come up there? You have your own subjects, but that's not really much of a concern. Let me just play around with the idea of declaring war with you. Yeah, it doesn't even let me think about it because I've got negative stability. But looks like you'd bring in Poland as a friend. I paid off Poland last time. I could pay them off again. And having Lithuania as someone who also pays me tribute is probably really good. Because as we get more conciliatory, more decentralized, and more strong ourselves, we're finding that our subjects are less and less keen on rising up against us. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's a temporary effect. A temporary effect is bringing it down a lot. Let's not get carried away by that then. I could pay off Timmy's debts. No, that's not what this relationship is about. I wish I had a better view for punching them for additional money. If I wanted to just constantly make more money, it's a really, really decent idea to demand half of their market access. The problem with that, of course, is that it has a huge impact on their liberty desire. But I should really consider doing it to my colonies if I haven't already. Sure, it hurts them, but it gives me markets that I can drag goods from. The thing is, I think I've already done that with all of them. If I check the countries around here. Yeah, there's actually another thought, by the way. See some of the places like Kazan, or was it Ryazan, where I just did not have the... yeah, here we go. I don't have the trade capacity to drag all the things in. I could use trade capacity in another place to push them into Ryazan, I think. But it might be difficult to get a view of what kind of things I want to move around. Plus eats into my money. I think the Ryazani just... I need to just build up more market power. Why was I not able to build that stuff here? I wanted... Let's see, it's a burger building, right? Hold on, there are no burgers in Ryazan? Oh, Ryazan's a rural settlement. Wait, I have an idea. You know how Moskva's never going to be mine anytime soon? What if we make Ryazan into a better province than Moskva? I think it's already the most populous Russian city. Can I get a better view of this? Come on, I want population, but I want the whole world's population. Here we go. Might actually be the most populous Russian city. I mean, what are the possible other places? There's Vladimir with 14k. Novgorod's got 21k. What about Tver itself? 18k. 18k, and apparently it's a city. Well, we could always raid some... Yes! Wait a minute! Brainwave. Ryazan is Russian. Ryazan, if I make it into a city, will be a place that all the slaves I take in my further excursions into Russia, and there will be more. That will bolster the population of Ryazan, and I can make them work things over there. It's already a core. The main downside is it's really far away from my capital. But it might actually finally be a use for a bailiff to push up the local control. I wonder if multiple bailiffs stack. Anyway, we're going to do it. We're going to make Ryazan into a town. And perhaps later a city. Sounds expensive, though. How much does it cost to make a city? Whatever. Let's build this up first. Just to be clear, there are no other big cities around here. There's Kursk, of course. I don't like Kursk because it's not a core. Ryazan also already has a fort on it, doesn't it? Yeah, so it's perfect. City is something like 2,000 base cost. Well then, we're going to have to demand a lot of money from our tributaries. It's going to need glass in the market. Is there any glass in the market? Yeah, there is some glass supply, so they'll just get it a bit slower. That's not my concern. And it's not easy to get more. But yeah, I want to build up Ryazan into a bustling metropolis. Maybe even a megalopolis. But let's give the building another shot. The bailiff. Unhappy. My younger sister has come of age. Alright, I need you to make a lot of children for me to incestually marry into. Could you kindly marry, I don't know, anyone? I'm going to try marrying an estate to see if that has any effect on their power. You know, like marrying into the crown. Let's have a look at commoners, for example. Everybody memorized this? Good. Now we go back to that lassie and have you marry Tumen the commoner. They'll marry someone important from their own tribe. Very good. Huzzah. Now, is there any mention of that in the estate screen? Although I probably have to wait until the turn of the month. How on earth do I blub my heirs, Jake? I have a genius second-born. Older sister ain't cutting the mustard. I'm not sure if blubbing your heir is a possibility. This is not Crusader Kings. Oh, right, the commoners are still in charge of the army. I need crown power around here, so please give me... Tinny Beg. Who's Tinny Beg? My nephew. Sure, go on, Tinny Beg. Give me that crown power. It's not insignificant crown power to be in command of the whole army. Alright, so it takes a year to found a town. But then I'm looking forward to boosting up Ryazan and Sarai and the other place. But yeah, let's consider that building once again. I think we passed it by a little too fast, right? Oh, the bailiff makes the local nobles more powerful. Yeah. But that local proximity plus 20's got to be good, right? What did we decide that it was? I forgot the numbers that we saw over in wherever it was. Did it become... Yeah, how much control did it give? I think it was like 20 or so. So effectively doubling the control that I have in Ryazan can't be bad. They're even particularly satisfied there. I wonder why they're so satisfied. There's orthodoxy aplenty over there. Although now I accept a lot more orthodoxy. Oh, look at that! The Ottomans have once again proposed a resolution. I don't like this defensive league. Maybe I should stop bothering, but I do want them on my side. Assured defense, and nothing short of it. Yeah, I don't see anything about marrying into my nobility, so... Wait, commoners in the administration? No, that's an estate privilege. The commoner insurgents are still wanting to rise up, my liege. Let's slip the dogs of war. Can't do that for a while anyway, though. I had the same experience with the Majapahit, some minor nation. It was easier just to annex them than appease them in a defensive league. Yeah, just every year they seem to want to call a vote. Just AI things, I suppose. Well, it's going to be a while until I'm at negative 16 stability and ripping out the chieftain's next big thing. But look at that, they have been severely curtailed in power, whilst my power grows and grows. Oh, that is lovely. And what does that mean for trade income? Wow. Even after seeing to my pop needs, it's grown from 8 to 14. Income over 100. And I'm not even taxing people. Oh, life is good. Horde unity is not a concern for me. Traditional economy is kind of good for me. Bartering is fine. Trade advantage, not a concern either, but I do need that stability. Because, yeah, with all the stuff we've done, Horde Unity is taken care of. Meanwhile, I'm sat here as Mali, barely making a coin. Well, I don't know what a Mali is, but don't you have gold on your side? Gold for delicious inflation? Ah, this is good. Life is good for the Horde. There's a reason we're called the Golden Horde. I'm even willing to speed the game up a bit. Still eyeing up war with Pronsk, but I'll need at least -50 stability. The commoners. Why are the commoners insurgents still wanting to rise up? What's the current commoner happiness? They're currently 54. I'm quite certain that if the commoners are 60 or more, the commoner insurgents will completely just disappear. The Dhimmi... I suppose I could start taxing the Dhimmi normally. The tribes, I just want to keep them as happy as can be. But I decided the Dhimmi RGO output's probably worth more. No, there's no way, right? Dhimmi have to pay their taxes now. Traders have to pay their taxes as well. Although, production efficiency, but as I gain more burghers, I need to get a feel for taxing them. I feel a little bad that my maximum tax level is really quite low for them, because I gave them all of this. But there must be a way. The more power they have, does more power mean more taxation? The estate power is below 25%, so I can tax them more. Let's look at the Alema. No, the lower their power, the more you can tax them. That's hilarious. And that's why the chieftains in their power are harder to tax. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. As the crown, surely I can just have taxes higher anyway. Privileges, equilibrium. That's nice. More power, more equal. Wait, is that true? It's hard to tell if these things are going up or down as this thing grows. Change. That's why it's really good when you have things like your value screen that shows you at maximum this, at minimum that. Power projection is good. Cabinet good. Trade income is like the big thing from crown power. Court, upkeep, parliament costs. Okay, wonderful. I love being rich. Now we're making over 20 ducats above our diplomacy, which is unheard of in the Golden Horde. Is it worth taxing the Ulama at all? Nah, they barely make any money. Just keep them happy. Happier Ulama is better researching, right? Was Nagai always an emirate? They had a revolt and they cast out their tribal horde ways and just became a monarchy, which is fantastic. I want this to happen because hordes are a pain in the bum. They explode, especially AI hordes. I'm basing this just off of EU 4 and 3 knowledge. I mean, look, the horde of Chobits is doing fine. Some of these other minor hordes exist, but they might have exploded in due time. If I want a subject, I want them to be nice and stable. It's a little tempting to culturally change Nagai into Mongolian. I won't be integrating them for a long time. It would be really cool to see them change the culture here. Especially since they've already changed their religion considerably. Think it's worth doing that? They would hate my guts. I think it would be very, very slow for them to change culture. But the Nagai culture, it would never be a core for me. Yeah, but they're puny and you're strong. Of course, but if I want the land, I want the land to be useful for me, and it's better if they start converting for me. But the same could be said about Perm. That said, Perm still have a lot on their hands converting this stuff to Sunniism. So maybe give Perm a couple of decades, but Nagai are already largely converted. Scootage, I don't think so. I think I will enforce my culture on them. Yeah, to hell with Nagai. You need to become mine. They'll gain a gajillion liberty desire, but that's fine. There's no confirmation on that screen, and it's a huge change, so that seems quite dangerous, doesn't it? In the meantime, though, I'll improve opinion so they're considerably less mad at me. Because right now they're very mad at me. I think I can handle one unhappy guy, but it's about as far as I go on that. Yeah, I missed the province of No Gay. Ooh, look at this. Sarashuk is actually a city. I mean, it's a pathetic city of 10,000, but it does have the market in it. And that market slightly... No, it doesn't even bleed into me, does it? Wow, the strength of my market is stronger than his. My market's kind of crap, though. 108 over here. Let's compare it to the Chinese market. Of 2,000 market value being traded. What about Constantinopolis? 1,000. Trebizond? 300. Kaffa? 130. My market sucks. But someday, it will be sucking up all the goods. Yeah. Think about that for a change. Why is this not pinned? This unpins every game. I should remember to stay pinned. So we're still working on this integration. It's taking some time. Once that is done, where else do I have control, but I don't have integration? I think I would work on Dardaling next. Or possibly Astrakhan itself. Yeah, maybe Astrakhan itself, because then I would also be promoting Mongolians in Astrakhan. But that would get rid of Ryazanis, and we like Ryazanis these days. Is there anywhere else that's more worth considering culturally enriching? Essentially, all of this needs to be done, but it's a question of where's best to do faster. And the better the control, the faster it's done. Yeah, just all of this. Just essentially, like, run it right around as a circle, I think. Although I must say, this land is ripe for some pretty good control, courtesy of the river. Alright, very good. How did Timuridin go? I just went in and killed him. He really didn't have much to show for himself. However, that is because I killed him as soon as possible. He had an ability where if he occupied a province, he takes it. Just outright annexes it. And that seems incredibly dangerous. I imagine I would have to pay to take it back from him. Tributary? Oh, good, it's Kiev. Right, Volhynia's a bit of a rump state, you know. As long as my tributaries are fostering good good practices amongst themselves, practices of being rich and paying me money, then all is well. But yeah, I've still got tons of diplo capacity, so making more tributaries is not out of the question. And I'm still eyeing up Lithuania, but right now we're dealing with internal issues. The Rise of the Turks, is that what popped up there? Oh, none of this is news. Chieftains being unhappy is not news. Ulamas being unhappy is not news. Got legal scrutiny for changing policies. We're getting even more cores. More cores is more good for the Golden Horde. God, I love it. It feels good. It feels so good. I know it takes longer, but that's fine by me. You wanted to improve relations with the guy. Well, I'm glad somebody remembered that. Thank you, please. Also, it didn't hurt me to forget about my diplomats, because now we have religious diplomats. Very happy with that. Conciliatory for me is good. Let's improve those relations. What else, though? Is there anybody else I'm willing to punch for some money? Well, when is there not? Very happy tributaries. Halik. Oh, Kiev. Oh, Kiev's doing great. I wonder if they took money in that war goal and then they're willing to give it to me. I know I just took money off of Kiev, but what if I took money again? Might be a little risky because I know 80 seems a lot, but that's going to go down fairly swiftly. Come on, Hungary. Give me some bloody money. No, I recently took money from a lot of these guys because I needed to pay off my own estates. Bulgaria. Oh my god. Stop being in debt. Make money and give it to me. It's not a difficult situation. Volhynia no longer has money that's even worth considering about, sadly. Huh. They're really quite poor. I guess we are taking Kiev's money then. Yoink. But here's another consideration. The Kiev market is pretty big and powerful. And I don't currently have any real power there. I would like more power there. No, if I need trade power, which I do, we should save up our money again. And I want to build up Sarai. So I can get more burger power there. More burgers to be taxed, of course. And then more marketplace power. This is just the age of making the Golden Horde actually have gold. We are working very fast on the integration around here. I'm happy to see it. And the guy keeps their cores, but they're going to have to start converting things to Mongolian. Oh, it starts as a drop, but it's going to have to grow. Mongolian is a primary culture in the Golden Horde. Well, it's now Nagai's primary culture. I want to check that and be absolutely sure about it, though. Country, primary... Yes, good. I'll do the same to... I'll do the same to Perm when they are more converted. This is what the Golden Horde should have been doing. They were too busy fighting themselves historically to actually exert dominance. But they should have truly trampled over the Russians so they don't rise up again. Don't hand that power over to Muscovy. Good, we've got assured defense. And infiltrate them in a much more administrative level. Take the money, yes, but ensure that they see your way of thinking. This is almost done already. This guy works fast. Sadly, this one last province takes longer, probably because it's the one with most of the population. Lose manpower? That's not my problem. I got tons of manpower. I even get manpower in tribute. Yeah. Wait, what? There, yeah, there we go. It's a beautiful time to be the Golden Horde. What happened since the last stream? It's all just internal stuff. It's not stuff you're going to see on the map. Unless you like seeing Serbia breaking apart again. But we enslaved Timmy. The Timurid Horde now pay us tribute. And how much tribute do they pay us anyway? They're our third highest tribute payer. Nice. They're also quite powerful, so I think they drive up everybody's liberty desire. But yeah, next tributary possibility, I'm looking at Lithuania. I'd love to tributize Sweden, but they... Well, I shouldn't be looking at tax base. I should be looking at income. I don't just kill them on... I don't just take money based on their tax. It's all their income. Based on that alone, Bohemia is a good target. If I think I could take them. They are the HRE ruler. That's certainly going to be playing with fire, though. Anybody spying some feasible names here? What about... No, I'd need to take the capital for tributary. Hungary's there, Poland is there, Flanders, Normandy. The Ottomans themselves have a surprisingly low income. I think I've taken most of the big targets. What about Lithuania then? Where do they fall in all this? Not particularly well, but I still think I should be tributizing Lithuania. The HRE ruler does not get any benefits at game start. Really? It just so happens I have a way to walk into Bohemia and make them my tributary. They have these subjects, but that's actually good for me. Gives me a way to walk into their country. They probably have a lot of forts, though. Friends? You have an alliance with Milano. Alright, is that really a concern? Tell me about the topography of the cheeky Czechs. Flatlands, you say? What's up in Flatland? Fortifications, I hate them, but they have to be dealt with. Reinforcing would be very difficult, so I'd have to make sure that my army is absolutely slaughtering them. But I can slaughter them. I can slaughter Czechs for days. Okay, I must focus internally. I can't get sidetracked by this. But when the Golden Horde has reigned in the chieftains one more time, maybe two more times, because the nobility controlling my serfdom has got to die. Oh, would you look at that? Another proposition. No, I assure you, I just want assured defense. Tatar Yoke doesn't have any of these votes to call. Yeah, I'm thinking Bohemia would make a pretty good tribute payer. They would be strong, and I would once again be playing with fire with my managing of subjects. But I am taking steps about this. I appreciate that at a glance it's really hard to see the things that are going on, but I am taking steps to make sure that I can maintain all of these guys. I've bumped up my diplomatic capacity as much as possible, and I've taken every step, even somewhat harmful ones, to make sure that these people stay in line. Decentralization is not good for you. Conciliatory is not good if you're expanding, but it's all in the name of keeping that sweet, sweet tribute. Life is good. Byzantium would make for a great tributary. They'd probably make for an easy tributary to get, but I'm not sure about great. How much money did Byzantium even make? I'll tell you what Byzantium would give me. Byzantium would give me... Whoa, I'm surprised their trade capacity is so low. Wait, maybe... What is this sorting by? Trade capacity. What do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is showing that... Wow, they've got a really crappy trade capacity. Genoa beats them here. I was thinking about taking their trade capacity out of Constantinopolis, but it really wouldn't be much. It'd be better just to take the money straight up. But yes, Byzantium, actually not an unthinkable tributary as well. The Ottomans will eat them eventually. But fortunately, I don't get called into tributary wars. I better not. My main problem with doing that is what if the Ottomans see me as a problem because of this land? I never actually tested to see if that is a consideration for attacking. You know what? Why don't we test it? It's actually very important information to have. Let's make our save. And then let's imagine we were Austria trying to fight Hungary. That's a good example. That's a pretty good example. If we were trying to declare war on Hungary... Wait, I am a participant? I was under the impression that tributary arrangements do not cause you to be called into war. You can't be serious. Well, actually, I suppose that's in a way good, but it does mean that I absolutely must not tributary Byzantines. And when the Ottomans take Byzantines, consider dropping Bulgaria and Serbia. Other way of thinking about it, what if... Alright, hear me out here. What if I make a tributary out of the Byzantines, and that stops the Ottomans from attacking into this? Further thought, what if I make a tributary out of the Ottomans? That seems incredibly dangerous. Let's see if that's actually what happens. That sure looks like the Golden Horde are leading this war. And I am still quite terrifying. Oh, hey, the Ottomans got called in. Oh, the big-brained move. So not only do I become the war leader, because of a war leader and assured defense, the Ottomans are going to be my ally. But that just makes tributizing the Byzantine Empire even more risky. But it makes a lot of these tributaries far less risky. So maybe we just leave Byzantium around, hope that the Ottomans don't actually go in that direction. And then we have the might of the Ottomans at our beck and call as we continue to tributize more wealthy forms of Europeans. Okay, this needs some actual thought. But by the way, I close the entire game after I do any tag switching because this is a paradox game, so I don't trust it to not crash. Actually, I did get a crash last night. I was bouncing around different nations, and that caused it to crash. At least I think it did. Is it maybe because of the no CB? I'm not willing to believe that. I don't know why no CB would play into that. Apparently the Pope gets fabulously wealthy. Oh, please, I don't need more convincing that the Pope needs to pay rent to the Golden Horde. My idea now is Italian expand... Wait a second. Hold the phone. I have a perfect target to expand into Italy with. It's a Genoese vassal called Gaz, and he's right on my border. Many things to consider. I'm trying to relaunch the game, but I think it's taking forever to actually stop. You need to make a proper vassal in Italy for institutions. Yeah, there's that as well. But yeah, I think what we need to do is start worming our way into the HRE. For some reason, it's taking forever to actually properly close EU5. There we go. Breaking. Golden Horde figures out banks do in fact hold money. Oh, jeez. Vassals send you their institutions. Ooh. Yeah, then that's all the more reason to start tributizing Italy. Bohemia is still sounding like a good idea, but I am still limited on diplomatic capacity. So I would not have a problem choosing Italians over cheeky Czechs. Yeah, apologies for the blank screen here. I'm waiting for the game to actually load up. When in doubt, we can have this. Ancient EU3 funny picture. Alright, game, come back to me. Alright, there we go. Kitty's pointing out that it seems to make a chunky file when you play. My C drive gained 6 gigabytes closing the game down. Aye, so it does, even more so if you're in debug mode. Oh, by the way, if you wondered why the game has no console thing, it seems to be a modern paradox way. You only get console if you open in debug mode. If you want that, open up Steam, right-click properties for the game, and in launch settings type dash debug underscore mode. Then you'll load the game with debug commands. Although I'm certain there's already a mod out for enabling it mid-game. I do not know the reason as to why that was taken away. That was not during my tenure. Yeah, there we go. Franco points out there is a mod for getting debug mode. Install my mod, says Zingus. It allows you to enable and disable debug mode by pressing F10. Wow. Quickly on the case. Very good. Very low stability. Oh, you don't say. It's extremely low. We risk a dire risk of pops joining rebellionist. Yeah, okay, well, I can see that everywhere. I'm trying to get my stability back, and then when it's back, well, unfortunately, it's just going to go back down again, because I do plan on... yeah, this is the whole time I'm taking just to strengthen my own control. We've been in an excellent position to crush the chieftains, and whilst it might seem like petty talk talking about a number going from like 60 down to 37, it is huge getting those chieftains off my back. Let's consider a plan of attack for Italy. It's a few years away, maybe even a decade, but the Republic of Gaz is subject to Genoa. Getting to Genoa seems downright impossible without boats. But what I do have is Kingdom of Hungary. I can force tribute any of these places, but I cannot take land. However, can I seize land from here? That's ceding. I thought there was one to just take land, but maybe that's only from non-tributaries. Maybe loyal places? Am I going mad? I could have sworn there's an option to take land off of a subject. Oh, here it is. No, that's us giving them. Where's the take? I could have sworn there was an option to just take land off of a subject, but perhaps I'm completely wrong. Well, that's in EU4, isn't it? So maybe that's why I'm completely wrong. I thought maybe I could take a tribute and then take some land there. But what can be done? There is also the best CB. Best CB is always an option. But I have to keep in mind, if I subjugate Bohemia and start attacking people here, then Bohemia will probably join in against me as the HRE ruler. Have you figured out how to spread control yet? Yes, I have. Oh, I've got a lot of money. I need to start using that. Papal State, who are all your friends? If I were to attack you, it's just you and Naples. Of course, getting there is not really possible, is it? The only real access I have is here. What if... You know, continuing with the whole what if questions. What if Austria? What kind of access does Austria have? It doesn't really get me in anywhere because of all these impassable lands and places that should be subject to Austria but are not currently. Getting into Italy without a boat is proving difficult. Spreading controls? Yeah, roads and rivers. Here's our proximity map mode. Things peter away really quickly when you go away from the capital, but roads do help and rivers help a lot. Rivers downstream help more than upstream. So yeah, the control peters out here, but it keeps going down to Astrakhan fairly well. And if you need remote control, well, not too much that you can do, but you can build the bailiff. Otherwise, just get a core and make them as happy as possible. Yeah, I think it's going to be a long time before I'm able to have proper control out in Kazan. But that's okay. If it's far away in the Empire, you don't need all that control. Just get market access so you can still make money from all the goods that do get produced. Expanding RGOs that aren't profitable can still be good for you if it means you get goods that you can sell off elsewhere. And yeah, better roads significantly improve propagation. Instead of losing 20 per step with a gravel road, you lose 5 per step with an endgame road. Still trying to think how best to do Italia. I sincerely doubt these people are willing to give me military access in order to go around and stomp all over their enemies. Maybe they would, though. Okay, negative opinion, because everybody seems to hate me for some reason. Wait, why do you hate me? Oh, right, they hate Sunnis. Did you build a bailiff? Not in Ryazan. I built a bailiff around here. Wasn't I planning on building a bailiff in Ryazan? Oh, look, it's already become a town. That's cool. It takes 1,500 to turn it into a city. I wouldn't mind a city, though. But is there stuff that I can and cannot build based on it being a town? Everything I want to build, I can build in Kazan, so I don't need to make a city out of Ryazan. What I just need to do is make sure that all the people working here have good jobs. And I do plan on doing that. But yeah, let's see if we can build a bailiff. Also, bailiff is like a soldier building, right? I know I didn't click on soldier there, but... alright, tell you what, get rid of burger and just type in bailiff. That's not a bailiff. Somebody mentioned that I don't know how to spell bailiff earlier. But I seem to have a hard time finding it. There we go. It cannot be built here. Wait, we can't build it in a town? Oh dear. Well, what can be built in a town? Ah, crumbs. Oh, damn. Yeah, bailiff also ups noble influence. Yeah, that's part of the reason not to like them. But what do I need to improve control in this city? What's the equivalent of a bailiff? Alright, let's have a look-see. If we look in buildings and we look for government. Slave market is a government thing. Okay, bailiff is there. An embassy is not what we're looking for. Although I am quite curious if there are more embassies that I can build. Urban Parliament seat also doesn't give control. Infrastructure. Bridges drop proximity cost. Interesting. I wonder if there are many of those that I can build. Hospital is for disease. Granaries for food. Settlements for migration. That's just in small crappy provinces. Can I search for buildings that give control? How about buildings that give proximity? Local proximity? Still just the bailiff. Oh, damn. The whole reason I set this up... Oh, hold on, source. That's still the bailiff. And then there's still the bridge, which I don't think I can put in here. Damn. You misspelt control. Max control? That's still just the bailiff, and it's still just the bridge. Oh, hang on. Aha, I forgot. Temples. Temples can be built in big places, and they do give control. Not a lot, but it's some. Alright, here's your own temple, Ryazan. And that at least doesn't empower the nobility, does it? I could build one in Kashin and Bryansk, but why would I give them to other people? Maybe look for tech, Jake. I think I've already scoured the tech screen for stuff that helps with control. It's not to say it's not there, mind you. Right, that was quite the diversion. All that money, and I want to spend it, but I would actually quite like Ryazan to be a bigger, better place than ever before. Right, the whole point of building up Ryazan was so that I could get access to the Ryazan market. It's pretty big, and it's like twice the value of my home market. So I think Ryazan itself needs to get... where are our burgers at? Not a lot of burgers here, but we're going to have a lot of them when I build all these marketplaces. Just maximum marketplaces. Truth be told, I want maximum marketplaces everywhere I can get them. Get these out of my face. I'm looking for trade. More marketplaces, more better. Preferably within my own country. Ryazan's the only place that can still get them. But I can still do village things that improve that. I can still have more fishing villages. And would you look at that, even though we built all these fishing villages, there are still more... excuse me. There's still more capacity. There are still people that can work these fishing villages. Yeah, I quite like these fishing villages. Is there some downside to them that I'm missing out on? I suppose they create a demand for salt, tools, and ivory. And God knows where they're getting ivory from. But... didn't you plan to build a slave guild in Ryazan? They smell. I like the smell of fish. No big problem. Well, bad fish is bad. Was I planning on building a slaves thing here? Why would I? Is there a demand for slaves in the Ryazani market? Well, there is a lack of slaves. Because they're needed for RGOs, apparently. Wait, slave is a trade good used for an RGO? Who in the world uses these? Slave market uses slaves. Wait, the slave market uses slaves to produce slaves. So that means there's already a slave market inside the Ryazan market? That's weird. That's where you wanted to store all the new Russian slaves. Yeah, but they don't get liquidated into a slave market. The point is to store them so that in the future I can emancipate them and make Ryazan the new kind of head of Russian capital stuff. And it's significantly closer to Sarai. So maybe I can get a road up there. It's also already my core. So yeah, the idea is to centralize Russian power in Ryazan as opposed to Vladimir, Moskva, Tver, Novgorod, or wherever else. Yeah, slaves are a trade good and a pop. Very confusing. Is Norse Greenland still present in EU5? Yes. Greenland and Iceland are both colonized and playable at the start date, which I think is the only playable date. Right, I have managed to completely confuse myself as to what I was doing, so let's just unpause. All that money. Oh, I'll tell you what I was planning on doing. Sarai, I want to vastly improve the amount of fine cloth that I'm making. Yeah, that's going to employ a lot of... Hang on, is this a burger building? It is a burger building. Well, stronger burgers are fine. They'll pay me more taxes, surely. And it'll kick the aristocracy out of Sarai as well, because I don't tax them. But yeah, making more fine cloth, and it's very, very cheap to get their hands on the wool for it, has got to be good. How much does this cost? Not that much, actually. Alright, make a whole load of that. Let's just maximum build it and see how much I regret doing that. What does the guild do? Print pops? The guild. Which guild? There's a naval supplies guild. There's a jeweler's guild. Jewelry always seems to be in demand. Gold and silver seems a little bit hard for me to get my hands on. Wish it would stop telling me other countries I could build these buildings in. I don't want to build them in other countries. Apparently Astrakhan already has one. I do like jewelry. Silver-based jewelry sells for da-da-da, the required goods. Yeah, gem enhancements. The required goods cost. Probably not much to add on to it. I'm not really sure that's worth my time, though. Not yet, at least. Oh, the Slave Guild. Just slaves? Slave... I could have sworn there was a Slave Guild building. And yet it does not get shown here. Where did you see Slave Guild? Because I know I've seen Slave Guild as well, and I would like to know more about it, but now I'm not seeing it. Interesting. Get more people to work for me. Very good. I'm interested in the integration. Oh, hang on. Have we finished this integration? Yes. Okay, in that case, you need to move along. Where did I decide was best for you to go? Probably up to here. Who was that? Tetsi, what's it? Yeah, you are assimilating there. Not anymore. Get that ass over here. To Mongolian, of course. Trying to spread my crummy culture. Doesn't come easy, but we try. But yeah, making them core makes them better control. The thing is, I can't do this out in the bed back and beyond because it's agonizingly slow to increase the cultural assimilation when there's no control, even if you do it directly like that. What do they know? Yeah, why do they keep trying to bring up naval tradition? These events didn't start until I started putting down my coastal fisheries and whatnot. There's an exclamation mark on it. Why? There are no peasants employed. What? Why? I have all these peasants. Why are they not working there? None of them have employed the peasants. Why not? Is it because they don't have the goods for it? Doesn't mention that here. Lack of education. No, there's education in this game to build up literacy, but I don't need to care about that. Goods not available. There's no ivory available in the market, but there is salt and tools available in the Kaffa market. But why are they not working? You know, I built these things to get myself some market access, which I hope they're actually giving me, but they might not. Is the building closed? I don't think so. If it was closed, then this would be golden. What is going on? Does it take a while for the workers to actually go in there? I think I built 2 levels of them in one of the places as well. Yeah, here. Let's see, let's see. This is what happens when you allow them not to be slaves without a whip to motivate. They're just useless. So it seems. Why in the world are they not getting employed here? Arctic fishing villages. Yeah, that's not what we're doing here. Fishing villages are not profitable to me when playing as Norway. It might be a bug with a calculation or something. It is strange. What if I try subsidizing it? I mean, look at all these people waiting to work. There's this job right here. They could make money. They could contribute a little bit to my economy. Whoa, hold on, hold on. Currently employed. Right, so if I subsidize it, they'll start working there. In that case, perhaps I should turn on the automatic subsidizing of all provinces, of all things. If I do that, will it automatically subsidize these? It might not, because it might not think it's worthwhile. Diplomatic reputation +2 just from a research seems pretty powerful. It does not appear to be automatically subsidizing these buildings for me. So do I need to go around and do that? That sounds like a pain. Again, I didn't build these guys so they could make me some fish. I don't care about the profits. I care about trade capacity, which I assume these ones that aren't doing anything won't give me. Yeah, look at that. At 0%, it barely gives me anything. Concerning. What's most concerning is the thought that I have to go around and click the button to... Oh, hold on. Maybe it did automatically subsidize them. I forgive you, subsidize button. Somewhat. Well, no, you didn't hit all of them. Okay, then I really don't trust you. Huh, is there a faster way to do this? There must be somewhere I can see all my fishing village buildings. Show me all markets with my fishing villages and subsidize all of them. Whoa, I've got a lot of them and none of them are employing, huh? Tell me more about subsidy. I don't want to bankrupt myself on the whole fishing thing here. Their financial losses are subsidized. Any ducat losses are paid by the country's balance. Again, it's not a big deal if they lose a little bit of money because they're mostly there for market access. It would be nice if they made some money. And again, this is only for owned provinces, please. I wonder if I can automatically just have all of these subsidized, but probably not the way it's going to work. And besides, look at that, they do make money. It's not a lot, but I did see a tiny fraction of coin coming in from one of them. Where can I see that to assure myself that I'm not being wrong here? 20% of the cost is being taken by the golden government? Here we go. Potential profit. Yeah, because the salt and tools is costing more than the crappy fish they create. I don't see that as a huge problem because, like I said, I want to pay for market access. The fishing village was reported as a bug, but marked as working as designed by QA. Yeah, I can see why they're not profitable because fish is really not worth much around here. Fish isn't worth much anywhere, but there's a huge amount of fish around in Kaffa. But I want them for the market access more so than anything else. And plus, it gets these people employed. Employed people can be taxed. Can't they? Can working peasants be taxed? I think, yeah, of course they can. Of course they can. It's the ones... Anybody employed can be taxed, surely. And you better believe that commoner tax is going to be reinstated once those insurgents die out. But I think the overall satisfaction of the estate needs to hit 60%, and then we'll do away with them. Oh, whoa, those add up. Oh, those really add up. Maybe I regret that. Yeah, even as an RGO, fish are barely profitable. Hang on, does that mean I can find a use for fish? Maybe I can create a demand for them. Fish are used in... nothing? They can be demanded from special demands and pop needs, but the following building types have a production method that use fish. None. It says 2, but it's actually none. Okay, so fishing villages maybe not the way forward I was looking for. Did these ones turn on then? No, they did not. So fishing villages seem very, very bad. Unless you're in a market that is hungry for fish, but that's hard to imagine. Yeah, maybe I need to drive down the cost of tools and salt, but even then... Well, hold your horses there. Drive down the cost of salt, you say? Tell me more about salt within this market. Because part of the reason it's expensive is because they have to pay for salt. What if I... Whoa, salt is already really cheapened. Yeah, price of salt already quite far down because it's overproduced. Maybe make a law that forces people to eat more fish. That'd be great. The Christians would surely get access to that. Tell me more about tools then. Tools are also overproduced and cheaper. So despite salt and tools being cheaper, the fishing villages won't turn a profit. Cost me quite a bit to do that, you know. Unfortunate. I'm not sure the subsidies are worth the amount that I'm going to have to pay here, and it's going to be quite a lot. And if I close the building, I'll probably make the pops unhappy. Is that true? Because I'll force them to become unemployed. No, that would happen in Vicky, but it does not seem to happen here. Yeah, look at that. The fish, just nothing. Even if they sell one fish, it will not cover all of this. That's kind of sad, like really sad. Yeah, supply 10 times larger than demand. Who would have thought that's killing the fish industry? And I sincerely doubt that... Well, maybe I could run an export inland to somewhere like Pest, where they could make use of that fish. Had we considered that? Let's consider the Kaffa market then. Take that fish, which we can get pennies on the pound. Set up an export market. Send it to... Ryazan lack fish, but they don't lack tons of fish. There's nothing indicating this would be profitable, though. No, it should be profitable. Why is it not saying that we project any income from this? But yeah, I could create a demand for it by artificially moving the fish into the Ryazan market. That would get rid of all of my automated trade. And how much automated trade do I have coming in Ryazan? That's using my Kaffa trade power, right? Which I have just created with all these fishing markets. So maybe the trade power that I make from the fishing things can be used to get those fish out of here so everybody makes a profit. Seems a bit sad, right? Considering the money we make from our existing trades, but I think it might be okay. Let's give it a go. Hell, it's worth a try. Right, Kaffa, we're doing this. I'm going to take all the fish that's available. Well, there's... Oh, good God. We're never going to make a dent in this supply. Where are we? Oh, now it's showing me some numbers. Export fish from Kaffa to... Right, as much as I can. Get like a whole bunch sent over to Tibli and Ryazan. And let's see what that does for the market. I'm also capped out on diplomats. Is there anybody to punch for money while we're waiting? Waiting on what exactly? I'm still needing my nation to stabilize, so it's fine to focus internally like this. So you're saying this is an EU3 song? Yes, it's Battle of Damascus from the EU3 soundtrack. 2006. Playing music 19 years old here. Right, punching people for money. Feels like we do this a lot. There's a reason for that. It's because we do it a lot. Hey, Timmy! Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be doing that anyway. Serbia's surely got dosh for me to enjoy. No, they don't. They've got 13 ducats. It's getting really hard to squeeze money out of these people. They keep not having money. But, you know, Georgia's there for me. Consider something else. I am slightly considering making Georgia give me access to their market. That means I won't be able to periodically punch them for money. It's just a little bit too dangerous. It'll bring them down very close to 50 loyalty. Very close to it. I'd have to like support loyalists to keep them on my side. That is too dangerous currently. Give me that income. I'd also like to stop supporting loyalists in Hungary because I'm going way above what's needed there, and it's costing me diplomats. Maybe Hungary I could do that with. That's almost unthinkable, but Hungary... I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Hungary's going to have to divert their trade to me. Yoink. They won't like that, and I'm not surprised. I'll need to improve some relations with them as well. But that is going to give me their half of their power here. And they've got a fair bit of power here. Do they have power elsewhere? Thought maybe we'd see some Hungarian power in neighboring nodes. Are you telling me that Pest is just all of Hungary? Yeah, I guess that's it then. Anyway, that gives me some good power over Pest. I'm off to work, Jake. Good luck not imploding. Well, thank you. We've had good luck on that so far. Long may that remain the case. Was that a monthly tick, or did I... Ah, here we go. Now I have gone and grabbed a whole load of power in Pest. And with that, we can... Well, we can do whatever we want. Sadly, they also have way too much fish in the market. God, there's too much fish everywhere. And we still have loads of fish in that Kaffa market. I could put some over to Naples. They, for some reason, want more fish. Alright, get it over there. I need to empty this stuff out so these places don't cost me too much money. But I think those subsidies are going to go up and up. It's actually going to be quite costly. And it's costing me money on the trade, because I could be trading for much better things. So in fact, I've just built these things to give me an ongoing cost. That sounds quite bad. The Chobanids want to marry me. They want to marry their heir. Is that my heir? No, that's heir to the Chobanids. To my younger sister. The Chobanids I still see somebody that I might want to kick the ass of down the line, so I don't think we'll tie ourselves to them at all. What was the point of the fishing villages again? More trade capacity. Yeah, exactly. I am trying to rescue these fishing villages in a way that's working against me. I think just fish is a no-go. It's a shame, though. I really want that trade capacity in Kaffa. The question is, can I make enough trade in Kaffa to get by on the subsidies? But yeah, I'm convinced that these fish trades are a waste of a good amount of trade capacity. How do I delete them? Yeah, I think I can just shift delete and get rid of all of that. And I can tell the game to automate those trades for me instead. But yeah, the fish was not working out. I might still be able to make more money. If I can see that I make trades in Kaffa with that trade capacity. Let's see. It's a significant amount. I get about 5 out of all those fishing villages. But I need to make enough money to justify these subsidies. If the subsidies don't work out, I'm cutting them off, which would make me very, very sad. But yeah, fishing villages, not the solution that I'm looking for. Then the question is, what is? to think I built 16 fishing villages, 50 ducats each, and they're not really working out for me. Oh, that is sad. It's a shame they didn't at least provide employment. Yeah, they do. They do provide employment, but not useful. Trade capacity goes up a far smaller amount with the market villages, but I think the difference is market villages actually make money. I would like to know where I currently have market villages so I can investigate further. Yeah, let's take this place, for example. Get me out of all this view. Genocide. You have a market village. The market village, well, I'll be damned, it actually makes money. Not only does it make money, it makes jewelry, and jewelry is slightly overproduced, but we can use that and just sell it on using my market capacity. So yeah, I think the real trick is to make market villages. Also, it can make other things, can't it? I could instead produce weapons, or... Whoa. If only we had blacksmithing, I could make cheap tools. Why do we not have blacksmithing? Because there's no iron inside the market. If I want access to iron, I could colonize or I could import. But either way, the market itself is not the one that has iron. Hold on, there's an iron RGO over here. That is probably very, very profitable. Screw it. I'm probably just maxing that out so I don't forget about it in the future. Like, my only source of iron is right there. Promote castle works. Promote state religion. I like state religion. I like missionary zeal. There are no more laws that I'm looking to change, are there? Lumber is good as well. Expand forestry cost, raw material time. Gathering costs. That's not a lot of what we do. I think castle works might not be the world's worst idea. Oh, I don't like defensive, though. Is there anything that's more likely to pass? Ooh, noble arts. Right, those nobles are quite unhappy most of the time, and they're trying to rise up again. I actually think that's worth having right now. Alright, sure. Expected cost of the court is up. Yeah, that's to be expected. And it will automatically pass. Wait a second. Is that because of my crown power that this actually got boosted? That's pretty nice. Hell no to serfdom. I want my free subjects. Change... we enact peasant mining control. Nope. No way. We're fine with this. Hopefully we don't get an event that canes our parliament support, or else I'll have to give in to one of these demands. But yes, that I would rather like right now. Keep the chieftains happy as I continue to erode their power. Whew. Sailing usually doesn't work out too well for the hordes. Yeah, well, it'll be different this time. Alright, so those market villages look promising, but maybe I should hoard a few ducats. Although market villages all around the rural areas here does sound quite tantalizing. What are our other options, by the way? Farming villages and forest villages. But yeah, all I'm really interested in is trade capacity. Let's double check that we don't have other options for trade capacity. Fishing village, market village, and... Hold on, wharf? Wharf gives sailors, harbor capacity, whatever that is. Reduces the cost of going from sea to land. Natural harbor suitability. But you don't produce anything, do you? No, so you're not really a profitable building, are you? You can also only be built in a town and a city, so it's not what I'm looking for. Alright, market village seems fine. Let's throw down another fat round of these, especially in my own owned locations. Profitability first. It's not very profitable, is it? But those are ones that already exist. I'm more interested in new ones, which would all be around here. And it keeps people employed, so... Maybe I should just say to hell with what this is saying and build up a whole bunch of... Wow! Tons of market villages available here. Pretty good, but let's chase the profit. Get people working, get people paying taxes, get goods produced for the market. Potentially expensive goods at that. But yeah, more market capacity is always welcome. And that market capacity is multiplied. How much is it multiplied by, anyway? 10%. Not great, not terrible. I would like more, though. I was improving relations with the Chagatai? I don't ever recall doing that, but sure. We're working on Nagai, we're working on Tver, we're working on Timmy. I believe I said I need to work on Hungary, because I've just done nasty things to them. Traders become unhappy. I still don't understand what this parliament seat does. What is a parliament seat? Gets more power. More power in parliament. For what purpose? I don't need this support right now, and I'm not sure I care too much about the trader happiness. Well, they would become unhappy. But surely parliament seats are not necessary. And again, I don't need that support. But what if I get another event that means that I do need it? You need wharves or docks to build ships. Okay, well, I don't care about having ships right now. We are fully land focused. I wish I understood what this thing did. Lets you pass the Kurutal better if you acquiesce to the seat's demands, I guess. Yeah, last time we didn't even get any demands, and currently we barely have any to begin with. I'm guessing that if, for example, Burger Stronghold gets a parliament seat, the burghers get more power in parliament. Yeah, but what power? I'm hesitant to give the burghers too much more power, because when I finally crush the nobles, I don't want the burghers to be just the next nobles. I'm going to tell them to sod off. And we automatically set taxes to keep the traders happy enough. I'm trying to keep the commoners really happy, so their slave uprising goes away. Currently they're 64, and we still have a commoner insurgent of 900 people wanting to rise up. How and why is there a problem here, right? I must know. Who's joining this? There are these Bashkiri laborers who are unhappy because they lack a lot of things in their market. Okay. I'm not sure I can fulfill any of these except maybe sturdy grain. Oh, wait, you lack fish in your market. I knew that Kazani market was going to need some bloody fish. Alright, alright. We seem to love fish so much. I'm actually going to... I'm going to do something about that then. Hey, look, fish. Let's import some fish from... And you're going to have to give me some automatic stuff to work with. Apparently Astrakhan has loads of fish. Who would have thought? How much do we need here? 88. Well, I'll give you as much as I can manage. There you go. There's your lot. Automate the rest of it. Maybe that'll see to their demands enough. But yeah, just these tiny little guys want to rise up. A few Astrakanis want to rise up as well. Good. Bring on the cores. Bring on the integrations. This one province is taking a heck of a long time to convert. Starting to wonder if it's actually worth it. Oh, no, I was worried about this. One negative event. And I need to either do peasant-controlled mining things or move towards serfdom. How important are these noble arts? Well, the question is how important is that stability? And the answer is quite a lot. I really hope we don't get the societal values towards aristocracy. That's a 33% chance to be really, really bad. You could also let it fail. Yeah, I do not want to tank stability even further. God, it's all bad. I don't want any of this stuff. That's like 5 years worth of free subject moving going away. Ah, screw it. If it fails, it fails. That's only about 7 months of stability versus a lot more other big bad things. Oh, we're working pretty fast at securing these core provinces, which I'm very happy about. A debate over philosophy. I am a mysticism individual because I love the conversion speed. Do I, though? I mean, we're not so much about conversion these days. It's more about cultural enrichment because we have good tolerance of heathens. Relatively good, at least. Jurisprudence helps me with research, efficiency, and for some reason the clergy is happy. Wait, the clergy is happy either way. Clergy satisfaction, clergy satisfaction. Shouldn't it be like Dhimmi satisfaction? Well, if it's 6.5 a dozen, let's stay mystic. Oh wow, Hungary are actually really happy already. But you know what? I'm really happy because now we're making buckets of ducats courtesy of our actions in Pest. What trades do we have going on here? We are just stealing their gold. More gold, Your Majesty. Oh, that is nice. I do not, for what it's worth, gain over 10 ducats out of this. This is the base amount of trade profit that's being made. Total profit, da-da-da-da-da. However, you only get a share of that based on your crown power. But what have we spent the last, 20 years working on? Crown power. So we actually get 1/3 of all our trade income, which is quite huge. Sheer perfection. Oh, good. Actually, bringing that fish over did kick out the little uprising people in Milets. Let's go and have a look at how they're doing. It was these laborers, right? Oh, look, they're not so unhappy because I brought them some fish. Now, if they could get some grains and rice and furniture and pottery, they'll be open to talking. But okay, now that the commoners are relatively happy and not at my neck, let's make sure they're adequately taxed. Yes, commoners and dhimmis and traders all get taxed. The ulema and the chieftains are tax-free. Tax-exempt, if you will. The chieftains do have some money to give me, but since I'm busy destroying their stranglehold on my country, I need to make sure they don't rise up. Ah, they are trying to rise up again, the bastards. 26 of them are. Now, what are your problems? Misha. Okay, the Misha aren't very happy because I'm kind of genociding them. That's their problem, though. Maybe convert the 1,000 gold into some roads. I am not convinced that I can actually get much value out of roads right now. That 1,000 dollary dues is probably better spent solidifying my grip on Sarai, because that kicking the nobles out of here means that there are more people that I can tax. Hang on, who are the other guys here? Yeah, look at that. I want it to be more burger focused in Sarai, because the nobles don't pay me taxes and they're just really annoying in general. Are there any buildings here that are actually causing me issues? There's a castle and... oh, well, those I want. I'm just wondering if there are any bad estate buildings. But yes, I want my vast number of peasants to have better jobs here. Irrigation, local food production. Food productivity is quite low. But I don't want to pay people for the privilege. Look at those damn nobles eating all the bleeding food. Okay, peasants are hungry as well, but I'd still have to pay for irrigation. Is that good? I mean, in the end, the peasants will be working, but I don't think that inherently means I can tax them. Probably not. Wish there were more nice peasant buildings I can give. There's not much point in expanding the RGO, because it's just going to tank the wool price even more. On the other hand, they're still working, they're still taxable. Alright, expand the RGO. Maybe the clerics could make me some bleeding books for a change? It needs dyes, which I believe we just cannot get our hands on for love or money. But I think it still works without the dyes. Alright, go on, get to work. More clergy. I don't tax the clergy, but happy clergy's got to be good, right? And yeah, we continue to expand our tailor guild because I believe in the power of fine cloth expansion. And I still want more of my market towns because I do think they're good. I'm open to being wrong in that one, but I think they are okay. Market village, I mean, clearly. Slave market's still nice, though. In fact, the game thinks I can make some damn good money somewhere with one of these. Come on, you advertised me 5 ducats somewhere for building a slave market. I want details. The highest profit the slave market could have in our country. The one in Sherlac is apparently very good. Sherlac. Sherlac? Where the heck is Sherlac? Ah. Oh! Hold the phone there. Could I build that in Sherlac and enslave their people and make money off of it? They're only Mongolian, so I wouldn't be able to enslave anybody, right? Right? There's not enough glass in the Sherlin market to do this. Also, it wouldn't be my building, would it? No, they would benefit from it, and I'm not open to my colonies benefiting from it. Have you considered building more actual towns, more burghers, more money? I did, actually. I already built up Ryazan into a nice wee town. You're right, more burghers, more money, but the only place worth doing that is places where I have control. And I haven't built up Sarai as much as I want to already, so why build other things that cost a lot more money when I could just build up more of Sarai? So yes, Sarai is where I'm focusing. I want this place to actually have good tax base and kick those bloody nobles out. Also, if you build too many towns, that's surely going to eat up food. Food cost is a real thing. Look at that, Astrakhan is already eating up into my food budget quite a bit. That's probably because it doesn't do food, right? No, you do wool. You do wool, so I'm actually surprised it doesn't make enough food on its own. You had a half-finished road going to the Russians. Did you finish that? There's no point. The road tapers out on control. Maybe a better way is to actually just look at the road itself. So I wanted to build a road up to Ryazan and maybe get some control over Ryazan. But you lose, let's say you have 100 proximity in Sarai. You lose, I think, 40 per step. So you've already lost all 40 once you've gone 3 provinces. You only lose 20 when you go along a dirt road, but that's still 100, 80, 60, 40, 20, blip. And then it no longer has an effect here, which is quite sad. And then you can see that from the control here, blip, dead. No longer does anything. In fact, here, the proximity to capital effect is only +10, and the road exists here. Proximity to capital, no longer a thing. Now they're just unhappy because they're unsatisfied and the wrong culture. So yeah, getting the road up to Ryazan, I'd need a much, much better road in order to actually do anything with that. It does mean I could drag it out in other directions, but I would want it to go to places that are actually integrated. Yeah, it just doesn't have the reach. Our country is not fit for this, right? There's a reason the Golden Horde is so crap. You might be big and you might look so powerful, but you're a glass cannon and your country sucks. But I am doing my utmost to make this country unsuck. Build a road to the Black Sea. We already have a river going down to the Black Sea. I'm not entirely convinced a road would improve that. It might, and it might be worth investigating. But where's that proximity thing again? Yeah, this is proximity because it's downstream, right? Proximity cost to land. Yeah, there we go. Cost of going downstream along a river. So if I built a road from Sarai to Akse, that would probably actually help out a lot going along this river. Where's the existing road? Yeah, if I put a road to Akse, that would actually improve this considerably. I wonder if the same could be said if... No, the thing along here is already useful because it follows the river. What I wonder is if the river plus the road makes a difference. Let's check Zama Whatsits to you. So, proximity to capital... I don't seem to get the information this time. Where did I get that tooltip from earlier? Maybe it's because I'm on this map mode? No. How was I getting that information earlier? I was looking at it along one of these, right? Could have sworn I was going distant or proximity to capital. Oh, crumbs. Where did I get that information from? Was it on the proximity? Here we go. This is where it was. And I wanted to investigate the jump from Zamani to Astrakhan. Jeez. Some tooltips don't persist. So going along a river is much better than going along a road. That's interesting. But I'm not sure if they combine together. Also being wetland is bad. Weird that it doesn't just consider going down the river instead of the road. I mean, the river is still here. Why even take the road? If the river is better. I'm just trying to see any situation where road and river combine, but I don't think they do. Otherwise, it would go positive. It's probably not allowed to do that. But yeah, my suspicion is if I build a road out to Axay, it's going to improve the proximity along all of this. But yeah, anywhere around here, it's just nope, no proximity, boss. And then around here, yeah. I could, however, actually draw a road out from you to a Zok. It might actually improve things. And then I would have a port. And I wonder if things... Well, I'd have a... Yeah, I'd have a port. I'd wonder if it would propagate along here. Depends on how good a natural harbour it is. Azok's not terrible. It's not good, but it's not terrible. And then from there, maybe I could actually get more control along the coastline here. Can you combine the bailiffs and the rivers? We had a problem with that. I stuck a bailiff along here and it did not actually affect any adjacent province, so I tore it down. And now I've learned that I can't have a bailiff in a city, so that's kind of sad as well. Alright, let's do it. We're going to get a road from here to here. Costs $150 dues. And that was the proximity problem, right? Yeah. Actually, your problem is also with Semika something. So you also get a road over to Semika. Goodbye, money. And then, is there something I can build here to propagate the control from Azok? Azok is still just a rural settlement. It's why I'd like Tana, actually. Because Tana's actually a town. It'd probably be much better for propagating my control around here. Also, it's Crimean. It would be an instant core for me. This is a war that I'm looking to fight once I've stabilized my nation, which is still a few years away. But yes, can we actually build something to promote... Oh, we've got a fishing village. That's not what I'm looking for, though. A castle, a bailiff... not really. No, it must be something that needs to be in a town. There's fishing village. Marine presence, sailors, trade capacity. Yeah, that's not really what we're looking for. I'm also still paying subsidies on these, aren't I? Yeah. Now, here's the question. Do you think I make enough money off of them to justify the subsidies? A reasonable question. I'd have to ask myself the value of all of my trades that I do in Kaffa. These are all the trades that I do. How much of my trade power comes from my fishing villages? A significant amount. I actually am coming around on these fishing villages. Maybe, just maybe, they are worth building. As long as you subsidize them. Because they give a very hefty amount of market access. Why is there a tiny Trebizond market? It's not tiny, it's here. It's just propagating over to there. I guess it's because the minor tribe of Kopa are kowtowing to them in some way. Your guess is as good as mine. Ah, there it is. They are subjugated by Georgia. And Georgia owns that market, so go figure. They're doing that. Wait, Georgia. Nobody said you could start subjugating the tribes on my border. Although I suppose nobody said you couldn't, so... as long as they pay... Oh, that's cool. Wait, you're a tributary to Georgia? Anyone? Can anyone just get their own tributaries? Georgia is an honest-to-God monarchy. And yet they're getting their own tributaries? That's so cool. So I'm actually getting this tributary stuff without having to pay the diplomatic costs. Life is good. I need more tributaries. Yeah, I want this market and I want these provinces. But I also want institutions, and I'm struggling on that part. Bad weather, but we don't care. Chieftain insurgents are still trying to rise up. Do we care about that? I really don't want to spend another another 1,000 dollary dues keeping the chieftains off my back. But their happiness equilibrium's just not great. Far from great. Well, it's going to be even less great when I rip apart even more of their privileges. But I think we better save up money for that. Fortunately, saving up money is something we're doing crazily well. Look at that! We are actually making so much money compared to what we did before. Life is good. Alright, you still want to marry me, and I still don't want to marry you. Maybe that's not true. No, I still don't think it's true. Where was that thing about somebody wanting to be married? Somebody just came of heir. I don't see it. But I always see an opportunity to take more money out of my subjects. Anybody who's happy enough, like Bulgaria, would surely be... I wonder if Bulgaria would be happy enough to give me market access. How much market power do you have here? If I have to scroll down to see it, it's probably not good. But hey, half of Bulgaria's market access in Constantinopolis might be worth more than punching them for dosh periodically. That's a tough call. It's also more expensive in terms of liberty desire, but we're doing very, very well on people's loyalty. Let's take a look at that. They still have the temporary plus 10, so it's going to come down by 43 overall. That's too dangerous, sadly. I mean, I was willing to invest diplomatically in keeping Hungary on my side, but there's a limit in how many diplomats I'm willing to spend, because loyalist support is expensive. Yeah, Bulgaria, sorry, I'm just going to punch you periodically for your money. Except you don't have money. Stop being poor. They got debt, and that won't go away faster if I start taking away half of their trade. Kind of a shame. Difficult to keep everybody happy enough to give me so much of their trade. Volhynia is small and pathetic, but I doubt they have any real trade to give me. That said, it's not like they don't not have trade to give me. What's Volhynia's market presence? By the way, I know this all sounds like really, really dull, just going on about all this internal stuff. I love it. I love how more purposeful everything you do here feels. Yeah, couldn't help but notice that you have no trade power whatsoever, Volhynia. Unless you're telling me you're somehow in Krakow, which you're also not. He's already forgotten about the road. I thought I built the road. See? Road and road. Was there another road I was meant to build? Still trying to consider if any other my subjects are worth taking trade away from. Probably not, right? Oh god, Perm. Perm's getting peasanted. Well, as long as the peasants are still Sunni. Good, good. Then it doesn't matter all that much. Perm, what kind of control do you have over Kazan? Well, none. That's a little unsurprising. The internal mechanics are so good. The UI needs a lot of work. We always feel that in a new Paradox release. And then we get used to it. And then a new game comes out and we say, the UI sucks. Let's not detract from the fact that it does need some improvement, though. Also, I didn't end up punching anybody's money out. I still want it. There's no point sitting on extra diplomats and not using them. Although I could always improve relations. Ah, As usual, Kiev is there for me. Yeah, Kiev would be more there for me if we continue to improve relations. Anybody else need to see the funnier side of everything? Serbia, for whatever reason, don't like me very much. But I've already improved relations a ton. And I already maxed out Hungary. Jeez. Alright, well, I think Halik haven't been schmoozed up for... Jeez, it's hard to know what to do with my diplomats. Yeah, I got them all, but what do I even do with them? Have I punched Timmy lately? Timmy has a ton of control over Samarkand, and Samarkand is absurdly rich. So I should strongly consider doing that with Timmy. But where is Timmy on the list? Timurid Horde don't like me much. But I am improving relations. I haven't punched them for money yet. If I do divert their trade, maybe I should do that. Let's get some numbers there. Samarkand. Timurid Horde have a ton of control in Samarkand. And if I could start trading Samarkand stuff, that would make me very, very happy. That's even worth paying diplomats for, in my opinion. Alright, Timmy, I got some good news and some bad news for you. Actually, it's all bad news. We're already improving relations, and now you are going to give me your trade. And the nice thing about Samarkand is that that is definitely going to have access to stuff that I can't otherwise get access to. Let's take a look at those goods. Don't tell me about fish. Oh, they want... Oh my god, look at that! A market for fish! I could actually make reasonable money on that. It's just that there are many other things to make much more money on in Samarkand, aren't there? I'm not sure I'd feel good about fish being horsed over from Kaffa to Samarkand. They'd have to be pretty heavily salted, and at that point you're just eating salt. Alright, that's pretty cool. We'll have full trade automation and see what the game thinks is better, and then I'll come to my own decisions. But I think I don't want to keep them disloyal. It's a little dangerous. I could fund loyalists, but I still have a truce with them, don't I? For 1 more year. That might be a little too tight. I actually think they're small and weak enough that they're not going to care, as long as I don't punch them for money every now and then. What was the money punching opportunity with Timurids? Yeah, Timmy's very unhappy, so they're top of the line here. Timmy would have to give me 100 ducats. That's quite nice, but I think the trading opportunity is even better. I assume you need a road or a naval route between the market. I don't think you do. Maybe it helps. I mean, look at that. It can't get all the way up to Sarayuk. But it can go down to Esfahan. I don't actually know what limits this. I don't know how to see all the trade places that are adjacent to it. If somebody knows how to know that, I would love to know. If somebody knows how to know it. Trapax is coming in, sending me 1 whole bit. That's it, I'm done streaming. Retirement is now. That's going to keep me going for 30 years here in Hungary. That's telling me about existing trades, but I'm very curious how you know where Samarkand can trade with. Because this is where it can trade with. It can go all the way down to Delhi. It can go all the way across to Esfahan. I can assume that that has something to do with roads. Well, would you look at that? There are roads. And the roads stop dead here. So maybe, just maybe, you need to have a road or naval connections. Hence the idea of the Silk Road. But here's the thing, you know, I can trade with Nagai just quite easily. And there's no road here. There's no route maintenance either. So what controls... Maybe you can always go to an adjacent one. And we can go to Trebizond either by land or by sea. River? Yeah, river's also a possibility. But yeah, I wish I knew, because I do not know how to link up the markets. I can make some impressive guesses. but I don't know for sure. Alright, well, I could finally declare war now if I really wanted. How much do I want Pronsk? I do really like the look of Pronsk. It's just it doesn't do much for me. It's still going to be there. My CB's good for only another year, actually. Maybe I should go and destroy Pronsk. It does mean taking on the terrifying might of the entire coalition, but somehow I think I'm not bothered by that. Let's break ourselves up for such an occasion. I'll send a mighty 600 of you, a mighty 800 of you to deal with this. And then the rest of us will take care of Vladimir. Did Vladimir subjugate these guys, by the way? Vladimir did subjugate these people. So we punch through to Vladimir, which, funnily enough, you can pretty much do from where you are. Oh, ooh, look at that. Mormon thinks they're a big deal. They also decided to become a town. How much does it cost me to destroy settlements, by the way? Only 25 to downgrade a location. Because I'm a horde, so I can actually just go and raise cities. I'm at a loss to think why I would want to do that, but I'll tell you what, it would make it easier to integrate. Ooh. Another big-brained move. Why do you think Moscow was so difficult to integrate? Because it's got a big-ass city here. Whereas if I just raise the cities and the towns, then there's no bother. Ooh. Someone help me. How do I remove pirates? I actually don't know. Wish I did. Let's pay for that army. It's not that expensive, thankfully. Why is stability so incredibly expensive, though? Maybe, yeah, the richer I get, the more it costs to stabilize the country. I suppose that stands to reason. Alright, Pronsk, I really, really don't care about your coalition. It's the coalition of the few. So you're gonna have to go. Wham. Oh yeah, Tver's gonna get involved. Cool. Really cool. I like it. And Tver have a fort, so it doesn't really matter to me how much they get bullied. Also, Tver are slowly, but somewhat steadily spreading my faith, as I told them to. Sadly, they haven't forced their fiefdoms to also follow the light. Which is a shame. You know, how can you spread out fiefdoms and not give them your faith? They'll burn in hell for that. I see that fort on Nizhny Novgorod, by the way. Oh god, Vladimir got a fort as well. This is all unacceptable. I meant to be staying on top of the Russians building forts, and I have failed to do so. Look at that, even the Principality of whoever this is built one. Well, Vladimir's losing that fort. Question then, can you separate peace coalition targets? You can! Okay, well, the coalitions already feel much better to play with than in EU4. What a world we live in. Also, these people have to die. Teleporting armies be damned. Yes, get those victories, all in the name of the Khan. This is show superiority war goal, so maybe I don't even need to separate piece these guys, because I certainly can't be ringed. Oh god, I'm stuck in the fort again. Get me out of here. And you can't... I don't think you can give shift movement. Am I completely stuck in this bleeding fort? I think I am. Come on, get me to Suzdal. I can't escape. I really think there's something with battles that makes you stuck inside a fort. Oh well. Too bad for me, I guess. Yeah, all the problems we had bringing in Fort Zone of Controls in EU4 is just coming back to me. And it's not a positive feeling. Don't like this emotion. Alright. Give me some more not very good generals from the Crown. What's the point to take land unless you get actual value? And that's the cities. No, there's actual value to be had in these little places as well. Not a lot of value, but it's also just better for land to be mine than anyone else's. Ugh, I don't like leaving my standing army on there. Why can't I catch them? Oh, they're running, of course. Well, boo bloody who. Yeah, I can tell you to dismantle your fort in Nizhny Novgorod and Vladimir. Costs a surprisingly large amount of war score to do that. Surprising and disheartening. That's right, I want Prudy to be mine too. If only I could escape from this fort. I really think it's battles. Twice now this has happened. I enter a battle and then my army gets stuck in a fort. How much did you automate stuff? Not much. Trade is automated, but I still step in and de-automate some of that. Production methods I don't care about. Otherwise, nothing is automated. Even taxes, I only automate what I know I want set to the equilibrium. I want to keep my tribes, my chieftains, my ulema untaxed, and I want the commoners and traders picking up the slack. And the Demi I don't care about, so they can pay whatever. But yeah, and I do like the automation settings. I probably would have been extremely frustrated if I had to learn this game whilst also managing trade. But just having trade take care of itself has been a great boon. What is also great is seeing Tver actually manage an army. A useful army. Did they integrate Muscovy? I was going to say I'm so proud of you, but no, you haven't integrated it yet. Tell me more about your integrations. They're struggling a bit on that, it seems. They're struggling a lot on that, it seems. Well, that's okay. I'm always there to help them. I think. Ugh, I hate doing sieges. Until I can get cannons, sieges will always be a pain in my arse. Integration always seems to take decades. It depends on the provinces. General still isn't here yet, but even here in the late 14th century, horse archers reigned supreme. If I'd known I was going to be stuck there, I would have made a far smaller army. Good thing I made a detachment. Imagine if my entire army was stuck in that fort. Seems like a bug, though. And I'm all but certain it has to do with fighting. Maybe because I captured a unit? I don't see any slaves, but last time I enslaved some enemy units, they actually didn't show up as slaves for some reason. When all I wanted was more slaves, Your Majesty. Get in there and get out, for God's sake. You seem to assume the cannons will help. Yeah, the sieges seem largely the same as EU4's, so it doesn't seem like an unreasonable assertion. Yeah, my people are hungry now. Hold on, we have a prevent annexation against Vladimir. What? Prevent our rivals from illegally annexing their defenseless subjects. What? That's amazing. All these people going, wow, there's no CBs in the game. Well, look at that. If your neighbor has the audacity to annex their subjects, you can stop them. Does that mean I can see that on the diplomatic mode here? Oh, wow. There's a lot of diplomacy. Wait, that's my diplomacy. Show me Vladimir's. Rurikivik. I'll be glad when every last Rurikivik is dead. Don't let them breed. You see anything indicating the annexation of a subject here? Golden Horde is a casus belli, allowing prevent annexation. But who is it they're trying to annex? Is this it? They're annexing Nizhny Novgorod. And it'll be done... it wouldn't take too long. Yeah, it's based on the size of towns and settlements. Interesting. It's also slightly sped up by title consolidation. It would take me forever to integrate my subject, which is why I'm not in any hurry to do so. Because you face some difficulties in doing so as well. Interesting. In that case, I'll probably make Nizhny Novgorod be free, tear down the forts, and just generally keep them broken up. I don't want them solidifying enough power to build fortifications, that's the main thing. And I do love to build fortifications. They obviously know that fortifications are the best way to deal with me. So, by the way, I made Ryazan a town now. It is my humble belief that because I've made it into a town, there's going to be more slaves, Your Majesty. Where are those slaves that I got here? Did I actually do some enslaving? There we go. They're going to Sarai, they're going to Sarai, they're going to Sarai, they're going to Sarai. I don't know how it chooses where the slaves go. But I do want them in Ryazan. And I know they can go to a town because plenty of them went to Kursk. Okay, the Emirate of Tver took this. I'd like to take some land in Tver's name, but I have a funny feeling they would reject it. More slaves. They're all going to Sarai. Still don't understand why. Can you move slaves around like in Imperator? I think you can move them off to the New World, but that's your lot. As far as I can tell, you can't do more than that. Well, it's quite nice having Tver help out here, but I should do something about these armies over here. We will eventually take this, and then the rest of this will fall. Yeah, as expected, they're bringing in armies. It might be a little bit presumptuous of me to think that my army's going to take this, but it seems we've got backup here from our little minor tribes that nobody else seems to know or care about. Chieftains demanding privileges. Bloody chieftains. It's getting in the way of seeing my army here. To be fair, the nobles are cheesed off. And I would quite like them to not be doing more insurrection, especially when I'm planning on cheesing them off even more. That makes the peasants unhappy, but the peasants are fine. Yeah, the commoners have an equilibrium they're going towards anyway. I'm okay with this for now. What you believe to be yours. Yeah, I'm hoping that we get a patch real soon that stops armies from just teleporting around. It's not that they're actually teleporting, but visually they are, and that's just as bad. It's very hard to actually tell where any unit is at a given time. Because especially if you move around and then move back, their positions on the map change. So it's a good thing I'm more powerful, otherwise I'd have no idea what's going on. And then I'd be at big risk. I think that's why they're trade goods and pops, so you can trade them. Yeah, I don't think you actually turn them into the trade good, though. You just enslave people and then the trade good appears. You're not actually moving the pops around. Although I'm open to being wrong. I would like to be wrong. This should show superiority, right? Oh, hang on. The whack-a-mole is pretty bad in this game as well. Like those guys just moved one province and are already a problem for me. And because people like partially move through provinces, it's so hard to keep track of who's going where. It's a mess. I'll be honest. Visually, the way the armies move around is a mess. I'd rather it was the more abrupt movement that we saw in EU 3 and 4. You'd like something between fluid walking and teleportation, I guess? I don't even care about the fluid walking. It's more important to have it abundantly clear. If you're going to keep combat as province-based, why even have them go between here and here and here and here? Just have them in the center. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. If I had to guess, there's something else that was attempted and abandoned, but it's just a guess. But EU's always been province-based. Why did I even come over here? You. More slaves is not so bad, but Ryazan doesn't seem to be getting their slaves for some reason. Seems strange, right? These are all Muscovites. Why are we not enslaving them in Ryazan? Maybe have the province they're in light up or something as a compromise. Well, I don't like compromise, to put it simply. I forgot to balance out my units. I'm glad I got back up then. Come on, there are plenty of arses to kick in this war. And I'm not conducting it well. Of that, I'm sure. Yeah, here's the thing. Formation is arse. Click this button. Formation is God. It's a real shame that that's a button you just have to keep clicking after every engagement and every shuffle of your army. Really makes me wonder why that's there. Like, what is the consideration here? Also, boo! We didn't take slaves. This must have already been enslaved not too long ago. Maybe just march in the capital. Wait, that's not the capital. They have 2 forts? Yeah. Oh well, take the forts down. This one will be done soon enough, so I'll have an actual army to go and deal with things. Oh, well, speak of the devil, Vladimir's down. Continue taking everything. Get Vladimir pieced out. Break down the walls, and all is well. And there's no good reason not to carpet sieges there, because I want all these slaves. Well, I probably don't want all these slaves, but somewhere down the line they'll be useful. For now, they just eat my food. Actively costing me. Clearly, you've been slacking and pruning your yoke. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Am I truly getting all this war score? Feels like I should have a lot more from all these battles, but my cowardly foes keep running away. So yes, to be sure, no fort, no fort. No subject. Wow, that already costs everything. It's Nizhny Novgorod that they're attempting to integrate, so I suppose I can kick them out. But then that gets in the way of my favorite thing, which is taking all their money. Maybe I don't really care that they eat these, because as long as they're just a big dumb country, I can come in and kick their face in for all their money. Yeah, I mean, Vladimir's no threat. They can keep their subjects and keep integrating them. And that way I can enjoy more money. He still doesn't have his forts. I can humiliate him while I'm at it. Yeah, liberating countries for the sake of the yoke doesn't really seem to be doing anything for me anyway. The Tatar yoke never has paid a reasonable sum of money in this game. Which is really, really sad. You know, I want tons of money. Is that really too much to ask for? And besides, a big nation like you is just easier to go looting for slaves down the line. Oh, he's trying to build things. Russians trying to have things. It's adorable. They're not allowed things. Yeah, the Tatar yoke is really cool as an organization, but the values are off by an order of magnitude. I'm currently getting nothing from 10 payers. Oh wait, no, not nothing. Maybe the problem is that I don't have a payee, but I don't know how to assign a payee. Wait, how do I assign a payee? Delivered to the Grand Prince of Vladimir, but it doesn't say that he's paying me. Maybe he refuses to? Is there like a thing I can do, specifically? Influence? No, let's use favors. Well, you are at war with him. Yeah, that might be relevant. But it shouldn't let a little war stop payment. We didn't let the Black Death stop payment. Wow, all the slaves are going to Sarai. For some reason, they don't want to go over to Ryazan, despite me investing in it. I wonder what makes somewhere attractive for slaves to go to. Alright, bring it all down. This place needs to be completely torched. It does feel good just going around and utterly ravaging the Russians, but eventually there'll be no Russians left to ravage. And I wonder how this population of Russia looked at the start of the game compared to now. They've been consolidated down to Sinai. In chains. I don't know where we got all the iron for the chains, though. That's a trade good that we struggled with. Get out, Vladimir. It's time for you to die. While I'm at it, I want to check on integration down here. It looks like we took care of all of this in record time. Excellent. And how's the control looking? Alright, in that case I'm going to take care of this. Even though I'm missing a couple of provinces. Yeah, I wonder if Nagai could just, you know, give me those. They probably wouldn't be very happy, though. Oh, here's stat annexation. Let's not do that just yet in case it has some incredibly immediate downsides. Right, you're working on here. Not anymore, you're not. Tell me about assimilating to Mongolian. This place. It's Hopefully it doesn't take too long. And about over here. Oh, we're doing great. It feels good. It feels so good. Much better. Compare this to EU4, shall we? I want to improve my capital. There's like 2 buildings I can build, and I can spend some point mana to instantly increase development. If I'm feeling really daring, I'll use some diplomatic points to culturally convert the entire place to 1 culture. Compared to that, this is just so much more satisfying. It's a lot more to do, and again, if you're wanting to chew on your thumb and go, Golden Horde blob more, then maybe this won't be for you, but for me, this is just marvelous. It almost feels like this was tailor-made for my enjoyment. It's that good. Yeah, magically make a city overnight, clearly. Orlov just saying, God, yes! Although I don't know if that's in reaction to the tongue-chewing blobber mind. Yeah, all the slaves are going to Sarai. I mean, go figure, I'd want them in my capital, but why? Also, I've got too many armies attaching to me here. Please don't attach. Go and do your own thing. Don't attach to me here either. I know what I'm doing, I think. Go and fight enemy armies or something. How are you feeling, Vladimir, by the way? You ready for peace? You won't be ready for peace until July, which is next month, so that's fine. Where's your slave market, Jake? I think I built it in Sarai. You thinking that might be related? That's the Mason. Am I incorrect in thinking I built it here? Maybe I built it in Ryazan. Well, there's an easy way to check. Go here. Don't check for any specific markets and tell me about my slaves. I do have it in Sarai. And there's one in my subject in Samarkand. That's highly amusing. Apparently it would be profitable to build another one in Sarai. Where is it? It stands to reason that burghers manage it, but which of these is a slave market? You. Monthly enslavement. So I'm actively enslaving undesirables in the population here. But who would that even be? Do we have any free... It wouldn't be Mongolians or Ryazanis. We respect them, I think. I'm not entirely sure we actually do any enslavement. It's not a mechanic that I fully understand currently. Maybe the Astrakani burghers get enslaved. That's a real bad drop down in society. Look at that, Astrakani slaves. Yeah, and some of the Hungarian Catholics are here as well. The main thing is that I'm bringing in a lot of Muscovites. In due time, I will accept Muscovites, and then they'll go off and exist elsewhere in my country, working my RGOs to flood the market in yet more wool. Have you tried playing as the banks? No, the only thing that I've been trying since release is just this campaign. I haven't been doing any off-stream playing aside from testing out more things. All Horde related, of course. There is very much a lot of this game that I'm wanting to play, but I have limited time. You know, limited to 24 hours in a day. Lack, and I still wish it was easier to tell where the capital is of these places. I mean, even zoomed in here, you know, which of these is the capital of the province? Man was never meant to know. It's Kornevo. Chances are it'll change after taking Kornevo, though. What in the world should I be doing with my diplomats, though? I'm already improving relations with everybody that matters. I could always be making some casus belli if I really wanted to go on a rampage. But I wouldn't be able to get down to the Papal State. People were talking about attacking the Byzantine, but that seems very risky. If the Ottomans ever attack them, and I'm sure they're desiring to do so, then that would mean war between me and the Otto scum. It's bad enough that they might attack Georgia or Bulgaria. Forcing my way into China also doesn't seem like a tremendous idea, although it's good to see that Yuan's actually making a bit of a comeback here. A big yuan that I could kick some money out of would be rather tempting. How about Lithuania? It is still quite tempting for me to turn Lithuania into a tribute-paying subject. Insults, Jake. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Alright, you know what? There may be a day when I want to attack Lithuania, so let's build up a spy network with that in mind. At least it keeps my diplomats busy. And I'd hate to think of my diplomats not being busy. That is to say occupied, not Byzantine. Poor Ryazan, they just want some slaves. Come on, the whole reason I built this place up was so it could become my new slave location. Have I done you now? Fully integrated. Well, this is going extremely well. I should have kicked out these Astrakanis aeons ago. Guess I want to do this region next. Ustina. It would be quite nice if I didn't have to go into all these menus again. You know, something just like drag you over here. I feel like it was easier to do that in CK3. But CK3 in many ways was an unprecedented step up in quality of life for Paradox. It's just a shame there's not really any game to play in that thing. I am notably not the biggest fan currently of CK3. I think Tver took this, and I can't make them give it over to me. What a shame. Oh well, such is life. They keep beating me. Oh, what I should be doing in that case is taking control of sieges in situations where I march in. I wonder if I can take it straight away from my subjects. There is an idea to sack all the people of Nizhny Novgorod for my benefit. I'm going to test to see if it can be done. CK3 is a game that could use a pop-up blocker. That's good. Alright, as the Overlord, can I seize control of this? We only have 0 men capable of assaulting. They have 20. We need to have more men to be able to assume control. Ah, because horses cannot... Wait, oh, here we go. Wait, what? Assume control of the siege? No. Take over the siege? Yes. You will take command over the siege and gain control of the location when the siege is won. Yes. I'm worried, because that looks like the assault button. I don't appear to be in control. I think that button's broken. Anyway, are you ready to be out now? Yes, you are. I humiliate you, I tear down your forts, you give me money, you give me even more money. Brilliant. That's definitely what we came to war with. Tearing down the forts is just a nice, happy addendum to all of this. And of course, Smolensk is going to have to lose their fort as well. You're simply not allowed these things. Dismantle both of your forts. Pay me all your bleeding money, and pay me all your bleeding money. Damn, these Russians... I really haven't been keeping on top of my anti-yoking, have I? There's no way the Russians should be allowed this much money. Oh, don't worry, they won't be getting this money again. CK is very character-based, so dragging them and kicking, screaming is a very much done thing. I feel like this game overstepped its amount of character focus, but that's probably personal preference. I'm sure some people out there are delighted the fact that you have an actual dynasty tree and whatnot. Me, I don't care. That's not what I play EU for. I was always quite happy that royal marriage and dynasties were very abstract things, only caring for personal unions. An eager artist is here. Well, I do have pretty crappy culture. That's a lot to pay for research. Stability is always welcome. Estates, yeah. Cultural tradition, yeah. Away with you, beggar. No, we have money to spare. That's like 3.5, 4 months of research progress. But we struggle on research a lot. I think I need to go for the stability. What I'm currently working on, of course, is reigning in my country, and the sooner we get that done, the sooner we can be more explosively aggressive. Yes, please. How are those chieftains doing, by the way? I'm about to make them incredibly unhappy, so I have no problem just keeping money in my back pocket for bribing them. Because, yes, the next thing to go has got to be their serfdom. It's a double whammy. They lose 40% of their power because I destroy this... what's it called again? I keep forgetting this word, but it's a privilege. Not only do I remove that 40%, I'm also going to remove the aristocracy bonus. So that's really like removing 70% of their power. And once that is done, they really don't have much to show. They get tribal host, which I will also kill eventually. It's a good one to kill because it doesn't even make them happier. But once those two are gone, the chieftains are a thing of the past. They will not have the power to threaten my rule, and I will have consolidated it into crown power. It also gets a bit distributed. Not so much the dhimmi and the tribes, but the commoners, traders, and ulama are better off. But having the strongest amount of power just feels so good. Just yum, 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 yum. Command, cabinet, all this power, all that trade money. Who would have imagined Golden Horde being a trade powerhouse? Our RGOs suck. I was looking at this for a long time last night when I was trying to figure out trade, and I was like, okay, it works like this, it works like this. It's really good to have things that are dense in value, like gems and gold, and nicely produced thing. And what do I have? I got freaking stones. Yeah. Stone farmer at hand. More wool and livestock than the world will ever need. Whereas you go over here and you've got delicious things. Oh, you got wine and beeswax, good lumber, fruits that I always struggle in. Why is this game so Euro-focused? I thought I was playing Steppe Universalis. Your colony has some wealth. What? You're going to need to elaborate on that. I mean, my colony is not allowed to have wealth. So we will fix that in time. It's basically Pax Mongolica, making money hand over fist on the Silk Road. Oh, that good thing. Good thing you reminded me about that. We took over control of 50% of Timmy's Samarkand trade power. In fact, all of his power, but I think he only has presence in Samarkand. Yeah. And that's a fairly chunky amount of power for us to enjoy. And what are we doing with that? We are making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 ducats of trade here. We're moving around markets we don't really care about. It's not going to fulfill any of our needs. But that is still just money for almost nothing. It's not quite nothing because I severely hamper the loyalty of Timmy to the point where I might need to sponsor loyalists to keep him on my side. But I think it'll be okay if I can just up his opinion, and his opinion is going up because he's forgetting about the war that I waged against him. Oh god, I insulted him as well. I forgot I had too high relations with him, so I had to insult him too. But anyway, this is all being seen to. I don't think he will rebel against me. Yeah, hell, he's not rebelling now, and the truce is over. That is a terrifying army size. Anyway, believe that we made the right choice. Make an embassy there? Ooh. It's not like we're struggling on diplomatic capacity, so I don't actually need more embassies. But was there another benefit to the embassy? The embassy lists fog of war and gives diplomatic capacity. Not necessary then. And yeah, I don't want to pay for that because I think I already pay for my embassies, and they're not free. Doesn't improve relations, so I won't bother unless I end up low on capacity again. For some reason, that capacity is going down and down. I mean, Hungary and Georgia used to be worth a lot more than that. Oh, I see why. I'm just becoming too powerful. Power must take into account more than just your army size then, because we haven't expanded our army in ages, but we're dwarfing the others. I can only assume it's my massive amount of money. I can't believe how much we've grown today. I was talking about inward focus. I didn't expect it to be the case where we now make as much as we do from our tributes. I'm keeping those tributes, no doubt about it, but See, I love games about making money, but the more effort you have to put in to make the money, and as long as there's a payoff for the money, the better the experience. And you better believe there's a lot of work, and there's a ton of payoff here. It's not like Vicky where it's a lot of annoying work, but you can't do anything with it. Okay, you can continue to watch your anthill if you like, but I'm not interested. This is just so good. And not even a shill, right? This ain't my work. Jings, I left Paradox 6 years ago after having worked there for less than 5. You know, if you want to feel your hairline receding, graying, bones calcifying, cataracts forming, then yes, it was so long ago. Jesus, time flies. How do you think I feel? Well, I feel great. The males in my family just refuse to age. Did you ever try the Mayo and Taxes mod? I played a ton of Mayo for EU3, but I was never interested in Mayo and Taxes for EU4. That hello, midlife crisis. They're all the bloody slaves are going to Sarai. I wonder if it's an undocumented feature of the slave market where the slaves just gravitate towards there, because previously the slaves would go to any old nearby province. So I wonder what's up with that. Yeah, no point not going for the full push on this poor guy. Is this his capital? So he put a fort on not his capital. I wonder if his estates did that for him. Speaking of EU3, Corchin is still there and they're still pink. Oh, beautiful. Back in the days when I would write instead of stream, I did an after-action report for good old Cochin. I even turned it into a multiplayer towards the end, and we had to fight a big pink blurple menace. The map ended up kind of difficult to look at after a while. Do you enjoy the game in its current state? Do you recommend it? Yes and yes. The caveat on recommendation is, of course, everybody's tastes are different, and it's not an easy game to just pick up and immediately learn. You can get the basics going, and the automation will help a lot, but if you want to understand what you're doing, it's quite a lot to chew through. It's also much, much slower than playing EU4. Hey, peace in our time. It's actually peace for our time, but never mind that. Can't be arsed with these sieges, just finish them off. That is a separate piece for Smolensk. They pay me buckets of ducats, and now I'm still not 100% in this war. Why? Who else is involved? Ah, Chernihiv is. I don't think that's going to stop me just annexing you, though, right? I don't really care what I do with these guys, unless they have a fort. No forts, no caring. But on the other hand, if there's no forts, then why not just go and kill them? Gosh, I do ask some difficult questions at times. Yeah, go on. It's just a couple-month excursion. Bring them home in chains. Yeah, they haven't even been going to Kursk. It's strange, isn't it? It's actually fine that they go to a core, but I think everywhere but Kursk is cored. I should core Kursk at some point, though. Just having no control over this area is a pain in my bits. And I need to convert a whole lot of people. It's weird that slaves even count towards it, but it's far from the weirdest thing in this game. Am I even sieging this down? No, because I was exiled for finishing the war. That's a shame. I should not have peaced out before doing this. Okay, well then... Do I have access? What does that tell me? I have circumstantial military access through to Chernihiv. Well, that's extremely bad news for Chernihiv. You guys just chill out at home. I don't think I'll need you. Nah, go and lift your whatever that was and go and burn that place to the ground. As long as Tver doesn't beat you to it. Dissidents? Great Yuan hates me. I actually need to keep the chieftains happy because they are still trying to insurge against me. That means I can destroy their insurgency with a small... How long does this last, by the way? It's just a flat 5. How much to remove these? Go on then. I'm not far away from cheesing them off. It's so much cheaper. Like, it's almost half price to rip away their long desired... I keep forgetting the word, but it's privilege. Who would have thought I struggle with the idea of giving power to others? Imperator was fun for exactly one playthrough, says Blow. And only if you played one of the nations that actually had something special going. By that you just mean anything. Yeah. Imperator stands as a very interesting display of Paradox's hubris. And I don't think I'm alone with that assessment. Well, I know I'm not alone with that assessment. Paradox is very complacent, you know, we own the market, we can put out whatever we want, and then they put out whatever, and it was hated. And it's not just the pain of having that, right? It's quite a blow because they released a product, and there's always this kind of silent understanding that even if Paradox releases something in a very shaky state, it's going to get the support that it needs to become a great game. Hoi 3, Hoi 4, CK2, long life cycles that turned pretty shaky and very, well, at the time, more niche product into something that you love. Compare the player numbers of Hoi 4 on release to now. It's unreal. Hoi 4 is incredible with just its staying power as a game that so many people play. But suddenly you're not so sure, because Imperator came along, and even though they were like, yeah, we're going to improve Imperator, what actually happened? Got strangled to death. Now, it's hard to put a value on that. You know, how much should Paradox really care that that's the case? And I don't have the answer, and neither do they. Hoi 4 on release was not that much better than Imperator. Yes, but unlike Imperator, it got that love. Unmarried children? No, say it ain't so. Where... Oh, where are you? Ugh, map is too bright. This is why I play on this much more faded mode than the blah, my poor eyes mode. Oh, child of mine. I'm getting on in years, and... Well, you're not really that much better. Also, you're a daughter. Right, those Chobanids still really want to marry me. They have a lot of trust towards me, probably just because I haven't murdered them in all this time. Oh, those are things that I could do. Wow, I wasn't aware of all these things that I could do. I could execute my own ruler for some reason. Increase the government power cost to the next use of banish and execute by 5, refresh the duration. Abdication is even an option. All these things sound quite bad, though, and there's no real point to it. You, on the other hand, should be married. And I don't really care who, just someone who's likely to fill you full of babies. And even better if we're all inbred, so take another Borjgin. Sure. Who is this guy? Our ruler's nephew is going to marry our ruler's daughter. I don't think this game has incest. As in, trackably having an effect incest. Even so. This captain seems like a nice guy. Go on. I need to get a bigger and better idea how all that works. Yeah, the golden circle is here. The family pole at work. It is not lost on me that every single slave I took went to Sarai. Is that because Sarai has space and is my capital? Why did none of them go to Ryazan? Is it because it's where my slave building is? Also not unreasonable. Should I build a slave building in Ryazan and see if that helps? I think I'm going to have to try that. Sadly, I severely lack burgers. The promotion rate is agonizingly slow. Because I built all these marketplaces. Even so... Let's try our luck with... crumbs, where is it? Love my... Oh, it's near the top. I was thinking it was in alphabetical, but no. T does come after D, but O doesn't come before A. Let's give it a go. Let's build a slave market and see if that encourages the slaves to move over to Ryazan instead. Right, I was trying to make some peace around here. Are you subject or something? I can check here, right? Chernihiv. Wait, Rostov is involved. I must have missed Rostov. What's a Rostov? Ryazan. Kolmna. Rostov is meant to be up here, but I sure don't see Rostov up here. Explain further. Oh, God! Rostov migrated. Which is more? They haven't been thoroughly punished. Are they independent? I think Rostov has ignored my ire this entire time by being off in a blind spot. Perm is on the case. I'm not really sure I care about dealing with Rostov. I mean, they just kind of sit there. I doubt they have anything to offer me. If I hunted them down, I could get 10 ducats. Freaking Russians never have anything good to offer me. Who moved Rostov up there? Who could have done such a thing? The mind boggles. Yeah, once again, these people barely have anything to give me, but no forts to tear down. Maybe don't let that person be your subject anymore. That means that Lithuania might... Hold on, if I'm going to fight Lithuania, we go through Kiev. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just pay me loads of money. Everything is fine that way. Can't think of anything else to do with these people. He thinks they're people. And then finally, if we assume that Rostov is not of my concern, the point is just to annex you. Thank you, good night, and much love. I might as well take all your money. You have no slaves to give me anyway. Rostov could become a tributary if I occupy the capital, but there's no point, right? They don't have anything worth giving me up there, and it's not like I need to contain them. No, it's a very sad and simple peace deal. Jake, the first patch is out. I'd be interested to read through the patch notes, but I'm not going to stop what I'm doing right now for that. Yoink. Yet another weakening of the Tatar yoke. Now, I was having great fun integrating this land. Still am. But it's quite important that this new area is not quite so uppity. I guess I'll take you, since I think it's a military thing to integrate this land. Is that true? Integration is a military action. Wait, this isn't integrated? Fascinating. Well, it's not fully integrated. Lubyichi? Why is Lubyichi a different color? You're integrated, and you are... a core? Oh, that's funny. Okay, sure. A core is a core, of course, of course. I'll still need it integrated. I might just send both of my council members on it. I was hoping you could get old and die so that I could have a better person do this, but our Horde members seem to live a surprisingly long time. Get this integrated. Any ETA on that? 3 years and 14 years. That's okay though, because this will become a core once we're done there. The coalition has been disbanded against me. Oh, joy of joys. Does that mean the Ottomans are interested in an alliance again? Spoiler, the answer is no. That said... if these people would just sod off entirely, they would be interested. I can't believe they're scared of little Russian princes that hate me. Including subjects for some bizarre reason. Oh well, it just means many more of them have to die. There is still the idea of subjugating Lithuania, and I am eyeing it up. That's why I'm building up a spy network. Their alliance with Poland continues to fill me with dismay, but I think we could deal with them. Wouldn't they just abandon it randomly again? Probably. Which is why I'll take it if it's a low-hanging fruit. Speaking of hanging... it is very nearly time to take the chieftains out back and shoot them. Very nearly. Someday those Astrakani patriots are going to rise up. You know, maybe, just maybe, I could help them. Right? Why are they so angry? Tell me more about yourselves. Well, it's not none of them. There's 2,000 of them. They're all here, and they're all mad. Why are you so mad? There's virtually no support. There's nationalism because we have a... Astrakani have more cultural influence than we... What? What's causing this? I thought I would have a bazillion more cultural influence than the Astrakanis. They lack their pop needs. You all belong to which market? Ugh, that complicates matters. They're in a split market. They are in a split market, right? Wait, maybe they're all in Ryazan. Let me double check that. I'm having a hard time reading it. Yeah, they're all in Ryazan. Interesting. If that's the case, maybe, just maybe, I can deal with some of your pop needs. Yeah, the Ryazan market. Tell me specifically about pop needs. There's a lot of things lacking in this market. But they probably want things like tea and whatnot. I wish I could see exactly what pop needs that they want. It just says, we have needs. We haven't had a single rebellion pop, so it's not a big deal if I let it pop, but I don't think you can start a war if you have 95% or more rebel progress. Is this going to show me what they desire? Integrated but not core. There's really not a lot of people, is it? They lack fish. Oh gosh, I wonder what could be done about that. You lack mercury. I'm not fetching you bloody mercury. Oh jeez. Are you telling me that this whole problem could be swept under the carpet if I just get Ryazan some bleeding fish? Because I got fish coming out of my ears. Wow, the price of fish is actually really good in Ryazan. Alright, very well. If you insist. We know that we're drowning in fish over in Kaffa, but apparently it's more profitable to do it at Mosyask. I still want the Kaffa one though, because I know that my fish markets there are costing me extra money. So Kaffa, let's get. How much do they want again? 1.92. I'm not sure I can get them that. Well, I'll get them some of that. Hold on, hold on. Minimize that. Maximize that. Are you telling me that there's more that I can get out of other trade capacity? This is strange. Is this taking away more than I have? Anyway, lock in. Oh, I see, I see. It's because it wasn't locked in. Okay, crap. Get rid of that and instead do the Kaffa one. Yeah, because that's all the capacity that I had. Right, now I highly doubt that bringing over some fish is going to miraculously make them go away, but it would be hilarious if it did. Because, you know, there's really not a lot making them want to rise up anymore. Ooh, even without my person working there, we were able to get a core. Very nice. Fisheries just become more and more useful. Yes. Stock's all going up on fish. I'd be a fool not to jump on it. Alright, I just quite like having my army congregate around Ryazan. Whoa, never merge them. Seems to do nasty things to the general. But as long as the general is a member of the crown, then it's more power for me. Yeah, I wonder if the fish will be edible. Would you take month-old fish that arrived? Maybe they need another month to calculate how much they really want to devour that fish. It's okay. I mean, they'll rise up and I'll kill them. Muscovite Patriots will also rise up and kill them. Wait, where are the Muscovites going to be? In this one little province over there. How adorable. I wish you could agitate them into rising up when they're this high. Otherwise, you're kind of waiting around on them, aren't you? Maybe there's a council action to provoke them into rebelling. No, it's just crackdown on the rebels. I suppose that could actually disable my nation quite a bit if all of these rise up to quite high numbers. I won't be able to quell them all at once, and they'll permanently stop me from being able to declare war. Because most of them are just small, pathetic amounts. Like, how in the world did 10,000 threaten my nation of 3.2 million? Truly, I don't know. Added a province capital map marker so they're visible at higher zoom levels when the owner is at war with a player. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. Any other good highlights from the patch notes? Please ping me with them. And I will thank you for lifting that off my head. What the hell? Why do I have a Shinto child? How did this happen? I mean, I'm glad you're just my cousin. How did you... Oh, your father was Shinto. How did that happen? The AI will now only start votes on policies if they're not happy. They will stop flip-flopping. Excellent. Quiet Japanese invasion. Oh, that seems grim for me. I still have some more of my diplomats hanging around doing nothing. So the question, as is often the case for my nation... Hey, Timmy's happy. Is where can I spend it? Serbia, Georgia, Halik, Bulgaria. Do any of you have money for me? That's a no. Serbia. That's a no. Wait, request knowledge sharing. Tell me more. I will gain 50% embraced institution. And somebody said this couldn't be done with tributaries. What does Serbia know that I don't? Well, a lot of things, it seems. I cannot believe Serbia ends up being quite the enlightenment for me. Alright, Serbia. Beautiful. Serbia spreads 50% of embraced institutions to Sarai. I receive institution growth. Okay, great. But that's just institution growth. That's not the institution. The institution that's here is banking, and it's barely growing at all. Oh, but it is growing along here. I knew keeping around the gas would work out for me. It's growing more in me than in Hungary. Oh, it's beautiful in its own way. In the black hole of knowledge that is Hungary. If a subject is in a war without their overlord helping, they get reduced subject loyalty. But what if you can't help them in a war? That could be a problem, because some of my subjects fight amongst themselves. Oh, well, I wish I checked a before and after on my income. Maybe this won't kick in until the next calculation, but that's pretty sweet. I'm so disgustingly rich. I do think it was just 2%, not 2 percentage points, because otherwise 18, yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a massive increase I was hoping for. I thought it would be percentage points, not just 2% income. That's a bit sad, but sadness is to be expected. How did you get 18% banking if it isn't growing? God knows. Where's that institution thing again? I'd like a bigger map mode place. You know, I'd like it if this spread out wider or something. Well, it is growing, despite saying it's not growing. Otherwise, these thoughts just flow in. Unfortunately, I don't think banking is going to unlock much for me. That said, I've almost researched everything I care to research. Renaissance banking, right? What can one do with the knowledge of banking? Trade range. I was asking about this, wasn't I? Impacts the trade range of a country. Determines the maximum distance at which a country can conduct trade between two markets. Ah, so it's not a market thing, it's a me thing. I need to have good abilities to trade in order to bring goods from far away back home. So that's how you're going to manage things like triangle trade. Trade range can be improved through advances, laws, privileges, and reforms. What's a counting house? Whoa, crown power. Not sure if that's relevant. I mean, do I even see local crown power? Rag paper. Oh, good, good, good. Very good. What do I have a bajillion of in my country? Wool, of course. And this uses a lot more wool than lumber. So I can make paper. Paper makes books, and that's a good way to turbocharge the economy yet further. Unlocks bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is a law? I can assume so. That means I can force even more decentralization and get better prosperity. That's good, because I love decentralization for my country. Pop promotion speed is nice. There's some good things here. I didn't expect banking to be the Floodgate for so many good things. Entrepot. Market attraction is nice. Trade capacity is nice, but this is notably only a town and city building. Market attraction. Oh, good, good, good. Infiltrate, administrate. Lift the fog of war. Casus Belli creation time. Not sure I care too much about that. People were talking about the docks. Doesn't give trade capacity, so meh to that. Diplo range is irrelevant to me. Okay, scroll wheel doesn't work here. Trade range? No wonder. No wonder this is good. AI will no longer release tiny subjects. Oh, just a little bit too late for my my Tavere, it seems. Is this still under banking? It certainly is. Yeah, the real one that I want, though, is professional army. It's very important to me that I can get... Well, I'm sure there's something that I want. I want an army that's going to be able to counter things that are coming my way, but I believe I want cannons. I want my Hoff nice. Modern howitzers have their name from the Hoffice, artillery, blah, 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 blah. They are slow. But... I'm going to believe that having these around aids sieges. This is the chance of the artillery regiment to have a fire during the bombard phase. Now that's battle. I'm curious about how they work in a siege, but I'm sure they work well. Hey, there's Slave Center. It makes, I only assume, more slaves? This doesn't require existing slaves, notably. But it does more enslavement. It can be done anywhere, though. I could have rural slave centers. It's a colonial building. Does that mean it can only be done elsewhere? Wait a minute. This means I can put this in other people's countries, enslave their people, and create slaves for the market. That is just... Oh, great. Oh. I know they're a drain on my economy, but how am I meant to say no to having more of them? Yeah, this is the priority, but before then we'll do other banking-related things. Brilliant. Yeah, that wasn't quite the deluge of tributary income I was hoping for, but it's still nice. What the heck is this? Georgia want money? What? Georgia have asked us for 373 gold. Do you know what a tributary is, Georgia? I gotta say, the sack on this lad to ask me for money. Where do you get the balls? They must have built up a lot of favors or something to get that. God knows how they did. It doesn't say that there's any downside to saying no here. Where are they on my list? It gets hard seeing them all. There's Georgia, right? Maybe they need a swift reminder about how this works. It's actually extremely tempting to take their trade instead. Holy smokes. Oh god, yeah, I'm going to stop asking for my subjects' money and start taking their trade power. Because I think trade is going to translate into more money and more pop satisfaction. I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm open to being wrong, but... I could be right. Anyway, there's no way in hell you're getting this money. Just wonder if that had any downsides. I should double check if that didn't suddenly cause them to hate my guts. It seems like they were there before. There's no they didn't give me money thing here, is there? They still remember that I declared war upon them, hilariously, though. Taming provinces is still 10, so I'd be dropping this down by 43, bringing it to... exactly 50? Ooh, that is risky biscuits. If I was more decentralized or more conciliatory, then I wouldn't feel too worried about this, but I'm a little bit worried about this. But it is a lot of trade power that they have, and I do want it. If things get really desperate, I can support loyalists, but right now I want to divert your trade to me. Yoink. Trade like nobody's business. That's a trading backbone. Oh, the money we're making for trade is disgusting. Unfortunately, because we're making our money internally, I think that's actually affecting our expenses. Is that Georgia? No, it's the Timurids. Oh, come on, Timurids, see the funny side, will you? I can only assume that modifier that I was talking about mere moments ago just ran out. No, they're just being a pain in my bum. The current strength of all tributaries working towards this is a bit of a pain. Maybe I should up my army a bit. Upping the army does cost more ongoing costs here, but... Is there a downside, by the way, to having all your army created in one place? Surely not, right? Not something I'm terribly aware of. But it is my capital. It's the one place that I should be making loads of units from. Horse archers continue to dominate at this time, so let's just build up an additional, I don't know, 4 of them with some more auxiliaries to help them out. 4 and 8 is 32, that's a nice number. They will not join our wars. That's not a big deal. Maybe this isn't as big of a deal as I think it is. I think they do pay less taxes when they're disloyal. Let's get a view on that. We spend a lot of time looking at this, don't we? Base cost here. Disloyal subject. So it is lowering the amount they're willing to pay me. But it doesn't seem to be making them outright rebellious. So maybe rebellious is a different thing and I shouldn't be so afraid of disloyal. I think if the troops have better literacy, they are stronger. Yeah, I'd like 3% dunk in this isn't a big deal. The main thing is that I get their trade power. Now, it'd be very sad if they somehow stop me from getting that trade power. We see that we get this here. From Timurid. Doesn't seem to be reduced at all. But it certainly gets used. Oh, God, man, I freaking love money. It's so good. Anyway, is it time to rip the spine out of my country again? Must be running out of spines at this rate. And come to think of it, I'm going to want that army for the rebellions that are on their way. That's okay, we'll take care of them in no time. My horse archers move very fast around, along the plains. We cannot afford this, but barely. In a couple of months I'll be able to rip out the aristocracy. The peasants will eat more food, but that's not necessarily bad. In fact, it might even be seen as a good thing. Power for us, and more power for us. More scholars, Your Majesty. Stop making the troll castles. They really do like putting down nasty things, don't they? It's going to be difficult to root them out, but not impossible. God, when did a nobility get so much power here? The political power of the nobility in Sarai is modified by plus 9,348%. What? Plus 9,348%? What? Could you not? How in the world do so few nobles have all the bleeding power here? Yeah, that is some modification. What is causing that? This is all just stuff that we've seen already. The castle is somewhat necessary, though, isn't it? Yeah, well, I would like Sarai to actually be defended so it doesn't get immediately sniped by a rebellion. And yeah, the local noble power is a bit of a pain, because the local nobles, depending on the amount of power, is how much of the income that they take. And I could do without them having that much. But that is absurdly powerful. Oh, hang on, something on my front door. All right, there we go. Quite the unusual interruption, but I was just getting informed the plumber's going to be coming over tomorrow morning. Great, I love excuses to delay streams. Yeah, I would love an explanation as to how the nobles think they can control so much of Sarai after I've ripped the spine out of them. Not even 1% of the population. Responsible for so many of my headaches. That said, it's not like the others aren't guilty of this. The political power of the clergy in Sarai is modified by 2,400%. Something is just not right. Does anybody want to figure these out? It may just be the tooltip is wrong. They go from 27 to 90. Yeah, let's believe that. I need to empower the burghers then, or just empower anybody that isn't the nobility. And we do that through building more things, which is why I'm constructing things like the tailor guilds. But I love the idea of making paper out of my cloth. And then that paper can be made into books, and the books can be sold. Also, more wool, Your Majesty. Gotta keep tanking that wool price. Alright, wonderful. Right, won't be long. How much do I need? I need about negative 16 stability, so in a couple of months I'll go and tear them apart. And maybe the negative stability will be good for me. You know, it's going to make these other guys rise up and I can finally put them to sword. It's a very positive view of things. As positive as I can make it. Go for the eyes with our Fulilan. Not like our army needs more morale. We've won just about every engagement we've come across. Oh! Not the death. I don't care about that. When did all of these Easterners find the balls to manage this? Look at that. Bulgaria getting ravaged by Byzantine Empire. But that's interesting because I wasn't called into the war, so there's more to it than this. And this is what there was to it. Bulgaria and Halik thought that they could take on Byzantium on their own. Maybe they're right. I mean, they're bringing over what they have. It's just, you know, they got fairly ravaged. Ah, but don't let that fool you. It's just the lack of fortifications. I'd love to help them there. Just don't get too close to the Otto scum. What is this? Oh, a little county broke off. This used to be Byzantine. Was there an earthquake or something? Stability might never be positive again. It'll be positive someday. Quit your gapping. Revoking the privilege just got more expensive. Damn chieftains. I'm looking forward to hauling every one of them out by their entrails. Them and their bloody troll castles. Oh no. That was my son, that was my heir to the throne even. I've only got one more. Oh no. No, not more women. I passed laws for this. Seemingly unlikely hunting accident. So didn't I not make any rivals so that I could have a so I could have more conciliatory progress? It might be that people are actually killing off my court. I like being conciliatory. But I might have to call canny a little bit on that if it means that people can just kill off my my family. Counter-espionage might be important. What's this conqueror thing here anyway? Oh, that's my ruler. And we have martial society that might also want to get rid of at some point. Yeah, maybe, just maybe, it's a little dangerous having no rivals. Let's say that we hate the busy blob. I'd like to label Lithuania, but for some reason I can't. We can always say that Vladimir is our rival. The numbers here are all kinds of off. We don't like Poland, of course. I could say I don't like Great Yuan, but that seems like punching below the belt. Vladimir, on the other hand, obvious rival choice. Yeah, but that really slows down my progress towards conciliatory. That said, though, my martial society could go away. What is that? Sounds like a socio-economics issue. Yeah, I think it's actually time to move to a civil society instead of a martial one. Army tradition is great and all, but taxing peasants more is good, and being conciliatory is, believe it or not, good for my country. We have 0 dropped frames, by the way. I see people asking if the stream is okay. Might be time for a refresh on your end. Oh, Hungary's building up the gold. Quite envious of Hungary as a country, right? They get so much land that they can have good control in. Monoculture, mono-religion. It's a good place. A Sufi is passed around. I'm still a believer in mysticism, right? No, I'm a believer in having it down the middle, right? I forget if it's that or if it's the other thing that I care about. Army morale, pop conversion speed. Oh. Versus... I mean, either way, they're all happy, right? But I like converting my population currently. Later on, when I have more mono-religion, then I'll be more interested in jurisprudence. But for now, it's all about mysticism. Hang on. A Sufi shrine is made. Well, that does sound quite good. Until the land ceases to be. What problems I'm simply making for myself down the line. Call upon the faithful? Or jurisprudence? Manpower done to heathens in battle. No, I'm not a belligerent. I'm a man of peace. I'm a horde of peace. Oh, you were a cabinet member. Well, I've actually been wanting to get a better cabinet member, and it costs stability to switch somebody out. So let's hope that we actually have somebody who is a member of the crown and not terrible. That's close enough. Teeny bag, get to work. Anything for the crown. And that golden slave uprising will have its day someday. Alright, time to cheese off our most favourite estate. The chieftains are no longer allowed to have control over the serfdom. Peasants can eat more food. They'll become unhappier, but also have a lot less power, and we can finally move properly towards free subjects. Currently, we are a little bit in free subjects and barely moving at all towards... Wait, am I already in free subject mode? Unbelievable. Wait, that's the wrong thing. It's aristocracy that I need to kill. Whoops. Damn, I thought that was more important than I thought. I was mixing up aristocracy and serfdom. Damn. Okay, maybe I don't need to kill that one. Free subjects are still good, but I should probably get rid of the tribal host first. Damn, what else is causing the chieftains to have so much power here? I need to kill that aristocracy, but how do I move forward towards plutocracy? I think I've done everything I can here. Anybody else know of ways to go to plutocracy? I'm hesitant to give the traders even more power. They have a lot of power. Building rights don't give them too much power. And it does do plutocracy things. Might have to be building rights. I mean, building costs being down and plutocracy are both good. Alright, sure, you can have that. I don't want to give them more power, but I'm going to give them more power. But I'm still going to strip away the tribal host from you. Yeah, be gone. Wait, what do you mean I can't afford this? Ah, the cost went up again. Oh well. Unhappy estates. They're always bloody unhappy. Are there any other blobs forming? France is coalescing quite nicely. I think at the start this is far more subjects. Castile is what you'd expect it to be. They've nibbled a bit out of Granada. Great Yuan has de-blobbed. What happened to Egypt here? That's just a pretender rebellion. And the Ottoman has continued to blob. Looks like the AI is kind of slow at it, but to be fair, so are we. We've de-blobbed a lot. And we haven't exactly blobbed up much. You can see what I'm doing on the inside, but it's hard to see what the AIs are doing on the inside. Right, tribal host, be gone. Horses output is nice and all, but it's nowhere near as nice as getting rid of that massive amount of power you have. This'll hurt. Ah. Well, they're going to be unhappy for quite some time, but let them rebel. The Timurids are extremely unhappy because the bonus that I got just ran out. Should I keep Timmy happy? I think I should. Where is support loyalists? Why is support loyalist not here? I can support loyalists in Georgia. Maybe there need to be loyalists for you to support them in the first place? That would be funny. But not funny, haha. I am concerned about Timmy getting too big for his britches. I guess Tamerlane is dead, so it's not exactly a huge deal. And as long as I get the market power, it's also okay. He's not jibbing me on the market power. Good. Yeah, I remain a little bit concerned about that, though. Alright, very good. Rebellious estates. The chieftains will see the funny side in time. Yeah, Timur died in my takeover. Oh, so speaking of people dying... Excellent. Busy blob. Well, it's not excellent, actually. Bulgaria getting stronger is good, but I want the Ottomans to kind of stick to Anatolia and not go into my tributaries. I like my tributaries. Known for my liking of tributaries, I am. Ooh, this I also like. So a while back I told the guy that they have to become Mongolian, and it is spreading. Not at a great rate, but I do expect it to take some time. That's excellent. And Komi Pagan is slowly and surely losing ground to Sunnism. Now, the real hard part is getting Tver to actually convert to Sunnism. But they're getting there. Alright. Now we will once again have to get some stability back up. And I almost have my spy network on Lithuania. I'll make the tributary CB, but I don't think I'll be able to use it anytime soon because of all these revolts and stability issues. If the nobles rebel and you deal with it, does that reduce the number of the nobles in your country? That I don't know, and I'm slightly unwilling to test that, well, during this run at least. Once again, he wants us to not have assured defense. Well, I want assured defense. That would be an interesting way to reduce their numbers. I mean, surely they would die in the conflict. But it's not just nobles fighting, it's nobles backing their little crummy guys to fight you. Yes, some are bound to die in the war, one can only hope. Right, so my belief is that building up this army is also going to make my subjects understand that I am stronger than them. No, the country strength of all tributaries versus the overlord is actually growing. This is a growing concern for me, and all the more reason that I need to become more decentralized and conciliatory for them to have passive liberty desire. It's proving difficult to keep hold of that. Litouan, I want you to be my tributary at some point. Although I could just religious war you. Why do I have access to religious war anyway? The mind boggles. Maybe adding even more tributaries to the list is a bad idea. I mean, it sounds nice, more money, but the more I add, the more they think that they're all bigger and better than me. But one more isn't going to hurt. What's one more tributary? Certainly not in a position to be using it right now, but let's be poised and ready. The chieftains become even more unhappy. Jeez. I'm okay losing a bit of Horde unity right now. What could possibly go wrong? We shall find out. No, I hope we don't. Tver and their bloody little subjects. They made tons of them. They made 7 fiefdoms. It's probably going to be quite difficult for them to eat them all up, so I'm kind of annoyed at them. I wonder if what I could do... I just had a thought. What exactly is stopping me from... I was in Novgorod? Our diplomat in... Oh god, right. Novgorod had an agent here building up spy network, and it's currently at 75. I have a feeling that Novgorod killed my son. I'm distinctly unhappy with there being an assassinate button in this game. If they got rid of it in CK3 from CK2, why would they reintroduce it here? Yeah, so I'm curious about something that I could do. I could fight somebody, make them a tributary, force them to be my religion, and then kick them out. It might be a way to convert more of this land. Because currently converting Orthodoxy is a slow and painful process. Hell, getting rid of these Tengris is hard enough to try and make things nice and sunny. They got rid of it from CK2 to CK2, yeah, there's that as well. So I'm wondering if I could go to somewhere like Vyatka and do exactly that. Just to spread Sunnism a bit better. I mean, currently they don't know what they're doing. Ooh, Sunni actually take a majority hold in parts of Perm is very nice to see. Yeah, I'm tempted. I'm really quite tempted. It's not like my my diplomats are doing much of anything. Yeah, CK2 assassination was just spend money, get result. And if you're quite underhanded, just reload for it. Alright, we're going to do that. I'm going to see if it'll work. It's the kind of thing that, you know, I'm going to wish I did 50 years ago, but we're here and now, so we shall make hay. Why am I paying my army, and why am I paying my forts? I am sitting on a ton of money, but my income is surprisingly low. That's because I'm trying to keep my commoners happy. I mean, everyone's quite unhappy after I pulled the plug on stability. So maybe just hold on to the money in case I need it, because I may need to bribe the chieftains. And they want even more money this time than last time. Chieftain insurgents are rising up quite quickly, and once again, for some reason, they have so much control over my country. They still have a disgusting amount of control here. Plus 8,000%. Seems like a pretty bugged out UI element. Chobanids and more stuff going on here. Increased ties with neighbors. How about with my subjects? That I would actually like. But there was a law I was trying to change. Does anybody remember what it was? I'm pretty sure it was the martial one. But also any laws that I have pushing for plutocracy would be handy. Nobles of primary or accepted culture ratio. There are too many bloody nobles. The nobles beget more nobles to push more aristocracy. Who would have thought? To further push plutocracy, add a government reform. Do these policies? Modernize into a republic? No way. Regulate naval service? Maybe. It's a small amount though. Favor the wealthy? No, I'd rather favor me. Strengthen the rights of the burghers? I don't know what law that is. Also, there's cabinet influence, of course. Have a quick look at the laws available. Okay, stay away from the ones that aren't completely obvious. Force a slave conversion, naturally. None of these piracy laws work. Although, you know, it'd be nice if I could do piracy myself. Who's going to care what I get up to? The Yasa decree keeps me decentralized like I want to be. We decentralize with traditional law. Federal tribe gets proximity cost down, which is probably good. What else is there? EU5 has a lot more pushing levers like Vicky, but I like that. And I do like the fact that you take more direct action than you ever would in Vicky. That's right, I wanted to move martial society over to a civil society. Is that a law that I'm willing to take a hit on the parliament for? Develop the interior, what's this? More land, more development, urban building cost. Doesn't seem relevant to me. And this centralizes the country, which is not what I want. Temporary loyalty of subjects with ties to subjects. Supporting the state. Give me more crown power. Quite amusing. But nobody would support that. And if I really want to change a law as well, I'm going to have to do quite a lot for my people. Did our roads next to the capital amount to anything yet? Why do people keep bringing up roads? Is there some road thing that I have forgotten about? I know I built a road over by the water some time ago. And I wanted to see if that was going to improve the control here. What was Azok's control beforehand? See, this is a problem. I didn't choose... well, I didn't try to remember this. But I don't think Azok was at 26 before. I can check with the proximity map mode here. You wanted to build a road to Aksay. Where in the world is Aksay? From your capital to the river. That seems reasonable. I'll believe it. Although, yeah, I don't want to do the road building thing anyway because I don't want to centralize. That's fine. They can follow the river, which I'm pretty sure does not synergize with the road bonus. It doesn't answer what I want to do here, though. I can't really afford to be losing yet more stability. This is an issue that benefits the goals of the crown, so there's no further support in Parliament for forwarding this issue. Yes, I'd have to give in to others if I want that. Hard to find something that's actually worth my time doing. Maybe state religion. Yeah, go on. I do like actually getting people converted. If we pick a... If we select your capital to become the location of the Parliament, we'll move towards centralization. If we pick another location, we will gain Parliament location for the duration of the Parliament, while we move towards decentralization. Well, that's quite good. But where was Parliament held? Wait, did I even get a choice there? Maybe there was a choice that I was missing. Maybe there was probably a button there to choose where you do it in, and I didn't notice, if I had to guess. That's a shame, because I do not want to centralize. Like, I really don't want to centralize. Parliament and capital is hurting us there. Damn. Yeah, I could have decentralized better. Should have looked at the UI a bit harder there. Anyway, nobody wants to back me at all, so we're at the mercy of events. This is something I don't like about it. Rather be a bit more hands-on, personally. AI certainly loves to spam things that you don't want. The road stops here. From this point, you have to swim. Peak infrastructure in the company. Couldn't you move the capital? Well, that'd be very expensive to do. And I want to keep my crappy little capital where it is. It's part of being the Golden Horde. I don't like kind of changing your country so much. I don't tend to like forming new nations. Or, you know, turning... If you're Orthodox, going over to Protestant or something. And in our case, it would probably be very beneficial for us to change away from Mongolian and Sunni, but nope. Consort is deed. How old are we? We're a bit old for a marriage to matter. But even so, who are you? You're our first cousin. Just go and find a nice commoner and make happy friends. Well, it feels really good having almost completely broken the back of the chieftains, but they still cling on to life, and they must go. What did I need to be so I could get rid of their troll roads? Oh, here we are not passing this debate. Oh, dearie me. I think you'd have a much easier start by at least accepting the Astracani. I understand the appeal of cultural enrichment. Yeah, and it's going well. Mongolian has largely replaced the Astracani, especially in places that matter. And in some cases, the slaves that we emancipated have become the dominant culture. And that's fine because we accept the Ryazani. We do not, of course, accept some other people, like more Astracani slaves. Yeah, if I emancipated the Astracani, then all their slaves would go free, and who can have that? Still, once I've finished integrating the Ryazani lands, we'll get there eventually. Then things might be slightly better. Huzzah, assured defense. Control is getting better, right? Control used to be such a weak, dim light around here. And now it has... I'm quite happy with control issues. Surgut has asked us for gold. No. People forget their relationship with me. It's about them giving me gold. Yeah, I'm not surprised that that completely failed. Goodbye, more stability. God, I love this money coming in. Yeah, control has gotten considerably better. And I like that it's a slow experience. Slow makes the payoff feel better. Oh, goodbye, even more stability. That's fine, though. I want my institution growth. And now I can finally actually start thinking about new things. I don't know, by the way, how you embrace something. Is it something that happens automatically? Because there are institutions, donk, and we are very, very slowly getting banking. Do you have to pay money for it, like in EU4, or is there something else? Oh, here we go. Embrace an institution. Costs money and stability. Well... Dang, I haven't even embraced meritocracy. At least money isn't a big issue for me. Base cost is... Scaling, I only assume to my income, so thank goodness I have extra outside income for it. But paying stability for it, you know, we just never know stability in this country, do we? We need at least 20% exposure to this, then we can embrace it. Currently 0% of your population are exposed to it. Okay, glad we had this talk. We'll get there eventually. I think we're always going to be about one age behind everybody else. What does meritocracy even do in the Age of Traditions? So I suppose no one in Europe has access to this, right? It might mean we even managed to beat Europe to it. Literacy is nice, although it's monthly, not maximum. Tax efficiency is nice. Wait, we don't know what abacuses are. Even more legislative efficiency? Oh wait, that's different, isn't it? How quickly you do laws, well that's not very important. What is estate enrichment? How much an estate can withhold from their taxable income each month? Whoa, whoa, whoa. No withholdings around here. Trade efficiency, amazing. Movement speed without road, yes. Cheaper roads, yes. Artists, I don't know. I don't know how to make art. Probably I should do that. Can invest in culture, yes. Also, maximum RGO size sounds good too. Let's see what investing in culture can do for us. Let's try and increase RGOs. Wish I could zoom out more in this map. I will want these when we eventually get to it. Like speed of integration. It's only 2%, but it's something. But yeah, professional army is the big hit that I'm waiting on. And it's not coming, it's banking, so we'll have to do other banking related things. Expanding raw materials time, that seems hardly relevant. Building speed does seem relevant. Diplo-annex cost will be useful later on. What about any of this stuff? RGO size? Always welcome. City founding costs. City rights. What is rights? Impacts the cost of creating a city. How is that not the founding? Oh, I see. Cities and towns are different things altogether. Not sure I'll be wanting more of those. But food pop consumption overall reduction sounds very nice. That's more food that I can just sell. Sure. Just give myself research to work on so I don't need to constantly be thinking about it. Jake, the double checking reduces how much estates withhold. Double checking? Oh, maybe we're talking about the law. Alright, we integrated this and it already became our core. That's very nice. What else are you even integrating here then? Because it looks like integration is, as you say, at 100%. You also seem to be dead. Is that the last thing you did in your life? Okay, even though you're not good, it's important for me not to give the nobility any more power. So even if you're bad at this, I need you here. No more state integration work to be done, but we do want to keep on with the assimilation. Astrakanis are not allowed. I wonder, could I just remove the Astrakani Patriots? Just a thought I'm having. Ah, they're split between these two locations. Control isn't that great either. Let's do it anyway. Yeah, they're on the verge of rebelling, but let's just try and ethnically sudsy wash them out. Oh, what a proposition from the Ottomans. Okay, I'm looking forward to that patch more and more now. Assured defense. Yes, assured defense, you fool. It's costing them to do that, you know. I think it costs legitimacy to keep calling a vote on it, and they're doing it every year. Keeping Timurids happy is proving difficult, but we'll get there. There's a little high-tech icon you can click next to the cabinet member. Makes them the head of your cabinet. If they're your dynasty, they'll boost crown power. Ooh. A little hat button, you say? This one right here, perhaps? Costs me Horde unity. Means they can't be fired. This guy's alright, though. And he's quite young. I can keep you around for a good wee while. Costs a bundle of money, though. How much does it affect crown power? More efficient, yes. We gain crown head of the cabinet. Crown power 25%, and some Horde unity. 25% crown power is nothing to be sniffed at. It does affect everything positively. It just costs a bundle of money, though. I'm not sure it's worth it for a temporary effect. Like, the cost there is astronomical, actually. 31% crown power, though. Yeah, it's not insignificant. Really not insignificant. I gotta say, when my god tier ruler dies, it's gonna be a sad time for our country. Chieftain insurgents are already rising up a fair bit. I am withholding the vast amounts of cash I have right now to pay them off so they don't actually manage to succeed in their revolt. I'm not afraid of disease. We have medicines for that. Medicine right here. Still just eyeing up all this money of mine and feeling extremely pleased with myself. All the while, my subjects are not trembling in as much fear as I'd like. I actually think that tributizing Lithuania is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back on my tributaries. They're all going to look at each other and think, we're much stronger than the Horde, and they're going to stop paying my dues. And I like my dues being paid. It also reduces the amount of times I can walk over to them and just punch them for cash. That said, it can still be done. Not with Volhynia, though. They got nothing to spare. Bulgaria, however. Bulgaria's got cash to spare. Ooh, that's not even worth taking. Volhynia, Halik. Halik have money to spare. That's more like it. We can spend it much more wisely. Kiev have also grown a fair bit. And would you look at that? They got money to spare. Good. Feels quite good, actually, being able to bank extra diplomats. Whoever called out that law to bank more with religious diplomats, brilliant. Brilliant noticing power. Now, if I could only make Timurid loyal so I can see if support loyalists is a real thing. Still don't understand why I can't do that. Right? Support loyalist isn't here, but it's there for all of my other subjects? Yeah, it's there here. What am I missing? They're a subject like any other. Is it the fact that they're a horde? Wait, maybe it is. Because support loyalist gives legitimacy, doesn't it? I'm doing it to Hungary. Support loyalists... Loyalist supported. Is that a country modifier? I don't know where it shows up then. Wish there was a just show all modifiers affecting this country thing so you could search for it. Time to annex a tributary. Well, you don't annex tributaries. You cut off tributary and then go and fight them. But we still don't really have any use for land. If I take more land, what happens? I have some land that I can raise some levies from. There'll be no control. They'll just want to be revolting on me. The only thing that I'd really want to take are places that get me good market access, which is why I want to annex this land. What's your ultimate goal for the Horde? I'm just learning the game. I will continue playing it and enjoying myself. And then once I'm done with this run, however long that takes, I'm going to actually make a game with a goal. That's the reason I usually give myself a goal in these runs, is so that I actually can consider that. No, Georgia, you're not allowed my money. So no, there's no overarching goal here because I don't know the game well enough to make a goal. Not yet, at least. I don't know how mechanics work fully. I'm getting to know them, though. Don't know what are fun and achievable goals to have, which are smart goals. And those chieftains are really making a mess around here. And I'm still eyeing up removing their controlled serfdom to continue to hurt my country. All right, I can invest in culture. I don't know what that is. Does anybody know about that? Maybe it's this works of art thing that I don't think was here before. Ooh, I could accept more cultures. Not the Mishar people, heavens no. Actually, I could tolerate the Mishar people, but I'm going to save it up and get the Muscovites down the line. We're going to hit the money cap, please. It's still too soon. What is this? These are existing works of art, which are... I have no idea what I'm looking at here, actually. We have a tiara, a book, a coronet, another coronet, and something else. And they affect things. I truly don't know what I'm looking at here. The unknown requirements are not met to hire an artist. There's artistic skill, there's artistic salary. If you move your house over the artists up top, you can pay them to make stuff. I have artists. Well, no. I don't know what I'm looking at here whatsoever. Move your mouse over the artists up top. You can make them do stuff. Where? The top right of the graph. The graph? I mean, I would say I don't see a graph here. It says artists outside the graph to the right. This is a button? The Golden Horde can support 2 artists. There are currently 2 artists in your country. Oh, this guy's running a chronicle and he's 0% done. How long have you been doing that? You actually made the derivative god, apparently. Hey, it's the Shinto guy. And now you're free to hire. Sure. You look kind of rubbish. Like, is 9 a good number? This guy's got 2, so maybe you are good. Let's talk to you. Now I can commission art. Beginning a work of art. You'll make something. I still don't really... It's out of 100. Oh, God. Still better than the other guy. Alright, well, it couldn't hurt to give it a go. I don't like paying you money, but let's see what you make for us. 0% towards it. Can I pin this character? There we go. I mean, maybe I'll remember you, but I probably won't. What are these, by the way? Missing inputs. We're missing slaves in Ryazan. We're missing books in Kaffa. We're missing dyes and tin in Astrakhan. I don't like missing slaves in Ryazan. Is that because of my slave market that I just made? That's not Ryazan. Here we go. Ah, I see, I see. Once you make the slaves, you'll have the slaves. So for now, I should probably just subsidize it so it opens. Or maybe I need to manually move some slaves over to Ryazan. It's not unthinkable. Yeah, bring in some delicious... wait, why can't I bring them over from Astrakhan? I know there are slaves in Astrakhan. Well, Trebizond have a few slaves. It's not very profitable, though. Just bring over a few slaves, you know, for a good laugh. Weird that I couldn't bring them over, right? I make slaves in the Astrakhan market, right? Yeah, there's even some excess. And there's nothing stopping me doing slave trading. How bizarre. Alright, well, maybe we learned something there, maybe not. Still slightly concerned about those Astrakhani Patriots, which are going to rise up very soon. I'm sure at some point stick figures would be considered fascinating. Kaffa lacking the books. What building actually needs books over there? The Parliament seat isn't working without its books. Is that a problem, though? I mean, what's the problem with the Parliament not working? Operating at 50%, so it's only giving the local burghers half of their power. It doesn't seem like too much of a problem, frankly. Damn those nobilities. I want them out. How do I just kill off the nobles? Maybe the problem is that we have them working somewhere? No, of course they wouldn't work. At least they haven't built their troll castle. Plenty are available for more employment. Hang on. Why is this not working? They're trying to do enhancements? Well, I wouldn't recommend that. That's probably what they're saying, oh, we're missing, but I highly doubt we're going to be able to find any dyes around here. Maybe? Can you make dyes? I highly doubt there are any dyes to be had around here, although, ooh. Interesting. So I could actually bring in dyes from, say, Constantinopolis. Or even Kingdom of Hungary, where I now have market access. Alright, let me consider this. See those dyes? They have an excess of dyes. They're actually going cheaper. And I could export them over to... sadly, I can't quite reach my own market. I wonder if I could export them to Constantinopolis or Kiev and then move them further. But yeah, it stands to reason that we can't get through the Carpathians. Yeah, I'm way out of range for that. Do I have market presence in Constantinopolis? That's a no. A middle market? You can produce dyes. Yeah, that was my second thought. I could maybe just make a production for dye. I'd rather trade for it, because then I can just make money. But dye making is also a job. And look at that, you just need wood. Just make lumber into dye? What a world we live in. Well, sounds like a job for someone back home. And apparently I already have 2 of them over here. I guess they don't make much dye, and we have a huge demand for it in the market. Yeah, and 4 dye makers here. They didn't say purple dye, that's true. Ah, right. Oh, this is not the rebellion? Or is it? Local chieftains are not satisfied with their granted privileges. They demand more rights. Well, they are unhappy. Mongolian nobles. Yeah, this is what I'm more concerned about. The chieftains are very unhappy. Or... where the heck is it? Okay, I'm not really sure I care about this tiny place having more noble power. Even if it's for 20 years. What is this? It's Piri Watsits, where there are almost no people. Alright, brilliant. You know, authority, all you want. It's all yours, buddy. Because that translates to a lot of money saved by not bribing them, which at this rate I'm probably going to have to do. Because they really want to rise up. Do I bribe them currently? This is so very expensive to tear down the chieftains, but I do think it's worth it. I'd have to give them about another 1,000 ducats for them to sod off. Or I could wait, knowing that they're still trying to rise up anyway. I think I'll wait. Even if I'll have to pay another 300 or so. Yeah, the Patriots will soon rise. I'm seeing that. The Astrakhan... Oh, they've actually scattered a fair bit. Should I be ready for them? Should I even care about how much I have to pay my army? It's my first time actually seeing this, so let's care a little bit. Where do they say they want to rise up? Around here. And down south. Near my wonderful homes, huh? I'm going to take that one out. See how they feel about that. Although maybe stationing my army is enough to intimidate them out of it. They're also the Knacker Yard, the Knack Patriots, just down here. I mean, that's a joke, right? 2 locations. Wait, there's another location for them? Ah, I see. There's 2 locations here. I'm surprised there are as many people here as there are. And... yeah, you are in my Astrakhani market, but why are they so unhappy? Ah, here we go. We are the oh, you're pagans. Right, nobody cares about pagans. Also, I can't seem to select them here. There we go. I'm at a loss for why I should care about your feelings here. I seem happy enough. Well, maybe not. And then there's more over here that want to rise up against me, right? Yeah, a whole bunch of them. A whole bunch of pagans around here. I can think of a good way to remove these pagans. You know, if they want to rise up, fine. Just kill them. No skin off my nose. Plenty of skin off of theirs. It's the 42 nobles in there that will rise up, probably. Well, we just put them to sword. Sounds like a good deal for everybody. They're making another bloody troll castle, though. Wait. I should double check and see what it takes to remove these. I've managed to forget. Yeah, if I want to destroy your troll castle, what does it cost again? Here we go. You need 75% control to do so, and boy, that is quite a bit. You know, I thought I liked the song Pain is Salvation, but my god, it is a bit too screamy for me. Where is it on my list? Sorry, EU5, I'm falling more and more out of favor with your music. It'll be the first actual rise up of rebels that we've had. You know, I really don't miss the old rebels, all the screaming and whatnot. I have to help Bulgaria with the rebellion against Bulgaria. You know, I think your many other friends will help you. Wait, actually... that's not the thing I want. That's what I want. I have a funny feeling that Bulgaria is going to manage this. Call it a hunch. This is surely not worth paying army maintenance for. That's one of the 2 or 3 better songs. Yeah, I know. But that's even sadder, isn't it? Nothing to worry about. Well, I don't like the fact that they're wandering into my country. There we go. Go and deal with that fort. You can't do anything. That feels like EU3 moments. There's a really good Father Loris comic about that. Oh, huzzah! At long last. Wait, that's a real revolt. They took some land off of me. It seems the Astrakhani Patriots have proclaimed a country and are starting a war of independence against us. They appear to have forced all of my levies to raise, which I did not want to happen. I guess that's just civil war for you. Okay, well, sure, they want to die, they can die. Maybe I was a bit too hasty about this one. Having my levies re-raised allows me to just walk in and curb stomp them. But I feel like they're a little bit doomed. I wonder if I'm going to Well, one, I wonder if I lose anything with a bit of permanence, and two, I wonder if I'm going to enslave people. Is that all they're bringing up? Okay. Well, sorry, friend, but I don't think your mighty rebellion is about to amount to much. Ten to 1. Astrakhan rose up, and the city is like half our economy. No, Astrakhan did not rise up. The city of Astrakhan remains mine because I culturally enriched it to, well, not have many Astrakhanis. Whereas this is majority Astrakhani. Maybe that's the thing. All the places that rose up were the majority Astrakhanis, weren't they? Not quite all of them. Okay. Well, there was an attempt. It just wasn't a very good one. I hope you deal with it. Wait, is that my army? What? Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here? I am at a loss. I wonder if there's any real consequence to this. Like, it's a war, isn't it? First rebellion against Joshi. Joshi? Golden Horde annexes the revolter state. Does not cause antagonism. No. I mean, it's an interesting way to create dynamic countries. I could revoke the cores of Astrakhan in a lot of my lands. Yeah, but I never... You know, Astrakhan cores could be useful down the line, right? Does this actually do anything good for me? Not so sure about that. Anyway, once this tiny amount of land is taken care of, I can't imagine they'll have much left to throw at me, if anything. Whilst my little pitchfork holders take care of things. And get me out of this war so I can bring my levies back. I do not like my levies being busy like this. They should be tending to the fields, you know. Like you guys. Get out of there. Halik want food access. You know what? You're allowed that. You're absolutely allowed that. Did my subjects help me out in this war? Okay, good. I was worried that my tributaries might get involved in fighting like this, which I don't want them to do. I mean, it's cool, but tributaries should not be helping their overlord with wars. They should be actively working against him. Alright, there we go. Wait, they have money? I don't know who you got this coin off of, but I sincerely doubt it that you got it legally, so... Render unto me. What a lackluster rebellion, but it's still a pain in the arse that they, you know, rose up with all of my land. So it's all the more reason that I... There we go. I want to absolutely make sure that we don't have chieftain insurgents rising up when they're going to take half of my land or more. They really need to have their spines broken. And at least the slave uprising's kind of gone away a lot after the big emancipation. Also, I think slaves are generally promoting. Remember when the slave revolt was, you know, a lot like the chieftain revolt? It was most of my country. There's also overlap in the provinces that they want to take, so interesting stuff. On the other hand, Jake, money and slaves. Yeah, my extortion's far more legal than theirs. Now, it's still just raise all levies. We need to finish this war. And I can do that by transferring this over to Bulgaria. Wait, unless I could be really cruel and make peace for myself. No, subject revolt war means I can't just take the land for myself. Oh, well then. Here you go, Bulgaria. Surely that'll be enough for them to swiftly win the war. They might even trust me a bit for that. And then I can say, please disband all my levies. Donk. Alright, well, I'm glad that we got our first taste of rebellion in a very controlled manner. We know what to expect. These knack patriots, though. I mean, what am I meant to do with these guys? Like, park my army on top of them to intimidate them? That might work. I'm open to the idea. The army is probably far less intimidating when it's not funded. Chieftains. Share the spoils. I don't have a problem with the chieftains getting that. It does make them a bit happier for very little power. That said, stripping away all of their power is probably a good idea. Even so, primacy of the nobility is just too good to pass up. Quality and discipline is just so nice a combo. Unless I'm overvaluing either of those things. I mean, it's not like I have a lot of quality. But I don't want quantity. Quality seems kind of hard to get, actually. Seems like later reforms are needed for that. The idea that removing this would absolutely halve their power is quite interesting, though. I might even consider getting rid of this, because the nobility are such a pain in everybody's bits. But, discipline good. Discipline very good. Did this get more expensive? It's okay, our country will never know stability. Oh, there we go, parking my army here. Suddenly the knack patriots are feeling fine about everything. Huh. Is that going to work? Is the uprising going to completely go away? Yeah, I know I can put in a cabinet member to change our things. Actually, come to think of it, if I went towards quality, if I removed it, it wouldn't go back. It would need to be pushed by quantity things, so that would be possible. But I like what my cabinet's currently doing. We're integrating this, and it will become core when it's integrated. And I'm continuing my assimilation, which has actually gone too well. I missed the fact that we got our cores here. And that means I've got to move you away. To where, though? If that is integrated, then where to do? I could do this. Yeah, that's what I was doing previously as well. Continue the ass blasting over here. In Mongolian ways, of course. It's not reducing this, is it? That didn't go down, did it? It's just not increasing. Is it? 86.25. What's all the fighting down there? Calm down, guys. Give it a turn of the month in case it changes. It doesn't. So if you really want to get rid of them, you actually have to make them happy. The pop satisfaction is just not happy enough. Oh, because of the chieftain. Those bloody chieftains. Up to it again. But hang on. How do we have a revolt of nobody? Oh, maybe I'll never understand. The Muscovite Patriots are not quite nobody, but it's still small groups, huh? The Muscovites of this one tiny little location here. Well, they are granted all Muscovites. I don't like the idea of paying to try this out, but let's actually try paying our army and seeing if that has much of an effect, or any of an effect. Ooh, making a weaponsmith for me. I do appreciate. We were never able to really do anything about that slave uprising, though. The only thing I can do to bring down the slaves is actually quell the revolt with a cabinet action. They always want to rise up. Typical slaves. Muscovites. The increased privileges of the chieftains have additional duties. No, I'm pretty sure I've been reducing their privileges. They're expected to serve in the army as officers of true gentlemen. Move towards aristocracy over my dead body. Plutocracy and quality. The best shall lead. That's actually really nice. I'm very happy to see anything that pushes me plutocratic. Gotta kill the aristocracy, but it's a slow process. Pretty happy we've been able to push innovative, though. I'm pretty happy with how we've managed to deal with our values overall. When you're playing as a crap country, it's usually one of the big issues that you have. Like, how do you transform your god-awful starting values, or many starting situations? Alright, just centralize yourself on Sarai. It might pause the Patriots, but that's not dealing with the issue at hand. What is this? Oh, another troll castle. They really hate me. Like, those estates, or those nobles really want to have their way with me. And it's annoying because it boosts their power without giving me anything I can do in return. Yeah, look at that. Nobility power here just goes higher than I want it to be. And now those few guys are coming back. Now that the army is left. Alright, Ottomans are at it again. Ottomans are not allowed to be at it again. We absolutely assure each other's defense, Ottomans. I need to get the patch to stop that from happening. Yeah, so interesting. I can completely get rid of the insurgents, the estate rebels, by making them happy. But these guys, if I don't deal with the underlying causes, they will revolt. I like that, because once again, it lends into it being a long decision. And I knew that as they got really high, there would eventually be a real problem here. That said, I can't believe the Muscovites are that cheesed off. Should I, could I, would I? I'm contemplating converting the Muscovites, because I can't think of anything else I could do to the Labucci here. They are heavily discriminated against, and I can't imagine that changes anytime soon. And that'll be why they want to join the rebellion, right? Yeah, they have absolutely no satisfaction. They lack goods. Orthodox hates me. The Dhimmi would make them calm down a bit. Once upon a time, I could bribe the Dhimmi into the sun. But I think those days are behind me. Yeah, they demand actual money. But what if I gave them actual money? How many of these people are actually Dhimmi members? Some of these are tribe members, and that's easy to take care of. But how many of them are Dhimmi members? We've got commoners. It's hard to get an overview of just how much the Dhimmi is trying to get on my case. But there is an idea that if we have Dhimmi members and I bribe their estate, then they might back off a bit. Oh, wow, I can't actually bribe the estate, the tribes now. Why not? The estate tax base doesn't exist. Do I need to strengthen my tribes so I can actually bribe them? Because they still represent quite a lot of people. I was planning on bribing them into the sun so that they would be nice and happy. Isn't everybody who's not Muslim Dhimmi? You'd think so, but no. Well, I don't think so, at least. And we've got Crimeans here. So we've got Crimean peasants. Notably, they're commoners, not Dhimmi. So I don't know exactly what makes somebody attached to a certain estate. I'm a little tempted to bribe them just to see if this will solve any of my ongoing issues here. It looks like it might help with the Muscovites, rather than having to fight them. I know fighting them would be cheaper, but actually fighting them would be much cheaper. Why am I even considering this? These bribes are far from free. Once upon the Dhimmi estate, once upon a time, was only 3 ducats. Now it's 60 odd. Yeah, conversion or death, that's far more like it. I wonder what this cost is based on, right? The Dhimmi are proportionately, maybe it's based on population, but then why do the tribes get nothing? The tribes just have no money because they don't work, I suppose. You know what? In the interest of trying it out, I'm going to do this. Let's drop 300 gold on the Dhimmi and see if that causes any of my rebel problems to magically go away. Did the list just shorten? Because I think it might just be some of the stuff being completed up there. No, I'm pretty sure I had a full page of rebels at one point. Sure doesn't look like a full page. Now that they're beloved friends, the Dimi are taken care of. The Muscovites have a lot more satisfaction. But it's still here. I mean, who the hell still wants to rise up? 34 pops want to rise up. They are Dimi members. Their satisfaction is quite high. But they don't have any rice. If I bought you some rice, would you actually piss off? Oh, it's the nobles again, the chieftains again. I'm curious if I bought you some rice, would you just sod off? Trebizond has some rice for you. It's not very profitable to do this, but let's just see if that helps out a touch. They're willing to die for some rice. I'm willing to let them live in exchange for some rice. Interesting exploring all these things with the Horde. I wonder how I'd play differently if I had to start from scratch. At least bribing the chieftains isn't such a big deal now. To keep them happy. The thing is, I'll be making them happy and then I'll be stripping away their privileges again. Well, how unhappy would they become if I tore this off of them? Probably quite a bit. But yeah, that's the reason I have this money. I know that I need to make the chieftains happy again. Soon, very soon, they won't have much power at all. And you know what? I am genuinely thinking about tearing apart primacy of the nobility. How important really is this? 100% estate power is probably something I need to get rid of. It's going to be a massive blow to them. I think I might have to. I mean, it's so good, but the chieftains clearly can't be trusted. And they need to be destroyed. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll get rid of their primacy. My army will certainly suffer. But our discipline's already pretty high due to Horde unity, so maybe we don't need to worry about that. Uh-oh. It's happening. The Beylik managed to cut off the Byzantine Empire's head. And Genoa's coming in for the thrill. You know, if Genoa took some land here, that would be quite convenient, because it would be a way for me to go down and kill Genoa. Or a way for Genoa to come up here and get killed by me, because once I've finished ravaging the nobility, I do fully intend on taking this land so I have better trade control. I'd only die for rice if it came with soy sauce. I was thinking about having... No, I'll have lentils tonight. Yeah, I'll have some lentil mash. Absolute peasant tier food, and I love it. Very happy to see it in Kingdom Come Deliverance as well. Alright, well, all the while our country gets stronger. It feels a bit sad not pushing our own advantage. That make tributary on Lithuania still is going to be around for another few years. And even the Timurids have calmed down. Actually, everybody loves me. Well, you know what love means. You can always put a number on love, and the number I'm thinking of is... Ah, jeez. Wait, we were going to see if I could support loyalists in Timurids. Yes, they have to be loyal for you to support loyalists. Funny that. Do I want to always support loyalists in Timurids? Yes, because I would like to periodically siphon their big fat income. So despite this being expensive in terms of my diplomats, we'll do it. And of course we'll take some money. We've got to reinvest that money in the Golden Horde, you see. Ah, hello, Petit Fleur. Don't know what I was trying to say first thing there. Give me your money. 10th of November. There we go. Siphon that delicious Timurid income. Well, I gotta say, I feel like we're in a pretty strong position. A whole lot stronger than how we started, and I'm glad to see the Russians still completely unable to do anything. Vladimir, however, defying my law of no forts. The problem is, Tver are struggling greatly on integrating their land, aren't they? You never even got started on integrating... Oh! Wow, they did. I tell a lie. I'm full of so many lies. They actually managed to core up Muscovy. And that means they're going to make some decent dosh off of that and be a really good subject. I'm not so sure about the last part, but they'll be able to core it up. Good. If Tver is able to centralize this a lot better, and especially what I'm looking at is... Hold on, maybe they can't integrate this because of culture. It is Novgorodian. I don't know what it's like to deal with a brother culture. What is the situation here then? It's a conquered rural settlement. And this one is a core rural settlement. This one is being integrated and will be done in 5 years. Okay, I'm very happy about this. Tver is continuing to integrate, and I will continue to feed Tver. And Tver might even get to the point of owning most of this, and then I'll slowly begin integrating them. Because unlike Nagai, their land is not useless. On the other hand, their land is far away. So maybe they're going to be a subject of mine for a long, long time. Which is okay. Maybe you should invest in counter-espionage, avoid your heir being assassinated. I don't know how you can invest in counter-espionage. Oh, hold on, I just noticed this. I can do culture investment for prestige. And it's not that much money. Market attraction is good. Sure, I'll invest in my own culture. I'll use other people's money to invest in my culture. God, that trade income's huge. Our trade income has grown to 5 times what it was at the start today. The Principality of Belo Ozero? No, below 0. I did a campaign as below 0 in EU3 in Mayo. They were hard as hell. I had to actually make Novgorod and Muscovy fight each other, and then I came in to pick up the pieces because I couldn't defeat either of them. I couldn't fight a battle. Mysticism is good. Strength in guilds. I mean, honestly, stronger burghers might be better. I was thinking I didn't want to add more privileges because I can see them being a threat to my crown power in the future. Especially as I build up more city things, but currently the chieftains are still too strong for their own good. Well, I'm looking forward to being at negative 20 stability so I can push myself to negative 100 stability again. And then we destroy the primacy of the nobility. And I think I will even want to get rid of their... They're just going to have no privileges. All noble privileges gone. I won't tax them much, but they won't be very strong, so surely it'll all balance out. Also, the chieftains seem really, really pissed off right now. I wonder why. Who could have done such a thing? Yeah, these are close to rising up, but... kind of agonizing. I mean, take these guys. The Moksha Patriots. What the heck is a Moksha? Is it a culture? It is a culture. It's a culture in more or less one province. What's our control over there? Non-existent. I'm a little curious what would happen if I actually sent somebody to take care of that. Bolukny here is still being culturally enriched to Mongolian, and I will let that finish. But I could consider just trying to wipe out more of these. I mean, part of the problem here is I'm so, let's say diverse. Yeah, that seems to be the going word these days. We're such a diverse nation that there are so many different people that want to rise up. In a way, that's good. It means they can't do what the chieftains are doing, which is just make one big mass against me. God, those chieftains hate me. 6,000 of them, or 600,000 slaves. I'd rather fight the slaves, thanks. What would you say was the key to boosting trade income? Getting market... what's the term? Trade capacity is the key. Get trade capacity, make oodles of money. Because whether you have control in a province or not, the RGOs are still being made. And everywhere makes at least one load of their RGO by default. So you can actually build up places to make goods, even if you don't get tax income. And even if you did, come on, it's not a lot. How much money do I really make from Sapara's livestock? 30% loss to control, and then it's given away to the people, and I end up taxing 1/10 of a ducat. Okay, great. Alternative thought. It all goes to market anyway, and we can pick it up on the cheap and sell it somewhere where it's expensive. The automated thing does a good job of figuring out how to make money. I mean, these are all the trades I'm making here. However, that money is useless unless you have crown power. because I get 31% of it. If you have 8% crown power, you'll get 8% of it. And that is the key to having made this number go from 8 to 42. To get the trade power, what I did was I built up some buildings for it. Some I regret slightly. I decided that fishing villages give good trade power. Unfortunately, fishing villages lose money because fish is god-awful. It costs a lot more in goods than the fish will ever be worth because fish seems to be flooded in just about every market, and it's too expensive in trade capacity to keep pushing fish around. However, it did give me trade capacity here, which is nice. And that trade capacity is leading to, let's count it actually. Is there a number that shows how much money I'm making on this market? Total money here. There is not, so we can just count. We're making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 10.5 ducats. So we're making about, well, we're making about three and a bit ducats out of that because of our crown power. We pay half of that in building subsidies. Well, we figured it out then. No, we haven't, because the fishing villages don't give all of that. The fishing villages account for not much of it. Okay, I think I'm making a loss in the fishing villages then, right? I'm willing to put up my hands and say that didn't work out. However, other buildings did work out. Marketplaces are great, and if you need to do it in rural places, we had something else for that. Where are my bleeding peasants? Here we are, market villages. Market villages give a smaller amount of trade capacity, but they actually make income. Of which, oh, I see. They have to lose money for the iron. They'd make more money if the iron were imported here, because I bet iron is really expensive here. Iron, good here. No, not rice, iron. Iron is just plain expensive, but there's plenty of iron in Kaffa. It's relatively cheap in Kaffa. So I should build more rural marketplaces in Kaffa to make use of that iron. Also, I noted, iron is produced within the Kaffa trade node. And I'm trying to maximize that, so give me more iron, please. Yeah, chasing down these synergies seems to be the key. Oh, good, that's barely in Kaffa. But yeah, the key point here, market, what was it called again? Trade capacity and crown power. Get those two things and you'll make good trade income. And God, do we make good trade income. Fishing villages give sailors, which is pretty nice. I mean, it would if I had a navy. I don't have a navy. Navy builder. Build a ship. Okay. Well, I mean, I could, couldn't I? I wonder how much it costs to have these. We cannot build ships here. It lacks infrastructure. We need a wharf or a dock. Wharf needs a town. Dock needs a town. All right. Either way, I need a town on the coast. I have a town on the coast. If I built a wharf in Soldia, I'd be able to have boats. Do I want boats, though? See, boats would give me trade advantage, wouldn't they? I've never messed around with a navy, but maybe I should just to figure things out. Is there anything indicating trade supremacy that would give? Blockade capacity, maritime presence, 0.08. Current presence is not very good. Do cogs do a better job? Erect cog wall? No, they do a much worse job. Science is good. What buildings are ideal for trade capacity? Marketplaces, then rural markets. Seem to be what I've found so far. But that's just so far, you know, it's only 50 years into the game. In fact, I'm very tempted to build a whole lot more of them, given that they're actually able to do good things for me. In that case, building, and I want market village. Don't tempt me with a slave market. You know I love the slave market. But yeah, market village, and I want them anywhere that I can get good... Is this where I want my market access? I want market access in all of these, and I really also want it up in Ryazan. Perhaps we should do it by market and do a whole bunch of them. So let's start with Kaffa Market. Yeah, control isn't great around here, so just work from the bottom to the top and build a bunch of them. One way or another, at least it employs the pops. So eventually when control grows, it's going to be more... it's going to be more taxes for me. More taxes, Your Majesty. So Sod Kaffa, let's look into the... Oh no, I didn't want that. I've got to click here and go over to... You know, the Kazan market, I always feel like I severely lack trade capacity there, and it's because I do. Also, make sure that you're building this in your own provinces. Owned, please. I don't want to build in my subject. That would just give them capacity. Some of these are actually giving me good stuff, probably because of core-related stuff. In that case, just build it up more here. It says I won't have the peasants, but the way I see it, we will attract peasants, and they'll work there eventually. And we'll add a few more for good measure. Wait, that's up in my market as well? That's a bit out in the beyond, isn't it? Very good. And then the Ryazan market needs to be enriched as well. See, Ryazan shouldn't be too hard because this is core. And some of them have a lot of people to spare. All right, sure. Can't think of anything better for them to do unless I have RGOs. This is costing me money, but, you know, what else is that money going to be used for, really? Oops. Yeah, in the end, this will make me money. And if the buildings themselves also make me even a trickle of money, then that's also great. Provinces. I don't know why this isn't default. Yeah, would you look at that? Oh, I could have a whole lot more here in Soldaya. Oh, right, no, it's just one. It's just that the capacity's increased. Even a couple more in Sarai. These are absolutely worth having. Marketplaces are great. But I guess everywhere else is full up on the amount of marketplaces. It is a good reason to turn places into towns, I suppose. Make somewhere a town and I can make it a market town. But I'd probably need places that are worth making into towns. So already populous, for example. Then again, I'm going to be taking this town at some point. Tana will be mine. Right, very good. Hungary must be upset about the tribute. They're asking for internet tributes as retaliation. 0 drop frames on my end. Of course, that doesn't always mean that things are fine, but that's what I'm seeing. Damn, those troll casts. The estate hates me so much. And they're very close to rising up, so I'm probably going to have to pay them to sod off. Alright. 300, 300, 300. Ow. Maybe I could just keep them happy for a while. Do I really, really need to get rid of primacy of the nobility? I mean, really? It's a troubling thought, isn't it? I'm liking that list of rebels growing shorter. Yeah, they'll have to rise up eventually. I need to clamp down on the Golden Horde slave uprising. I did so before, and I will need to do it again. Nizhny Novgorod are gone. No, no. Oh, right, we were going to look into this, right? No, why is nobody paying me my tribute? For some reason, I can't label a new payer of the tribute. Ever since Muscovy fell out of favor with everybody. So here's a question. Am I actually getting that money? I don't think I am. You see anything about Tatar yoke here? Because I'm not. I think Vladimir are taking all of the money for themselves. I'm ever so curious. I think we just broke something about the Tatar yoke. Maybe they're too poor to pay. Well, it says here that all of this money is going towards... Whoa, you know what? These payments aren't bad. Smolensk. Smolensk is giving fat money over to Vladimir. But Vladimir won't pay me. Why not? Give me my bloody money, Vladimir. That's how they keep affording those forts. The bastards. Well, the only obvious thing to do is to annex Vladimir. Funny how things get a lot more obvious when you just say them out loud. I want to annex Vladimir and just give it over to Tver at this rate then. Well, I know how to go about doing that. Build that spy network and then put an end to Vladimir. What's our truce, by the way? Yeah, what truce? Yeah, it'll be gone soon. Right, make that Casus Belli and then we annex Vladimir and then maybe somebody will give me my bloody money. I can't believe they keep on my yoke. That's not very nice. I need to do my egg fried rice. It's a shame we're so busy with the integration over here. I want more parliament members. Having 2 is awful. It feels like playing a Hoi 4 generic nation that has 2 research slots. And good old Hitler gets 5. But we're waiting on some advancements for that. Love seeing that gold grow. We truly are the golden horde. E5 is a bit overwhelming. I've started automating everything until I can wrap my head around it. But that's what I did. I recommend what you have just done, Mochida. Automate just about everything and play your nation. And then go, I want to wage war myself here, so let's turn off automation and do it. And you get familiar with it and then go, well, that was nice. I want to automate other aspects of the country, so I'm going to disable trade, for example. And then you get to know trade, and then suddenly you don't need to automate it. Or what I do is I know what to automate and what not to automate. And then production methods and buildings and whatever. So yes, have it automated and gradually become familiar with more things. Because you're right, it's a very intimidating game. But the fun thing is that when you meet games that are very intimidating, you often find that it's a very large payoff for when it does click and you get enjoyment. A good example is Dominions. Hugely intimidating game. Nobody in the world fully understands that game, but getting some understanding of it allows you to get enjoyment out of that game that no other strategy game can really deliver. Grand strategy notwithstanding. I'm so happy with how much our control has grown. Yeah, this still looks bad, but this looks so good. Also, stick the Mongols and your rival princes for not paying their taxes. No, you see, we reconcile our differences. Sometimes when countries have different types of governments, they do not understand each other. With our competent diplomats, we've reconciled differences with one of our neighbours. That's our subject who was a horde and collapsed into an emirate. By the way, I also forced them to be Mongolian. How's that coming along? God, I love genocide. It just feels so good, right? They were Nagai. I just went in. I forcefully replaced all of their administration, including their ruler, saying, you adhere to Mongol ways or you freaking die. And now they go, yes, sir. And by the time I integrate them, they'll all be speaking... what do we even speak anyway? Like Kachik or something. It's very tempting to do the same to Perm, but he's got his hands full with converting into Sunniism. Same with Tver. How's that coming along? Surprisingly well. A quarter of the population of Tver now adhere to my Muslim ways. The control from your project roads seems to be working. Yeah, it certainly does. I'm happy about that. Oh no, Vladimir realized what's coming. They've joined the coalition. I don't think I need to keep improving relations with Nagai. Give me back my diplomats, please. Timurid remains a bit of a thorn, so keep doing that. Whoa, I forgot about... Who the hell is Vyatka? Oh, there's not much of a Vyatka left. I'd better make my Casus Belli before they disappear. So I want... What is it I'm trying to figure out here? I'm trying to see if I can make them my tributary, force them to be Sunni, and then release them. And then I'll see what happens when we just have Sunnis lying around. My problem is, since I won't keep them as a tributary, maybe they just get eaten by others because they're so weak from being forced to change religion. In which case I could keep them as that, or I could just eat them and give them to Perm. This is being done for science, but I'm pretty sure I can already infer that they would remain Sunni unless they collapse to their rebels. Giving it to Perm doesn't seem like the worst idea. Hell, it's partially Komi to begin with. So if I just annex this and give it to Perm, is that so bad? There's a significant amount of Novgorodian, and I don't know about that one. Perm's just kind of there. They don't do anything fancy, and I quite like Perm being the way they are rather than blobbing up. What do I do with you then? I don't want the land for myself. It's just more for me to administrate. Alright, we'll stick to our original idea then. Make tributary and force religion. Donk. Although, goodbye my diplomats. That's what I get for supporting... Oh, that's excellent. That's what I get for supporting loyalists in my subjects. There we go. That's become a whole lot more core. I should have done this a long time ago. What was I spending my diplomats doing for ages? I think it was integrating Ryazan for far too long. And this is what they should have been doing. Assimilating culture so that I get cores along here. And that will significantly improve control. So my other question was, can I use this to eradicate issues like Patriots? The Moshkas are here, but I'd rather face somebody that's actually growing. The Muscovites I don't think would be done in time. But the same could be said about the Knackers. What if I tried to make them Ryazani? Would that be less difficult? It would be done inside here, where it's already mostly Ryazani. I'm curious about that, so we should check it out. Cabinet member, assimilation, assimilation, Ryazani. Here. Now, is that faster or better in any real way? Also, is it a good idea? Because I might be taking existing Mongols. Okay, there are barely any Mongols to make this a bad thing to do. Even so, it might not be a good idea. I just don't know if it'll be faster at all. This will convert the population to the target culture, but there's no indication of which culture or if there's going to be any difference here. And the answer is always slaves. Okay. It still goes by my Mongolian culture here. Try both and look at the assimilation speed. Yeah, that's what I'm planning here. Yeah, it's not surprising that people join a coalition against me. I'm curious just how fast these Muscovites are going to disappear. Well, that didn't do anything. Oh, I see. It's actually 0. Because it's minus 150. So... Wait, why is it so bad there? I think it's because control is much worse. Oh yeah, this is the power of 0% control. I just cannot integrate. Well, glad we figured that one out. Being spiritualist is hurting as well. Ah, okay, the Muscovite cultural tradition is strangely powerful. Unlike the Ryazanis. Okay, so this is a non-bow. We need to find somewhere where we have at least a little bit of control and they're rising up. And maybe we can do something about it. Although there aren't many of those. A few Nagai Patriots still. But some of these are just so low they're irrelevant. Erza, I don't even know what you guys do. Tengris. Those Tengris could be a problem, but they're somebody I would stick the council on to deal with. But we know we can't deal with you. Could I deal with the Knackers? The thing is, the Knackers probably have no real... what would this be? Minus... I would be able to convert a little bit of them. But, yeah, I think it would be far too slow. I don't think it's worth it. I think unless you already have control, it's a waste of time to try and ethnically purge any problems away like that. So, you know what that means? We're going to focus still on integrating our good lands. Places with control, they become more controlled. And also completely wiping out the Astrakani is God's work. Yep, so we'll begin or resume integration around here. But we all learned something there. There we go. And that is actually going towards Mongolian. And because there is actually control here, they are going to be converted over. Shame about that spiritualist, though. I just want it dead in the middle. No spiritualism, no mysticism, just right in the middle so that it's default conversion on both. This is great, though. Man, our land was such a disaster piece when we picked it up. Can you migrate pops? I'm not aware of any way to force migrate pops. Oh, the market villages are popping up. I know. So we've got 43 trade income right now. After a few months pass with our many, many new marketplaces, is it going to improve notably? Well, it just dropped down to 40. That's a good sign. What was I trying to do around here? Wasn't there a law that I was trying to shift? I believe I was trying to change my martial society. Let's see if we can get that done. Sponsor noble arts. There's a worrying chance of going towards aristocracy here, which I am very against. Yeah, I do want it to pass. Let's see what we can do here. But yeah, there's no... It says we can do it in other places. We can select your capital for the location. But how do I actually change the location of where we have the parliament? Because now we have some other seats. How do I do it elsewhere? Didn't seem to be an option, and I don't want to centralize. Here's Parliament. Call the Parliament, the Assembly. Whoa, I get to choose this thing? Hold on, hold on. Commoners in Parliament, yes. Has a Parliament system, yes. Ooh, we can choose different things here. I missed this. There's so many things you see and you go, wait, that's a button? Interesting. Costs a lot of Horde unity, that's true, but I do not have a big problem getting Horde unity. I will if my ruler dies, though. That'll be a considerable problem. What do we currently have, anyway? We currently have Assembly. Parliament system with commoners. Yeah, the nobility get far too much impact here, which we don't like. Clergy. Estate. Clergy and burghers. Oh, I want burghers in Parliament. And I like not having the nobility have so much agenda impact. It's a little risky to do this and tank my Horde unity, because I could face tribal succession crisis if my ruler dies soon. But I think we should do this. Do this? Maybe I'm not allowed to when Parliament is trying to be called. No, Assembly reduces nobility impact, I think. Agenda impact for nobility, it is reduced, good lord. But I would quite like my burghers in the Parliament since I care about how the burghers feel. Even so, I can't select this for some reason. Requirements are not met. No indication of why or why not. Perhaps it needs to be unlocked. Oh, well, if we select your capital, yeah, how do I actually select something that isn't my capital for this, I wonder? Requirements are not met, but it doesn't say why. Hover over requirements not met to see why. Estate Parliament, requirements. Aha! Our burgher estate must have 20% estate power or more. That's quite a lot of estate power. I could do no parliament. No, I quite like my parliament. That is a lot. A lot. Considering that they currently have 8%. And they have a lot. Whoa! Trade income versus tax base plus 74. The thing is, as I build up my towns, there are going to be more and more burghers. And I worry that when my towns are particularly profitable, I'm going to have so much trader power. Which might be okay if they're always happy, but if they're ever unhappy, that becomes a problem. And then I'll have to start revoking their rights, and then I've got the nobility all over again. But the difference is that the traders do nice things for me, and the chieftains do god-awful things for me. Let's have our parliament. Alright, huzzah. Now the question is, can I actually pass this time? Decentralization, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, please. I don't care if that costs me a couple of months of stability. I care that the chieftains become unhappy, but the chieftains are always unhappy. So yeah, sure. And I'm very, very tempted to use this opportunity to change the law. I do not want to have a martial society anymore. I want to have a civil society so that we can be conciliatory and have happier subjects. Also, I can tax my peasants harder. Bring on civility. And now this is going to fail unless I get a couple of really nice events, but I doubt I will. Yeah, I reckon the more I build up my my places here, the better it'll be. Like, I got burghers that want to work, so I want to build something in Astrakhan, but what could I possibly build in Astrakhan? I've often wanted to improve my fruit situation. Like, we keep getting told there's not enough fruits here. But where are profitable places to put fruit orchards? Again, of course, inside my own country. Did I just scroll one of these things? I think I did. I think I scrolled you down. Yeah, always in my own locations, not others, please. All markets are shown, but I'm curious, do I actually make money doing it in Astrakhan? Because I want to increase the amount of burghers in Astrakhan as well. Is it even considered profitable in Astrakhan is perhaps the question I should ask. Maybe I could cut this down by saying only in towns and cities. There we go, it is profitable in Astrakhan, and we have people to do it. And Astrakhan is actually ruled by burghers, which is maybe good, hopefully good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I want this, because fruits are always struggling inside my markets for some reason. So let's dump a few of you here. And go on then. Couldn't hurt to have a bit more here, here, and here. Yeah, get them up in Kazan as well. I think all in all, fruits seem to struggle inside my markets. I love how much you can just go into looking these. Yeah, fruit deficit. Fruit enormous deficit in Ryazan. Slight fruit surplus in Kazan. Unthinkable. Interestingly, fruit doesn't have a good value. But unlike fish, there's not tons of it. That was interesting, though. It tells me building up fruit farms here, maybe not a great idea. Where is my building of that? My construction. Fruit orchard in Kazan. Cancel. Yes. No for Kazan, please. But yeah, big deficit in the market over here. Who would have thought it's hard to get the RGOs for it? Ryazan is a real up-and-comer, though. I don't think it had 68,000 people living there when I turned it into a town. Might have to consider making it a city at some point. I want this to be the main capital for the Russians. You know, sod Novgorod. It's too far away from Sarai. We just bring the Novgorodians and such back in chains. And maybe consider putting them in Ryazan. Hope that slave market got built as well. Did I actually end up building a slave market here? Or was there a problem with that? Here we go, slave market. The dream is that... Oh, I mean no income. Nobody's working there. They were never able to get their initial slaves, I think. I thought I imported some slaves to start this up. Or maybe it's because there's a deficit of available burghers. That's actually probably it. Promotion is a bit slow due to, I think, lack of control. Promotions, yeah, promotion speed is severely hurt here. Even so, it'll be okay. You should really take the game down, not even the stream, an update. There's no end to the fixes. So many fixes. Alright, you make a good point. Let's do that. Although you also make a good point about taking the stream down. I could really do with my dinner. If I don't stop now, I'm never going to have my dinner. So what we'll do is we will save Golden Horde stream. I will have my din-dins. Might not be back until tomorrow. I need to be up in the morning to see this plumber guy. So we'll run with the new version tomorrow. And then, well, Golden Horde really hasn't expanded at all today. But I'm having so much fun tinkering around with all this internal stuff. And at some point, we will let slip the Hogs of War. Although in what direction and how, I don't know yet. Wow. They're looking good. Anyway, time for din-dins for me. Until I'm back, it's a cheers and a cheerio.